In the Dark Ages, the world desperately cried out for a hero. But what it truly needed wasn't a hero, not at all. It was a dark mage. The goddess of this world summoned a man from Earth, a man blessed with a natural talent for magic. His name was Kim Min-jun. Her mission, to save this kingdom, and she would do whatever it took. Min-jun was forcibly dragged into this world, and had no choice but to comply. But the girl offered him any reward imaginable. In exchange for the Demon King's head, the goddess promised him wealth, power, and even her own body if Min-jun succeeded. Driven by the one thing that moves men in every world, Min-jun fought, nearly died in battle. But after years, he finally made it. The people worshipped the hero, but it was the shadow mage who truly saved the world. The goddess had promised everything, but the truth was, this world didn't have what Min-jun truly wanted, and that's why he longed to return to Earth. The goddess didn't like the idea one bit, and threatened to strip him of his powers. If he dared to go back, Min-jun declared he was willing to lose his powers, just to return to his world. But when the restriction was lifted from his body, he revealed his true intentions. The woman might be a goddess, but she was a fool to think he'd ever hand them over. He made it clear his powers had been earned, through blood and sweat, and if she truly wanted to steal them, she could try to chase him down in the other world. Min-jun stepped toward the portal and warned her. If he ever meets her in his world, she won't make it out alive. Just like that, he vanished, leaving the furious blonde fuming in silence. Min-jun then reappears in his bedroom and immediately grabs his phone. After escaping what he considered a dungeon hellhole, the feeling of holding it again brings him immense joy. But something's off. There's no signal, no internet connection. Meanwhile, a military unit is preparing for a raid. The squad questions Corporal Choi and Ho about why regular soldiers are being deployed. A mission like this, equally clueless as the rest. He orders them to ask the higher-ups, reminding them that a mere corporal doesn't have clearance for classified intel. With that, he gives a signal, and the troops move out in flawless formation. 2 long years have passed since Min-jun's summoning, and that memory still grates on his nerves. Thankfully, AutoSync keeps his phone operational, but there's no one left he can reach. Stepping outside, he finds the streets eerily empty. The absence of Wi-Fi and shuttered shops strike him as profoundly odd. The army unit then spots a man casually strolling, a sight that completely catches them off guard. Meanwhile, Min-jun is too absorbed ranting about how utterly terrible his guard duty was. The soldiers, convinced this area is strictly off-limits, start to wonder why the security detail isn't doing its job, prompting them to call out to Min-jun. He's initially caught off guard, but then quickly assumes they're just a bunch of fresh recruits. He calmly informs them he's merely passing through. But suddenly, the soldiers start yelling, as a terrifying beast violently lunges at him. Min-jun casually turns his head, unconcerned, and spots a grotesque wolf barreling straight at him. Even as the soldiers scream at him to move, he doesn't even flinch. That savage creature is indeed heading straight for the kill. He's visibly annoyed, wondering why this dumb mutt, a creature that wouldn't survive a single punch, is showing up now of all times. But the moment he tries to summon his powers, that cocky vibe vanishes instantly. He's completely unable to access even a single spark of his demonic energy, left with absolutely no other choice. He confronts the beast head-on, grabbing it with his bare hands and smashing it into the ground as if it were nothing. The soldiers are left absolutely stunned and silent, watching as the very ground cracks under the sheer impact of Min-jun's brutal strike. The sheer force of it leaves them utterly pale with disbelief. Locking his gaze onto the wolf, Min-jun declares that even without his dark magic, he's no pushover, that's for sure. He might be weaker now, but there's no Asa Measley. A bottom-tier beast is actually taking him down. That's when a vivid memory flashes through his mind. The relentless warrior who trained him like a madman, forcing him to lift boulders as if his life depended on it. The flashback ignites a strange sense of nostalgia for Isgard's brutal training days. Still, he can't wrap his head around what monster like that guy is even doing here in the first place. When he glances back at the soldiers, they're already frozen solid in fear. Later, inside the Jeep, the soldiers still can't figure out why that lunatic went so incredibly hard on the wolf, smashing it like it owed him rent. One of them mutters that something like that could easily land him in jail, but their superior had told them to just let it go. That's when one of the guys looks over at Min-jun and asks if he's seriously clueless about everything that's been happening. The so-called world traveler plays dumb, pretending he doesn't know a thing, and keeps his whole otherworldly story to himself. Deep down, though, he's not even sure this is still the Korea he remembers. He has no idea what went down during those 2 missing years. He recalls that dungeons first appeared when he was around 7, along with waves of terrifying monsters. He remembers how soldiers fought with everything they had, but alongside that chaos, something new emerged. Superhumans known as the Awakened. These powers weren't just superhuman. They were utterly beyond comprehension. The Awakened teamed up with a new military branch called the Hunter Corps, and together, they wiped out the monster hordes with ease. So, before Min-jun got dragged away by that manipulative goddess, there hadn't been any major threat that could endanger civilian zones. Suddenly, he gets a strange feeling about a dungeon power fighter. So he checks his phone signal again. That's when it truly hits him. The game server isn't completely offline yet. And that realization absolutely infuriates him. After going through all that hell, this is the nonsense he comes back to. To make matters worse, Sparky's practically vibrating, itching to play again, or at least confirm if his beloved game is even still active. But all he can do is rage at the network, utterly frustrated. Meanwhile, one soldier isn't buying this whole act. He seriously doubts Min-jun is truly that clueless, you know? Especially with the world clearly still falling apart around them. After witnessing the sheer power this guy possesses, he starts to think maybe there's way more to him than meets the eye. Just then, Parky speaks up, asking the soldier, are game developers even still around these days? Then, out of nowhere, he follows up with another bizarre question. Are people still evacuating safely and landing jobs in game studios or something? He even demands to know if all the buildings were wrecked, including the server storing all the game data. He's desperate for answers, wondering why everything's devolved into such chaos. The soldier says he'll explain everything and proudly mentions he got an A+ in monster theory and dungeonology back in college. And get this, June is utterly baffled that universities even offer courses like that now. But the soldier confirms it's incredibly hard to find decent instructors in that field. He goes on to explain that the real crisis began about 2 years ago with a bizarre dungeon outbreak, seemingly out of nowhere. Dungeons started appearing more often and expanding rapidly. The worst part? Massive monsters began pouring into the human world, nonstop. Eventually, the military couldn't hold things together anymore, and they had to shut down some civilian areas. Since then, the army's been throwing everything they've got at the issue, using every method possible, but they're seriously understaffed. Throughout this entire explanation, Min-jun couldn't care less. The only thing on his mind, whether or not game companies are still running. All this guy wants is to play Dungeon Power Fighter again. When someone asks his age, Min-jun casually says 21. That instantly reminds the soldier that he's perfectly on time for conscription, warning him that half his 20s are about to simply vanish. And just like that, Sparky is absolutely floored, blurting out that Hunter Corps members serve 5 years, while regular troops only serve 3. But the soldier quickly shuts him down. Under current conditions, every soldier serves for a full 5 years. No exceptions. If Min-jun really is 21, he should have already received his draft notice. The mainless loser feels like the universe just kicked him in the gut. He was hoping for a little peace and some precious game time. But nope, life throws him straight into the blender. He's still trying to process all of this. And now the thought of losing 5 entire years, without even logging into the server once, is making his head spin. Suddenly, he gets a ping from military manpower, officially assigning Kim Min-jun to report to the recruit training center. Sparky is completely dumbfounded, especially since the enlistment date is literally tomorrow. He starts wondering if the military just sends these things out like spam now. The timing is way too perfect. That gets the soldier laughing. He says, Gang 1 is infamous for doing that kind of crap. At this point, Min-jun is losing it, yelling how this could even happen without a medical check. The soldier explains they're so low on personnel that physical exams are now done directly at the training site. As for the notice, you probably just saw it late. Still, the guy suggests checking out the PC room near the evac center just in case. Then something suddenly clicks back. When Min Jun's parents disappeared, games were the only thing that filled the void. And it was during his final year of high school that he got summoned to Isgard, that forgotten paradise of mankind. Now sitting in a PC room, Min Jun sheds tears of joy as he plays Dungeon Power Fighter again. He's completely immersed in the comfort of those little gaming booths. Everything still works, just like he remembers. Sparky feels like bowing down to the shop owner for keeping it all alive, right in the middle of an apocalypse. Suddenly, he orders a hot dog. The bewildered waitress just stares at him, wondering how much this guy can possibly eat. After thoroughly enjoying his gaming session, Min Jun slowly snaps back to reality, questioning if any of this is even real. He pulls up a browser and starts digging through news articles, trying to wrap his head around the current situation. That's when he sees the report. Monster-related damage is up 48% compared to the previous year. Meanwhile, the Hunter Corps is fighting its best to protect civilians as the attacks keep rising and the government scrambles for solutions. Min Jun starts believing every word the soldiers said, including the part about his enlistment by the Military Manpower Administration. Now, the message had clearly mentioned that his enlistment was set for tomorrow. Min Jun can't help but think that if he still had his powers from Isgard, he could have cleared all the dungeons by himself without breaking a sweat. But for some reason, his body is completely depleted of demonic energy. It feels drained of his main source of dark magic. Still, with the raw strength he's got left, he figures he might be able to take down those dungeons on his own anyway. His intense aura creeps through the room, throwing everyone off guard as they stare at this crackpot with a wicked laugh. Min Jun decides to take it all into his own hands. The next day, this world, Walker casually strolls into the training center. Snack in hand, he's oddly excited to see so many people enlisting today, even though everyone else looks gloomy, hugging their loved ones goodbye. Then suddenly an announcement calls all the new soldiers to gather in the auditorium. Min Jun raises an eyebrow, wondering if this is actually going to be harder than life in Isgard. Inside the auditorium, the soldiers are straight up nasty, barking orders at the new recruits to stand up and roaring at them for moving like snails. One instructor shouts to keep their posture straight, telling them not to look behind. Meanwhile, another demands they push the person in front, like their lives depend on it. Min Jun, however, can't help but find these instructors oddly polite compared to the absolute jerk he trained under. Back in Isgard, after a while, the battalion commander steps up and instantly grabs everyone's attention. He asks anyone who applied for the Hunter Corps, but wasn't selected, to raise their hand. He explains that treatment differs massively between the Hunter Corps and regular troops. Hunters start with a base pay of $3 million, a sum which gets a few heads turning. When no one moves, the commander says it's fine until he spots one volunteer. Min Jun is called to step forward, and he decides this is his moment to shine. Without hesitation, he leaps into the air, punching a dent into the ground. From the sheer force of his takeoff, he lands right next to the commander, smooth as ever, leaving everyone stunned, with their jaws practically on the floor. That's when he introduces himself with confidence, stating, Kim Min Jun, applying for the Hunter Corps back in Isgard, deep within the forgotten canyon of the northern region. The mountains are littered with caves, each darker and more twisted than the last. It's there that Min Jun fully accepts the brutal reality that being a dark mage is a job with no end to its torment. There's no character worse off than this one. Sure, dark mages come packed with insane skills, but once they run out of their fuel, they're absolutely done for. All that's left is a body barely holding it together, stuck in a role that grinds you down until there's nothing left. It's not like mana just naturally restores over time, like it does for regular mages. For dark mages, the only way to recover it is by taking down monsters, using demonic energy. But even then, replenishing dark energy while actively using it. It's a total grind, super inefficient, and barely worth the effort. On top of that, Min Jun could never find reliable party members, since the dark mage's image had such a terrible reputation. So, if Min Jun ever runs out of demonic energy, he's basically as good as dead down there. Now he asks what the best method is for a dark mage to recover demonic energy. But sadly, this guy's so damn lonely. There's no one around to answer his pop quiz or listen to his tragic monologue, except a bunch of monster corpses. He starts wondering if it's because everyone else is already dead. Suddenly, he hears something creeping up behind him. Turns out, it's the Forgotten Canyon's hidden dungeon boss, Arachnus. This creepy, oversized spider beast crawls into view. While Minun Kesulilinks, maybe the dungeon boss could have answered his question. He even says the beast should have shown up sooner, because he was dying of boredom waiting as Arachnus notices her crushed babies, scattered all over the ground. She lets out a bone-chilling screech. Minjun just shrugs it off, cracking a joke about her breath reeking, so there's no need for a reply. Then, without a shred of hesitation, he slams a punch right in her face and says, "The answer's wrong," with his demonic energy pouring out of him. Minjun says the answer is real simple. That is, just to beat the monster with maxed out strength. That day, Minold, who's actually Kim Minjun, stood at the peak of dark magic in Isgard, and that was 645 days before he returned to Earth. Back in the present, the commander confirms his name, Kim Minjun, and tells him to wait there until the Hunter Corps unit arrives. Minjun's just vibing low-key, thrilled to see a whole commander, coolly brewing him a fresh cup. The commander then probes if there's any specific reason he wants to join the Hunter Corps. He's clearly unnerved by this kid, especially since so many Hunter Corps members are bailing and returning to the regular army instead, even with their newfound powers, given how bad things are getting out there. With a subtle smirk, Minjun casually replies, he has business in the dungeons, leaving the commander utterly speechless. A moment later, the commander bursts out laughing, thinking Minjun's dungeon comment was nothing but a joke. He even reassures him he won't be charged for smashing the auditorium floor earlier. Little did he realize, this world walker wasn't joking in the slightest. In Korea, all dungeons fall under military management, and the Hunter Corps, a highly skilled elite unit, is given top priority to investigate these dungeons and handle all monster subjugation. Members of this unit can rank up solely based on ability, meaning there's absolutely no limit to how fast someone can climb the ranks if they possess the power. By enlisting in the Hunter Corps, Minjun finally gets his license to enter dungeons and wipe out the trash lurking within, using his demonic energy. From that point on, he starts daydreaming about blazing through the ranks, recovering his lost powers along the way. The mere thought makes this scheming maniac chuckle, imagining himself hitting 10 stars in just 5 years, clearing out every single dungeon in sight. And that would be by then just enough time for Dungeon Power Fighter to finally roll out its fourth awakening, while he soaks up all the glory and the massive paycheck of a public hero. Just then, Sergeant Lee Sung-ho of the Hunter Corps reports to the commander. The commander greets him quite warmly and introduces Minjun as the new recruit. And Minjun is absolutely stunned to see a battalion commander speaking so formally to a mere sergeant. Sung-ho turns to Minjun and bluntly asks if he truly has special powers. If he's a born hunter, he should have access to a status window. So the sergeant insists that Sparky read out all his stats. Minjun can't help but wonder if all the Hunter Corps members are this pushy. But whatever, he gives in and does what they asked. Come to think of it, he remembers having a status window back in Isgard 2, but he barely used the thing. That only showed number values and stats. Now the lad's actually curious to see how the status window works in this world. But the second it appears, he's completely thrown off. Sung-ho immediately presses him, asking what he's seeing. But Minjun just gives him a nervous smile. With an awkward chuckle, he says the window's showing an error. Sung-ho's expression goes stiff, as if his brain just hit a glitch, trying to process what he heard. Somewhere in Yeonjido, at the Hunter Corps Training Center, the commander starts with some small talk, saying he last saw her in Hwachuan. It's been 10 years. He admits he never imagined running into Sien Unisio. Here of all places, she quickly corrects him, saying she's not a hunter yet, just a new recruit who enlisted today. Still, she wants to know if she's only being called in because of her father's status, making it clear she has no interest in getting special treatment. During training, the commander laughs it off, assuring her it has nothing to do with General Sun and that she won't be getting any kind of special pass. He also reminds her that the Hunter Corps isn't some easy organization, something her father must have mentioned already. With such a renowned rookie enlisting, the commander figures he'd exchange a few words of encouragement before the girl gets super busy. He knows it couldn't have been easy for her to enlist as a regular soldier instead of walking in as an executive. They're always short on exceptional people like her, he says. So he genuinely thanks her, both as a citizen and a loyal soldier of the nation. Meanwhile, Yun-seo is clearly flustered and embarrassed, but she politely thanks the commander in return. Just then, a van pulls up, and the commander hints she might be meeting an intriguing new comrade who's on board. He asks if she'd like to go greet him together, which completely catches her by surprise. Meanwhile, Min-jun is hyped to finally step into the Hunter Corps training center. The building's absolutely massive, and he's not even sure how much taxpayer money went into building it. So the first thing he asks is whether there's a PC room. Sung-ho throws some serious shade at this weirdo, telling him not to get too excited, since he's not officially in the Hunter Corps yet, just because he's a special case. Sung-ho's been given the job of testing him out. That arrogant tone instantly ticks Sparky off, and he's ready to curse this jerk out. According to Sung-ho, he would have already dumped Min-jun back in the Yangchang if the head office hadn't specifically requested to test him. Moreover, Sung-ho adds that once he proves Min-jun's nothing but a fraud, he'll be handed over to the military police without wasting a single second. Min-jun's definitely not loving this guy's attitude. He's way too stingy and full of himself, but the dude keeps it together and demands to know the details of the test. That's when Sung-ho reveals a giant red crystal and tells him that if he can move it even an inch, within 10 minutes he'll pass. The soldier guy says he's ready to see if this so-called talent is truly worth the hype for signing up with the Hunter Corps. The red stone is no ordinary rock. It's a byproduct formed inside dungeons, known for being insanely dense, hard, and incredibly heavy, making it pretty much impossible for any average recruit to even budge. Min-jun strolls casually past Sung-ho, casually saying he's glad the test is this simple, which definitely bruises Sung-ho's ego. Sung-ho totally gets it. This whole setup is a pretty dumb way to measure someone's actual status window, but he understands. There have probably been plenty of frauds with totally mediocre abilities try to sneak their way into the Hunter Corps, so this kind of test helps weed out the fakes. Meanwhile, Sung-ho had heard some wild rumors about this guy, jumping 5 meters straight onto the podium, but that whole status window error thing still just doesn't add up. A few others are now watching Min-jun's test, including Commander Choi and Yun-seo. Choi figures this guy probably showed off some crazy physical abilities to the battalion commander at the training center, just to get here this fast. He also tells Yun-seo that Min-jun's status window actually came up with an error. The old man has never heard of anything like that before, but he's got seriously high hopes for this new recruit. Min-jun stares intently at the red stone and instantly remembers it from his time in his guard. That ridiculously heavy rock was scattered all over the dungeons there. But chunk this size, he could move it without even breaking a sweat. He figures this thing packs a punch, wondering if maybe this thing stores some demonic energy too. So the brute winds up and smashes the entire stone into pieces in one shot. Too bad though, it turns out it's got nothing. Commander Choi and Yun-seo are left with their jaws on the floor, in pure shock. Even Sergeant Sung-ho looks like his eyes might pop out, calling Min-jun a straight-up crazy monster. Later, Nam and Hyuk find himself completely out of breath, drenched in sweat as he drags himself up the stairs with the other recruits. Even before joining the Hunter Corps, he knew the training wasn't going to be normal, but now he's really feeling like something's off. Once the training period ends, they'll be heading into real combat. But before that, they're stuck with 4 weeks of absolute hell. That means strapping on sandbags from the very first session, and now they're scaling the infamous 6,000 steps. As if things couldn't get any more brutal, there's this absolute devil of an instructor, Sekun Lee Sung-ho, constantly breathing down their exhausted necks. He's meticulously checking their finishing times. That much was expected, but this kind of raw, physical training barely boosts their stats. It's pushing most of the recruits to the absolute brink of collapse. Nam Hee-uk always figured Hunter Corps recruits had to endure a lot and just suck it up, but now he's not so sure about this lunatic running the show. Meanwhile, Min Jun is having the time of his life, running like some kind of free elf. In Hyuk's starting to question if the problem is actually them, not him. Min Jun feels like his body is floating on air, and if he still had his demonic energy, he swears he'd be absolutely flying. Sparky actually finds his so-called hellish hunter core training kind of sweet. The military uniforms actually look stylish compared to the rags he wore back in his old life. And the food? Way better than he expected. Even the schedule is a win. Once the evening roll call is done, they get actual free time and can crash for the night. Also, he heard there's a PC room right inside the facility, and it's apparently just as good as anything out in the city, as long as he follows the rules. No one's gonna bother him during his free time. Though, Min Jun had every intention of ditching the place if it turned out to be a drag. But it turns out, the Hunter Corps has everything he could ask for, including grueling drills, delicious meals, solid pay, and even time to play games. He dashes up the stairs, shouting that the Hunter Corps is the best thing ever. In Hyuk, still trying to catch his breath, can't wrap his head around what kind of fuel this insane monster runs on to move like that in a flash. Sung-ho is left completely flabbergasted as he sees Min Jun reach the very top, way faster than anyone expected. It usually takes about an hour for the average recruit to finish this climb, but this guy absolutely crushed it in record time. Min Jun's up there just enjoying the view, practically dancing around Sung-ho and reminding him of the promise he made, that anyone who finishes under 30 minutes gets an outing pass, no questions asked. Sung-ho reluctantly hands it over, while Min Jun immediately starts plotting where to use it. Sung-ho can't help but crack a smile, wondering if there's ever been a recruit or an outing pass like this before. Still, he knows that high stats or raw strength alone aren't truly enough, as the real test is how fast someone can react to monsters. That's what truly matters in the Hunter Corps, and for that very reason, he swears he'll be keeping a very close eye on Kim Min Jun. Meanwhile, the rest of the recruits are busy whining, grumbling about how impossible it is to keep up with this kind of training every single day. Then suddenly, In Hyuk yells out that his stats went up by 1, and the others quickly rally around to congratulate him, like it's the biggest win of the entire day. Now everyone's caught up checking their own stats, and Min Jun is straight up shocked when he sees how hyped the recruits are over just 1 stat point going up. This dude can't help but remember his brutal Asgard training under that insane warrior who forced him to earn 10 stat points a day, like it was absolutely nothing. Meanwhile, one of the guys asks if Min Jun's planning to use his outing pass, but Sparky's not so sure yet. The others look at him with total envy. They heard from another instructor that no one has ever managed to earn an outing pass, from Sergeant Si Young-ho until now. Suddenly, everyone starts crowding around him, throwing out questions about his workout routine and how he got so strong. Min Jun's totally caught off guard by the whole scene, realizing people are actually chatting and laughing with him. It's totally new. Back in his old guard as a dark mage, everyone steered clear of him as if he carried a curse. Even passing by him was thought to bring misfortune. But here, things are completely different, and socializing isn't nearly as awful as he imagined. These guys are already excitedly making plans to hit up the PC bang later on, and that gets Min Jun totally hyped up. He's even more stunned to learn the PC room is open at this hour. Now, that's a serious win. While absolutely crushing it in the PC bang, the clock strikes 9, and Min Jun realizes it's time to snag a quick 2 hours of sleep. Back in his old guard unit, even just an hour was considered an absolute luxury. So 2 hours felt like a full-on, uninterrupted deep sleep. With that kind of precious rest, he's incredibly confident he'll recover just enough energy to keep grinding games day in and day out. The others in the room are completely dumbfounded, watching this absolute maniac still plugged into the game. Next up, the recruits are slammed with another brutal drill, with no extra distance to cover this time, but they must maintain a perfectly consistent speed. Anyone who fails to complete 40 grueling kilometers within 2 hours will forfeit their breakfast. Later, Min Yuni casually brags about hitting 10 max levels yesterday, which totally ticks off In Hook, who's absolutely struggling to catch his breath after the drill. He's annoyed that Min Jun isn't even breaking a sweat. What frustrates him even more is knowing the guy played games all night and only slept 2 hours in the last 4 weeks. When someone asks him how he's still even standing, Minjun just grins, instantly grabbing everyone's attention, and declares he brought enough water to share with all his comrades. The guy absolutely loses it, praising his insane stamina, and calling him his dearest comrade. They're practically dying to get a single sip of what now feels like some kind of mythical, life-saving elixir. The boys line up like baby chicks, eagerly waiting for Minjun to pour a precious sip of water into their mouths. In the middle of their lively chatter, someone suddenly shouts, demanding their attention, and it's Lee dropping a bombshell announcement that the lieutenant is gravely disappointed in. All of them. It's the final brutal week of training, and only half the recruits have even managed to meet the basic standard. He straight up labels them the most pathetic squadron to ever exist. Minjun can't help but wonder that why this old geezer's talking in the third person, like some ancient sage. Lee doesn't stop there, though. He then throws major shade at everyone. He claims if they get deployed after training ends, half of them are heading straight for their deathbeds. That kind of mindset, according to him, is basically a one-way ticket straight to heaven. He boldly claims there's no way any of them will survive the final stage of training, which is something called the dungeon assessment training. Normally, once all the monsters inside a dungeon are wiped out, the dungeon disappears, but some of them don't vanish. Instead, they turn into what are called transforming dungeons. These dungeons constantly shift their internal structure, changing layouts and environments on a regular basis. That makes them the perfect spot for trainees to get real-life dungeon experience. And that hardcore simulation is what they call the dungeon assessment training. Just hearing the name sends shivers down the recruits' spines, so they already know they're in for something brutal. With Lee cranking up the tension, he seems to enjoy it, saying, recruits need to be handled like racehorses. Real discipline. You need a heavy whip to keep them in line, and then toss them a carrot later. He assures them they'll make it through, if they just use their brains. To sweeten the deal, he announces that the recruit with the highest score will earn a 2-night, 3-day vacation pass. The old man believes this little reward will light a fire under them and push them to work harder. He asks if that news doesn't make their blood boil, but the recruits just stare at him blankly, watching him tap the stage like he's lost it. But no one responds. He's trying so hard to hype them up, but it feels like he's talking to a wall. That is, until he spots one guy who actually looks thrilled by the news, and that just makes the rest of them more nervous. The next day, the entire squad shows up, their jaws practically hitting the floor. They're absolutely stunned by just how massive the dungeon truly is. Minjun, on the other hand, couldn't care less, completely unfazed. On the day of their dungeon assessment training, the recruits are absolutely buzzing with nerves, wondering what kind of nightmare truly awaits them inside. Suddenly, a jeep rumbles dramatically onto the scene, scaring the absolute living crap out of everyone. Their collective thought is, why is a military truck out here of all places? Their panic then spikes even higher when they realize the jeep is loaded with cages, and inside those cages, terrifying real monsters with terrifying noises echoing ominously from the cages. The recruits quickly realize the cages are filled with fearsome hounds that send an icy chill racing straight down their spines. One of them even collapses from the sheer shock of it all, while another is already frantically looking for an escape route. Meanwhile, Minjun just calmly sees them as oversized puppies, comparing them to mere chihuahuas or Malteses in his head. Lee is absolutely fuming as he watches these recruits tremble pathetically at the sight of the very monsters they're supposed to be trained to expertly face. He orders them to immediately form teams of 4 and head straight into the transforming dungeon, where they must defeat a single hound within 1 hour, and then safely return. He lays down the instructions. If they get hurt, they'd better work on improving their core strength. If they're scared, they should actually use their brains and fight with every ounce of their spirit. Shangho then steps up to announce they'll be going in, one by one, so it's time to gear up and get moving. Next up, the Hunter Corps' exclusive safety suit, the legendary Mid-2, meticulously designed to protect the physical body during battle. Once everyone awkwardly slips into the gear, they start trembling like a flock of scared chickens, wondering if anything else in the world could possibly be tougher than this armor. Meanwhile, Minjun is silently judging the suit, thinking it's insanely uncomfortable and awkward, and clearly built for defense only. He can't believe something this stiff and clunky actually costs around 50 million from the smell alone. However, he figures these suits have been used to hell and back, soaked in the passion and sweat of countless others. That's when Sparky throws out a truly bold question. He asks if the hounds are finally dealt with, which means they can finally ditch these suits. Initially, Lieutenant Lee looks a bit taken aback by the idea, but then he realizes it's Min Jun, the top-ranking recruit in the entire squad. He relents and grants permission. But Lee doesn't let him off the hook that easily. He quickly reminds Min Jun that he isn't allowed to hog the spotlight. He's expected to show some real teamwork. And now, everyone's going to be watching how the top-ranked recruit handles himself when it comes to taking care of his squad mates. When it comes to defeating a hound, Sparky acts like the whole thing is a total walk in the park, confidently claiming that all he needs to do is tell his teammates what to do. Then, out of nowhere, Min Jun suddenly yells that he's got the perfect plan. Two guys actually lean in, curious to hear him out, but then, this weirdo casually drops the most absolutely brutal advice ever. Just grab the hound by the legs and snap its back in half. That should do the trick if it dares jump at them. And if the beast somehow survives that, he says they should fold its back and rip it apart. After delivering that horrifying strategy, Sparky demands to know if they got it. The recruits just stand there, staring at him in stunned, absolute silence, completely speechless. Right then, Lee shouts at the sergeants to release the hounds, and Chung Ho pulls open the cage gates, letting the beasts loose. But instead of attacking the recruits, the menacing creatures just bolt straight back into the dungeon. Min Jun casually points out that the wolves probably saw the door to their home and headed for it. Surprisingly, his logic immediately clicks with everyone, and the recruits start praising his sharp mind for understanding the hound's psychology. Zulfust. Then, out of nowhere, Lee suddenly storms over and demands to know if they truly have the guts to just stand around laughing. On these holy training grounds, that roar absolutely knocks the wind out of everyone. Lee then drops a bombshell. They've been chosen as the very first team to enter. Min Jun couldn't care less, but the other three are practically short-circuiting from the shock. They're completely stunned to be thrown in first. With no time to even process it, they march towards the dungeon gate, and Sparky's only real motivation right now is ditching this annoying suit. The second he finishes the kill, that is. With that, Lee announces the start of training, alerting the instructor team to stand by and monitor everything closely. Their job is to control the situation. If things ever spiral out of hand, the instructor team keeps a sharp eye on the trainees from their hidden cover. One of them quietly reports to Corporal Kim Ho-jun that only a single team of 4 is entering, with no other parties involved. That's when he spots a familiar face, none other than Kim In-jun, the recruit marked for special attention. He's the one who's been showing some seriously promising powers lately, with top-tier scores from the past 4 weeks. But the real question is, can this kid truly live up to those numbers inside the chaos of a real dungeon? No doubt about it. The first team is fired up and itching to go, already showing signs of impatience. As they get ready to pounce, Min Jun feels like this whole thing is a total breeze, thinking he could easily knock the hounds out with a quick smack to the head. But then again, if he takes them all out, the others won't get any experience, and that wouldn't be fair. He figures he's being super considerate. Right then, he alerts the group that the hounds are on the way, and sure enough, a pack of them creeps into view. His teammates are already starting to panic, but Min Jun tells them to chill, since they're wearing insanely tough protective suits. He decides to take the lead, maybe to set an example. As soon as a hound lunges at him, he lands a brutal punch, dropping the beast instantly. Another hound appears and goes straight for one of the other recruits, sinking its fangs into his arm. As the poor guy begs for help, Min Jun doesn't waste a second. Min Jun kicks the hound right off him, killing it too. Then, like a coach mid-game, he starts schooling them, telling the group they need to fight back. When the hounds bite, if they act scared, the monsters will take advantage and treat them like easy prey. He also tells them to ditch the honorifics, since they're comrades now. Honestly, he knows 2 guys would have been dead if this weren't just a training exercise. But since they've got numbers, they need to use that to their advantage and push back hard. It'll throw the hounds off and shift the fight in their favor. Now, the team is taking the lead, with Min Jun calling the shots, instructing them to corner the hound. and wait for the perfect moment when it drops its guard. Meanwhile, the instructor team is watching all this unfold in utter disbelief, questioning if this guy is really just a recruit they never expected to see. Fresh trainees launching themselves at hounds and choking out beasts like it's no big deal. Thanks to Minjun, the squad is pushing through their fear and actually fighting back. Instructors even start wondering if this lunatic might be one of those rare cases, like a hunter corps sergeant who somehow returned to the day before his enlistment, the kind of story they usually hear in rumors. But what stands out more than his sheer strength is how Minjun leads the team. He's encouraging his squad, keeping them focused, and coordinating the fight with actual strategy. That incredible leadership earns him the highest score of the group, while the rest settle for average marks. Corporal Kim Ho-jun shows up with his sidekick and officially declares the first team has passed the test. As they head out, Minjun won't stop badgering Ho-jun, relentlessly asking if he snagged that vacation pass. But Ho-jun wastes no time in silencing him. Minjun cracks a joke, saying the instructors must have been frantic with worry about the team's whereabouts, even calling them a bunch of clueless goofs. That instantly gets under Ho-jun's skin. Suddenly, something feels wrong. The ground begins to rumble ominously. Ho-jun senses it immediately too, and instantly orders his team to contact the outside unit. But Minjun isn't fazed in the slightest. He calmly points out that this isn't an earthquake. It's the dungeon itself undergoing a transformation. That's when the others finally catch on. The only exit route is closing right before their eyes, with their escape path rapidly sealing itself off. The recruits are absolutely terrified, freaking out of their minds. They start shouting, demanding to know what's going on. Even Ho-jun's expression speaks volumes. They are in grave, serious trouble. But Minjun already knows it's far too late to escape. Moments later, the exit gate completely vanishes into thin air, leaving Ho-jun utterly speechless and in total shock. They had meticulously ensured that this transformation process was supposed to occur only on a monthly cycle. This sudden, unexpected shift makes absolutely no sense. The entire internal structure of the dungeon is starting to morph and shift, and to make matters even worse, the radio goes dead, cutting off all communication. It appears the dungeon transformed way too rapidly. For now, the instructor team has decided to prioritize getting the recruits to safety. After finding a relatively safe, danger-free corner, Ho-jun tells everyone, explaining that there's been an unforeseen incident within the dungeon, while his teammate remains vigilant, keeping watch over their surroundings. He tells the anxious group not to worry. He states they'll wait in their current spot for an hour to see if the dungeon entrance reopens, just as it says in the manual. The recruits completely fall for Ho-jun's reassuring speech, feeling incredibly relieved that this ordeal will be over soon. They're simply overjoyed they won't be trapped here indefinitely. To further ease their minds, Ho-jun adds that people outside are likely already assessing the situation and preparing to send in help. He also reassures them that the lieutenant will undoubtedly take all the proper steps. So all they need to do is stay calm and wait, instead of panicking. But Minjun quietly judges the corporal, not buying a word of it. He's sure they picked this place for training, after thoroughly confirming there wouldn't be any unexpected surprises like this. What's even more suspicious is how the dungeon entrance, that's always open, just randomly closed up out of nowhere suddenly. Corporal Kim Ho-jun gestures to him for a private word, and Minjun calmly realizes that these guys know full well the situation's looking bad. There's no manual for stuff like this. And if the dungeon has really turned into an enclosed dungeon, then it's going to be way tougher to clear. This mainless guy still remembers seeing something like this back in his guard, but it's not that bad, especially with him being here now. Meanwhile, Ho-jun admits this is the worst case scenario. They're definitely in an enclosed dungeon. His buddy has no clue and is freaking out, clearly not trained for this kind of mess. Then Ho-jun breaks down the two special cases when a dungeon entrance disappears. The first is when the dungeon dissipates naturally after being cleared, and the second is when it turns into an enclosed dungeon where the gate vanishes the moment someone enters from the outside. Just like that, this one sealed shut, which also means more than one monster will appear. The only way to escape now is by defeating every single monster trapped inside. Plus, Ho-Jun makes it clear to his teammate that no outside help is coming. They're on their own and need to break through this mess together. With 4 recruits who have 0 real battle experience and just 2 instructors, they'll have to clear the dungeon by themselves. After Ho-Jun fills everyone in on their current situation, the recruits are visibly shaken. As expected, on top of that, Ho-Jun has no idea what kind of monsters are crawling through this place. So things might take a deadly turn fast. Still, they can't afford to stay put. They need to keep moving while they have the strength. He regrets that the instructors weren't geared up before diving in. They just jumped in, wearing tracksuits to monitor the kids. At this rate, even a few goblins could wipe them out, considering it takes Ho-Jun around 10 minutes just to kill one. Then he glances at the back and remembers the recruits are still wearing the hunter core. Safety suits, he figures they can use those suits. Defensive capabilities as part of the most realistic strategy right now. Place the recruits up front to absorb the hits, while the instructors strike from behind. It's a sound plan, but the thought of using these kids as meat shields makes Ho-Jun sick to his stomach. They've endured so much brutal training and trusted the instructors to protect them, and now his pride and self-respect won't let him turn those same kids into bait. While Min-Jun casually acts like he doesn't care, his teammates are panicking like crazy, especially since this whole disaster hits right when they're in the final week of their training. Out of nowhere, the mainless weirdo senses that something's off, and the instructor asks him what's going on. That's when Ho-Jun suddenly starts screaming, like something's choking him from the inside. His partner rushes over, ignoring Min-Jun's warning not to go near him, saying there's nothing he can do right now. But the guy rolls in anyway to check on Ho-Jun, only to feel the exact same thing happening to him, and he collapses to the ground. From that point, Min-Jun steps up and takes control, telling the rest of the team to stay back, or they'll end up just like the instructors. As he checks on the 2, he figures out they've only fainted and aren't in any serious danger. For now, well, Sparky had a hunch. He smelled something familiar earlier. Right then, Min-Jun tosses the instructors right at the recruits, telling them to catch them and keep them safe. Near the exit, he firmly tells them not to follow him under any circumstances whatsoever. One of the recruits tries to knock some sense into him, demanding to know what he plans to do, when even the instructors have already fainted, clearly shaken and begging him not to go in alone. But Min-Jun charges deeper into the dungeon, without a moment's hesitation, fully aware that the risk of death actually excites him, especially because this time it's real and happening on Earth. Still, he's incredibly confident. The real reason the instructors collapsed is the overwhelming presence of demonic energy. It doesn't even surprise him. He knows that even awakened instructors could pass out from exposure to something like this. Even back in Isgard, people are always shielded with specialized protection before facing monsters laced with demonic energy. That's because this stuff is far more fatal to regular humans. But for dark mages, dark energy is like plugging in a dead phone. It's their very life source. After sprinting through the dungeon for a while, Min-Jun finally reaches the exact spot where this overwhelming demonic energy is radiating from. The place is dead silent, with no monsters in sight, but that only makes him grin even wider. He looks up at the ceiling, knowing full well that something this nasty and utterly soaked in darkness could never hide from a dark mage's senses. And there it is, he can feel it. He never thought he'd run into a beast, like the Darkhound here, of all places. But make no mistake, this isn't just another version of those regular hounds. Despite the similar names, the Darkhound is a completely different breed, and leagues more dangerous entirely. The first time Min-Jun came across one, back in Isgard, was about a year after he got summoned. Back then, he barely made it out alive. Even a monster guides on Earth wouldn't dare go near this thing. It's truly that brutal. The Darkhound blasts down from the ceiling, but Min-Jun doesn't even falter. He just stands his ground, almost as if relieved to see a familiar face. With a chilling smirk, he thanks the beast for the meal, and in an instant, he slams a jaw-shattering punch right into its face, sending the monster flying backward like a pathetic rag doll. The Darkhound crashes onto the ground hard, its face a bloody mess, its teeth completely shattered. Min-Jun's eyes, meanwhile, gleam with raw hunger for its demonic energy, even after such a satisfying blow. The heavy, nauseating scent of blood fills the air, but he couldn't care less. It only means his recharge is about to kick off. And while the blood's odor remains repulsive, the sheer, insane amount of demonic energy gushing out after the Darkhound's brutal demise is the true prize here, which is exactly why felling a creature like this is no easy feat. Its venomous blood is seriously dangerous. If any mere mortal even touches it, their skin would immediately begin to fester and rot. But none of that dreadful stuff affects a dark mage. As the demonic energy pours forth from the Darkhound, Minjun sucks it all up with a smug look on his face. As Minjun devours this demonic energy juice, he knows all the wild side effects that come along. Don't even faze a dark mage in the slightest. Minjun's beyond thrilled to finally absorb demonic energy after what feels like ages, feeling like he's currently sitting at around 5% charged. Still, he can't quite wrap his head around why a Darkhound, a creature from Isgard, would suddenly appear in a place like this. He had figured monsters on Earth could potentially contain some demonic energy, but witnessing the instructor's sudden faint raises some seriously unsettling questions. He highly doubts they've ever encountered anything like this before. Demonic energy was never once mentioned, or Darkhounds at all during the monster education back at the training center. And the very idea of a Darkhound actually managing dimensional travel, that's totally out of the question. Only someone like him, who's reached the absolute pinnacle of dark magic, could ever pull off something like that. Either that, or it's something only a saint, who can channel God's divine power, could pull off. Given this isn't a power just anyone can access, Minjun can't help but wonder if he's overthinking things, or if this truly is the first time a Darkhound has ever appeared in Korea. Either way, though, he's determined to find the core and file a report. Sure enough, he succeeds. Meanwhile, Ho-jun's eyes slowly flutter open, and the recruits are absolutely buzzing with relief to see him finally regaining consciousness. They immediately crowd around, asking if he's all right, but then both instructors suddenly bolt upright, scaring the living daylights out of their juniors. Ho-jun instantly demands a full update, checking if anyone was hurt, or if anything else happened while they were out. The juniors confess they briefly thought the two turned into zombies for a second, but quickly reassure him everyone's fine. They also mention Minjun headed deeper into the dungeon by himself. That piece of news completely throws Ho-jun off, and as the recruits explain what went down, after both he and his partner collapsed, Ho-jun's face twists with pure rage. He's absolutely enraged that Minjun acted alone in such a dangerous situation, gritting his teeth just thinking about it. That kind of reckless stunt is more than enough to get someone kicked straight out of the program. He just feels he's in no place to criticize anyone, especially after passing out himself, instead of protecting the juniors. But then he abruptly snaps back to reality, realizing he absolutely has to go after Kim Minjun and bring him back. But just as he's about to make a move, one of the juniors suddenly calls out, pointing ahead. To everyone's utter shock, Minjun just strolls in like nothing even happened, casually carrying the massive dead Darkhound over his shoulder. He even asks if everyone's doing okay, as if this is just another Tuesday. Both instructors completely freeze, jaws practically scraping the dirt, their brains completely short-circuiting at the sheer, monstrous size of the creature. They can't even begin to fathom how this kid possibly took it down all alone, without missing a beat. Minjun drops the enormous hound right in front of them and casually tells them to check it out. The instructors lean in for a closer look, and instantly their eyes widen. This colossal beast was the true cause of their earlier collapse. The recruits now grasped that the hounds they battled were mere pups, and this was the terrifying adult. No one could fathom how Minjun single-handedly defeated such a monstrous creature. Then, as if on some twisted cue, the dungeon gate flickers ominously and reappears right back in its original spot, still reeling and trying to process what just happened. Ho-yun turns to Minjun and asks if he truly took that thing down all by himself. Minjun just nods, sporting that same infuriatingly calm smile. Ho-jun tells his partner to escort the stunned recruits out first, promising he'll follow right behind. Lin, putting Minjun aside, he firmly demands he report every single detail of what went down to the lieutenant. That includes how both instructors inexplicably fainted, leaving the recruits completely stranded and alone. Ho Jun knows they have absolutely no excuses, even if it lands them straight into military prison. But thanks to Min Jun, everyone made it back alive, without so much as a scratch. Sparky just smirks, muttering that Ho Jun is being pretty embarrassing right now. But Ho Jun insists that a real man owns up to his mistakes, no matter what. With that, he declares it's time to evacuate this cursed place. Still, Ho Jun can't wrap his head around what exactly caused him to lose consciousness, already dreading a sleepless night ahead, trying to puzzle it all out. Meanwhile, Min Yoon still hung up on the fact he actually got a major compliment during his last week of training. Just as he turns to head out, a sudden, glaring system window pops up right in front of his face. With a cryptic message, "Error resolved." Min Jun stares at the screen, utterly dumbfounded, muttering, "I have no idea what this even means." He curses under his breath, calling this whole thing a piece of junk, just like that buggy system back in Isgard. But then, the screen updates, officially labeling him as the cult founder of Lumi. Then, Nuna, his favorite character, appears, followed by his stats. Strength, agility, and stamina both sit at 60, and his demonic energy is a dismal 10. His only listed skill? Corruption. Ranked at E. The numbers themselves don't bother him much, but something about this whole setup feels incredibly off, especially the mention of Lumi Nuna in his status window. Lumi is a character from Dungeon Power Fighter, the very game he used to play to kill time, back in Isgard, when he'd reached the peak of his dark magic powers, and got sick of crazy fanatics trailing him everywhere. He created this joke cult around Lumi, just to shake them off. Now somehow, the joke has followed him here. Everyone had once begged Min Jun to take over the world, but to shake them off, he ended up forming Lumi Nuna's fan club. The plan backfired spectacularly. It only created more lunatics worshipping him. Now that he's looking at his current stats, Min Jun realizes just how much weaker he's become. When he first came back without any demonic energy, he figured there'd be a penalty for dimensional travel. Still, out of the endless list of skills he used to have, only one remains, and that's corruption with a super low rank. At this point, he's convinced the skill's effect might as well be a stomachache. This isn't some third-rate novel, but the absurdity of it all makes him want to throw up. There's no way he can achieve any of his goals like this. But then again, he once climbed to the top of the dark magic hierarchy in Isgard. If he did it before, he can do it again. This time, he's got a solid reason. 2. He needs to regain his power fast, so he can help the game company that's stuck in development hell thanks to monsters. But one thing is for sure, this isn't like the time in Isgard, when he had no choice but to endure. Now he's got the game company waiting on him. That day, the entire training center was thrown into chaos when news broke that a training dungeon had sealed itself while a session was in progress. On top of that, the lieutenant hadn't issued any clear orders. A mere recruit, no less, had just single-handedly obliterated a brand new monster species. Meanwhile, the instructors were completely blindsided, grappling with a flurry of unforeseen complications. The recruits themselves, who were eagerly awaiting their private ranks and a taste of much-deserved freedom before their deployment, suddenly found themselves swept into a whirlwind of chaos. These juniors now feel utterly cursed, completely unsure when their standby status will ever lift. And all this, mind you, in their final week of training. Honestly, at this point, they wouldn't even complain about just loafing around and watching some TV. Lee Ho-chan turns to Park Jong-won, asking if Min Jun really took down that colossal hound. Jong-won, still buzzing with adrenaline, confirms it. He initially thought it was a cow, he says, because of its sheer, unbelievable size. But yeah, Min Jun absolutely annihilated it. They then start speculating if Kim Min Jun could possibly hit Sergeant within just 2 years. But someone quickly points out that the Hunter Corps' advanced exams are no walk in the park. Most guys, apparently, only get discharged as corporals, even after serving their full 5 years. There are even some who end up leaving at the rank of private. First class, believe it or not. Kim Min Jun salutes as he meets Commander Choi, noticing Lieutenant Lee Myong standing in an unusually stiff and awkward posture. Choi casually asks Lee to step out, and the moment he's gone, Choi bursts into uproarious laughter. He reveals the lieutenant got punished for failing to properly inspect the dungeons. But cutting straight to the chase, Choi says they have something incredibly important to discuss. Since Min Jun achieved the absolute highest score, He's got a very special proposal waiting for him. He asks if Min Jun is interested in hearing it. A crane in the flock of chickens is an idiom often used to describe someone who truly shines head and shoulders above everyone else. Commander Choi firmly believes that Kim Min Jun is anything but ordinary, and he's genuinely grateful to have witnessed someone of his caliber in his lifetime. He never imagined he'd encounter a crane so incredibly exceptional that it makes even the above average look like mere chickens in comparison. Choi argues it'd be a national tragedy to waste this talent in the regular ranks, especially with their desperate need for skilled personnel. He also mentions hearing Min Jun wants to advance through the ranks quickly. Normally, there's a strict rule preventing privates from even taking the promotional exam for at least a year. But when it comes to exceptions, well, that's a whole different story. This detail leaves Min Jun utterly stunned. That's when Commander Choi drops the real bombshell. As the training commander, he has the authority to grant Min Jun that very exception. But there's one massive condition. He wants him to volunteer for the Hunter Corps, stationed in Chorwon, Gangwon-do. The old man even slams the table, shouting that Min Jun wouldn't need to wait a full year for a promotion if he just heads there. An awkward silence hangs heavy between them. Jolly starts wondering if Chorwon might be too much, even for someone desperate for advancement. Perhaps this exception isn't enough of a carrot. Meanwhile, Min Jun doesn't show a flicker of concern or interest. He's deep in thought, recalling that Chorwon is home to the 104th Division of the Invincible Hunter Squad, the exact place his comrades warned him to avoid. Like the plague, the weather is brutal. Snow piles up endlessly, and dungeons, along with monsters, pop up whenever they feel like it. It's labeled as one of the most extreme posts. But Min Jun couldn't care less where he ends up, as long as he advances fast. That promotion exception is a golden opportunity. Besides, the place reeks of dungeons, which is actually perfect for his grand plan to succeed. He needs to climb the ranks as quickly as possible. The higher the rank, the broader his range of action. Also, there's no better way to earn a promotion than by proving oneself inside the dungeons. With that, Kim Min Jun gives a flat, unwavering yes. He's in. Commander Choi is shocked to his core that this guy just agreed to head straight into Chorwon, the land of brutal cold, and he pulled it off with such audacious flair. Later, in the bustling parking lot, a crowd had gathered around the vans, and Commander Choi, he's absolutely bawling his eyes out as he bids farewell to Kim Min Jun, practically begging him to get in touch. The moment he arrives at his new base, Min Jun just figures this old man is being overly dramatic, fully intending to be the one who ghosts him. Choi swears he won't, but Min Jun clearly couldn't care less. Still, the commander asks if he's seriously heading to Chorwon, desperate to know why he chose the one place everyone else actively avoids. Min Jun simply says it's a plan far too grand for the old man to ever wrap his head around, adding he's got an insane personal goal to achieve. Choi jokes, is it hitting max level 100 times? But Min Jun casually informs him he just hit his 13th max level yesterday. So 100 isn't even a challenge anymore. As Choi and Min Jun's ride pulls away down the road, Min Jun watches the loudest guy head off to his own separate base and wonders why he's suddenly riding solo. Then, completely out of the blue, an army jeep rolls up, calling out for Kim Min Jun, which throws him completely off guard. Behind the wheel is a cool guy in black shades, who asks Kim Min Jun, casually inquiring if the kid's been waiting long. Explaining the snow slowed him down. Min Jun is absolutely stunned, not even realizing it had started snowing. The driver tells Min Jun to hop in the back, so they can finally head to the squad. The reality then hits him. He's officially about to start his life as a soldier. But one thing absolutely nags at him. Hazing. He remembers all those TV shows where the top dog forces the newcomer to do insane stuff, like finding Dragon Balls or running pointless errands. Min Jun knows he definitely doesn't have the patience to deal with that kind of crap, but figures he'll just have to tough it out somehow. On the way there, though, Min Jun realizes just how dangerous things could get if he loses his cool and punches a superior officer. That would spell the end of all his ambitions. he'd be shipped off to military prison as a regular soldier. As they approach their destination, snow starts falling lightly on the van of the invincible Hunter Corps, arriving at Gangwon-do's Chiwon. At the Hunter Corps' 104th Division's 2nd Battalion, Minju and Minjun step inside. Minju swings open a door and shoves the newbie inside, ordering the guys there to feed him and teach him how things work. The soldiers inside are stunned, since they got zero heads up, but when they see the newcomer, they burst into laughter and cheer, thrilled to have fresh meat around. As Minjun introduces himself, the squad realizes this is the very guy from the rumors, the psycho who soloed the giant hound. One dude chucks Minjun's bag at Baldy, making him responsible for unpacking his stuff. Minjun quickly pegs the two loudmouths as the alphas of the dorm, standing there with big, goofy grins. It's like they just discovered a new toy or something, and they're dying to know why he chose this place, when his top scores could have easily landed him a rear line post. Minjun simply thinks the front lines offer better real experience and the fastest path to advancement. The guys stare at him like he's nuts, calling him absolutely crazy. They ask if he has a sister or a girlfriend, but Minjun says he's been alone since birth. Curious to see what he's capable of, they pester him to show off his talent, and Minjun figures if showing off shuts them up, it's worth it. He drops down to do one-finger push-ups, but this annoys one of the alphas, who brags that they could do that all day. The other tells Sergeant Cho to relax and let the kid show off. Then Minjun switches it up and starts doing vertical push-ups on his fingers, which leaves the room absolutely stunned. No one thought they'd ever see something that wild in real life, and they start wondering if anyone in their platoon can pull it off. That's when they remember. Hold on, there's a certain sergeant who can. Suddenly, a fierce-looking soldier strides in and immediately barks at Sparky to get out of his way. The alphas visibly blanch and point straight at Minjun, revealing that he's the one pulling off those vertical push-ups. That voice slams into Minjun like a shockwave, and he instantly recognizes it. It's Lee Song-ho. Sergeant Lee Seong-go has his jaw practically hitting the floor when he spots Kim Min-jun standing right there. Of all places here, Min-jun is just as thrown off, never expecting to run into this guy either. Right away, Sergeant Cho immediately starts roasting Song-ho, asking why he's acting so worn out. Well, he just got dispatched as an instructor. The other guy then joins in, bringing up his vacation for bullying rookies, asking how many days off he scored this time. Song-ho doesn't even bother to respond. He just throws him a lazy look and states he got 4 days. That only fuels the fire, and the two immediately start whining about how he completely ruined their runtime. Cho even flips him off, calling him a total party pooper. Meanwhile, Min-jun is in the back, completely lost on what's even happening, watching this absolute chaos unfold. Song-ho, clearly done with their antics, lies down like he's clocked out for the day, and starts watching a live stream of a volcanic dungeon. The feed shows scorching terrain with naturally high temperatures that deal nonstop damage. It's crystal clear to Min-jun now that there's a massive difference in rank and experience between them. Out of nowhere, Song-ho calls out Private First Class Lee Dong-jin and tells him to properly instruct his direct junior, who turns out to be none other than Min-jun. Dong-jin walks right over, introduces himself with a super friendly vibe, and suggests they talk more over some food, since he has a special pass to the post-exchange retail store. Min-jun is low-key shocked. He didn't even realize they weren't allowed to go there on their own. As soon as they arrive, Dong-jin tells Min-jun to go, but Dong-jin just brushes it off and tells him to grab whatever he needs to get full. Min-jun actually thinks this guy's pretty decent, but the moment Dong-jin steps up to pay and sees the bill hit 3,001, the man starts sweating bullets. It's like he just watched his bank account burst into tears. Even the cashier jokes, asking if he's getting cold feet, while Min-jun just digs into his delicious feast. He then brings up the whole retail store situation, asking why they even need special passes to begin with. That's when Dong-jin explains that privates and private first-class soldiers can only use the store on weekends. He also needs to be a private first class to hit the gym, and a corporal just to use the PC rooms. Min-jun nearly chokes on his Doritos when he hears that. They still have PC rooms here. Dong-jin adds that it's just how things are, and he can't expect them to let a low-ranking private chill in a PC room so he better get used to it. Minjun gets all fired up, ready to change that system. But Dongjin tells him flat out that to even think about that, he needs to reach corporal. Then he adds his own take, saying in his opinion, a guy should be at least a sergeant before even trying for corporal. And honestly, that path is no joke. Minjun quickly realizes that he can't just bend the rules here to suit himself. He's pretty bummed about the whole PC room restriction, and it gets him wondering if there's any shortcut to ranking up. Dongjin, speaking from his own rough experience, admits he's failed the advancement exam so many times that he's been stuck as a private first class for the last 3 years. He calls himself pathetic, but Minjun tells him he'll definitely make it next time. Truth is, Minjun actually likes Dongjin's vibe and wants him to rise through the ranks with him so they can hit the PC room together. Right then, a big guy walks in, Sadgyant Kim Gangsisi, who spots the two of them eating and eyes their snacks. He casually asks if they're having something good. Dongjin quickly invites him to join. Naturally, he can't pass up free food. He settles in, immediately grabbing a handful of chips, cracks open a soda, then between bites, he quickly reassures them that he won't spill a single secret about their chat to anyone. But then, Wang Shik then warns them if they're completely useless during tomorrow's firearms training, they might as well just be dead men. He makes his stance perfectly clear. He has absolutely no intention of letting Minjun coast through anything easily, and bluntly asks if the kid even knows how to fire a weapon. Dongjin quickly jumps in, explaining. He was just about to explain how firearms training here is vastly different from anywhere else. But Guang Shik isn't buying it. He raises an eyebrow, asking if Dongjin's, implying he's getting overly involved when a new guy is supposedly doing fine. Then Guang Shik really goes in hard, roasting him. If he's so good, then why is he still stuck as a private first class? That jab clearly gets on Minjun's nerves, so he quietly releases a subtle burst of his demonic energy, just enough to mess with the guy a bit. Guang Shik suddenly lurches up, looking like something hit his stomach hard, and starts accusing the snacks of being expired. Minjun struggles to hold back his laughter, watching Guang Shik fumble with the chip bag, probably hunting desperately for the expiration date. Guang Shik, now thoroughly regretting his snack choices, waves them off, telling the two to get moving. At that moment, a sparkly-eyed Minjun realizes that, hey, maybe his corruption skill has more everyday use than he originally thought. Meanwhile, Guang Shik remains utterly clueless, thinking his stomach just spontaneously gave up on him. Next, Minjun grabs Dongjin's attention and asks him to break down the specifics of firearms training. The nice guy, always ready to help out, asks if Minjun has ever handled a KX-2 with ICM round before. He explains that here, they use bullets even more powerful than ICMs. Those are mere ponies in comparison. Compared to the ones the Hunter Corps uses, are on a whole different level entirely. They're more like wild stallions. Their recoil and sound hit like a cannon. Because monsters appear so frequently, raw firepower is absolutely everything in this unit. Dongjin warns that at first, it might feel strange, even painful, and yeah, he's gonna get yelled at during training. But he assures Minjun that he'll get used to it in no time flat. The lad nods, kind of liking the whole pony to stallion metaphor. It fits perfectly though. He remembers seeing long-range weapons in Isgard that were on the level of an elephant. The thought of a wild stallion still gets him hyped up. That elephant weapon couldn't even be called a firearm. It was practically a siege weapon. So now, with the stallion comparison in mind, Minjun's all fired up for tomorrow's training. Meanwhile, Dongjin quietly wonders what's up with Sergeant Guang Shik and whether his stomach has recovered. The next day at the firearms training facility, loud bangs echo nonstop as soldiers aim at moving hound targets. When it's Minjun's turn, he misses once, but still lands 19 clean shots. The announcer straight up loses it, calling him out like he's a machine. Everyone stares in disbelief, watching this private put on a clinic with his aim. They start whispering that he's some kind of shooting monster. Even Sergeant Cho, who boasts his personal best of 14 hits, a score that's already considered excellent in the squad, is stunned by what he just saw. Meanwhile, Two other big names are watching from the sidelines. 2nd Battalion, 2nd Platoon Commander, 2nd Lieutenant Kim Min-soo is frozen in shock, seeing this kid rack up 19 hits. And next to him, 1st Sergeant Haya Taesak, the battalion's administration and supply officer, nods slowly, realizing the rumors about this elite private weren't just hype, they were deadly accurate. Now, the alpha of dorms demand to know how Min-jun pulled it off, but the guy just shrugs it off, saying he followed the instructions perfectly. That nonchalant answer only infuriates them further. Then, out of nowhere, Kim Min-jun steps in, praising Min-jun to the heavens, and telling him to keep showing his very best. He even mentions that he's looking forward to seeing Min-jun's performance this afternoon in the special firearms training. Sergeant Cho absolutely can't handle it, fuming at the thought of this newbie even trying the special training, while his buddy throws major shade at Min-jun, accusing him of blatant favoritism. The other guys start whispering that Min-jun's so good, he probably would have landed another vacation if he had hit all 20 targets. Meanwhile, the group's heavy shooter turns to Dongjin, demanding to know what's so special about this elite training. Dongjin is still reeling from how this so-called newbie turned out to be a straight-up first-class marksman. He explains that rookies usually aren't allowed in that training, since it uses improved conventional munitions bullets, basically the big guns. The nice guy assures them he'll explain it more later, and that Min-jun will get a proper briefing anyway. The program runs with 2-person teams, entering a facility filled with monsters they have to eliminate on the way to the endpoint. While the monsters aren't high-level threats, the catch is that they're fast-moving targets, and they'll fight back on top of that. Civilian plates pop up unexpectedly, and hitting even one of those counts as a massive failure. Dongjin adds that the whole thing is monitored and controlled by the executives, so there's no real danger, but it does simulate an actual combat scenario. The mention of real monster targets makes Min-jun's heart race. This is exactly the kind of action he signed up for. At the mess hall, the feast kicks off, and all the soldiers dive in, like they haven't eaten in days. While digging into his plate, Min-jun compliments Dongjin, praising him for landing 13 shots in a row. But Dongjin is still in disbelief over the newbie, Min-jun, nailing an incredible 19 hits. Min-jun blushes a bit, brushing it off by saying he's not that great and just had some experience. He then points out that Sergeant Lee Sung-ho is the real monster around here, consistently hitting 17 shots on average, making him the top shooter in the entire squad. That little detail hits Min-jun hard. If the numbers are right, then he's now officially the #1 shooter in the unit. Dongjin has no doubt in his mind that Min-jun is going to crush it in the special firearms training too. Curious about the upcoming 2-person team setup, Min-jun asks if Dongjin is going to be his partner. But Dongjin explains that the teams are picked by the executives, so there's no telling who will be paired up with whom. When asked, the criteria for assigning team members are handled through a thorough ladder lottery system. At the special firearms shooting range, the squad is given 5 minutes to gear up before training officially kicks off. Out of nowhere, Guangshik bellows that he's been paired up with a newbie. He claims it's going to be a massive mismatch because a sergeant and a private are worlds apart. Min-jun sees this loudmouth as his partner now, and by the looks of it, the guy hasn't learned a thing. He's still stuck in full hazing mode. This loafer smugly tells Min-jun that the average finish time in their squad is 3 minutes. Then this creeper throws in a warning, saying if Min-jun doesn't finish under that time, he'll definitely regret it. Min-jun doesn't say a word, which makes Guangshik assume the rookie's confidence is totally shot. He even mocks him, calling the 19 hits from earlier just dumb luck. Min-jun pegs him as a lost cause, but still calmly says he'll do his best. Guangshik doesn't let up, saying if the newbie finishes slower than him, he's dead meat. After that, he tells Min-jun to keep an eye on the team ahead of them and get a grip on how this whole thing operates. Kim Min-ji is locking in the first round of shooters. That includes Sergeant Kim Mun-ji in Lane 1 and Sergeant Jang Han-young in Lane 2. Both are ready to roll. They're stepping into their individual elevators now, descending deep into the underground facility, officially kicking off their training. The setup is supposed to be a tactical, intense monster elimination mission, all while protecting civilian plates. inside an enclosed area. But let's be real, it's basically just turned into a heated competition between troops. The main goal? To blast through the course as fast as humanly possible and slam that red button before the other guy even thinks about it. The monster icons all vary in size, based on just how dangerous the creature actually is. The nastier the monster, the bigger its icon will be. Wang Shik casually tells Minjun that. This should give him a pretty solid, clear idea of what he's about to step into. Each lane has 2 monsters to contend with, and since the encounters are totally random, no one knows what exactly they're up against until they're literally face to face with them. Inside, a massive raked toad lunges at Munji, trying to swallow him whole. Minjun notices Munji had a faster start on lane 1, but with that kind of monster blocking his path, the poor guy might totally lose his lead. Meanwhile, on lane 2, Hanyang starts off by effortlessly taking down a monster rat, thinking it's going to be a smooth, easy run. But right as he speeds up, a giant worm suddenly slithers in and blocks him off completely. Munji, on the other hand, is losing it in full-on rage mode, and straight up butchers both rake toads like an absolute beast. The dude figures that. The other guy must have already wrapped things up, since those rake toads caused enough chaos to slow him down. But turns out, it's actually the other way around. Munji bolts to the red button and slams it down, declaring his triumphant win, with an incredible time of 2 minutes and 24 seconds. Everyone around erupts in cheers, while they start talking about Hanyang's awful luck for pulling that massive desert worm. Munji doesn't waste a second before teasing Hanyang, saying that at that pace, he's better off not defending the nation at all. He also reminds him that drinks are on him at the store now. Han Yun grinds his teeth in frustration and mutters that Moon Ji simply got lucky. But Moon Ji, having seen everything, isn't having it. He points out that Han Yun even shot a civilian target, so he would have been disqualified regardless. While those two keep their petty bickering going, Guangxi catches wind of the bet they just made. This sparks a sudden idea in Min Jun's head. He suggests they make a bet as well, where the loser has to grant the winner's deepest wish. Like a real man, Guangxi laughs right in his face, thinking this newbie's gotten far too cocky, just because the seniors have been a little soft on him lately. Still, the big gorilla agrees to the wager, but says he's got no real wish that a lowly private like Min Jun could actually grant. Instead, he jokingly adds he'd rather just get his salary for the next 3 months up front. Min Jun pegs him as a simple, money-hungry guy, but locks in the bet anyway. Dong Jin, watching from the sidelines, is getting more nervous by the second. Kim Min-ji calls the next group to step inside, and Min Jun steps up to face off against Guangxi. As they descend deep into the facility, Min Jun's already kicking himself for falling for that cheap provocation, knowing it's usually best not to draw any attention. Still, he just can't sit still when someone pokes at him. Outside, the crowd is absolutely buzzing with hype to see a sergeant actually make a bet with a mere private. During training, some even joke about whether Guangxi will have to jump in and save the newbie from some monstrous threat. Then, out of nowhere, a sudden tremor hits, rattling everyone to their very core. Heads whip around, but nobody has a clue what's going on. Back underground, Min Jun freezes for a second, confused by the violent shaking. His eyes widen when he catches sight of a monstrous, one-eyed freak chomping down on a cat like it's popcorn, and the grisly sight instantly gives him the absolute creeps. The Cyclops casually tosses the half-eaten rat aside, like it's nothing but trash, and zeroes its hungry gaze on its next meal. Min Jun, the poor guy, lets out an internal sigh, thinking, ugh, this is such a drag. He remembers his dinner plans, delicious fried chicken tonight, which means he better wrap this mess up fast. Still, he hesitates for just a second. His mind races. It would seriously suck to accidentally shoot the wrong target and hit an innocent civilian if he got careless. Just as the monster charges in, ready to rumble, Min Jun can't help but wonder why this monster is going absolutely berserk. Just like that, the fight kicks off for real, and Min Jun instantly shifts into serious mode, unleashing his demonic energy into every single attack. One solid, bone-jarring punch to the gut stuns the monster, silencing its rage for a moment, and Min Jun figures all that's left is to finish the job with a clean shot. But then, right before his very eyes, he witnesses something wild. The monster's torn-up hand regenerates in mere seconds. Meanwhile, the others nearby are totally losing it, asking, is the newbie actually out there fighting something? They're frantically trying to figure out if there was an accident. Kim Min-jun's brain is on the verge of total meltdown as he finally realizes exactly what's going on. The newbie is battling a cyclops, one that managed to break free from the second lane. And not just any cyclops either. That thing is the devouring demon. After absorbing energy, the Cyclops' regeneration and attack power ramp up insanely fast until its digestion phase ends. But something feels totally off about this. This type of monster usually won't lash out, unless it's backed into a desperate corner. What's even weirder is how it went berserk after eating another monster. The whole thing makes absolutely zero sense. This meathead shouldn't be losing its mind like this. Meanwhile, Min-jun is deep in the thick of the brawl, trading heavy blows with the beast, like it's just another Tuesday. He knows full well this should have just been standard firearms training, not a live boss battle. Still, he doesn't hold back. He unloads a relentless barrage of bullets right into the monster's skull. His aim is absolutely relentless. A few well-placed shots rip right through its eye, and Min-jun notices something crucial. The eye regenerates much slower than the rest of its body. That's his opening. He keeps moving like a ghost, dodging every swing with lightning-sharp reflexes. But even blinded, the Cyclops' attack speed doesn't drop. That's the truly freaky part. Min-jun's dodging like an absolute pro, but the monster still manages to track him. Not by sight, he starts to realize. Maybe it's picking up on sound or scent. Or worse, maybe it's reacting to his demonic energy. That could be the trigger. Back on the sidelines, Kim Min-ji, fully loaded and suited up, watches the chaos unfold with a growing sense of guilt. He can't figure out how things escalated so quickly, but he blames himself for this entire screw-up. No regular private should ever be facing off against an energy-fueled Cyclops. Even armed, that's a flat-out suicide mission. Deep down, all Min-ji can do is desperately hope Min-jun survives long enough, praying that the rookie can just hang on. Min-ji takes off, rushing in with everything he's got to back him up. Meanwhile, Corporal Kim Gwang-sik is sprinting toward the button, confident he'd clock in at 2 minutes and 30 seconds. He is absolutely full of himself, thinking Min-jun could never keep up with his speed, and had probably already failed. Just like he expected, he even joked to himself about spending the brat's salary during vacation. This prick is just having a laugh here. But when Corporal Kim Gwang-sik arrives at the destination, his face goes absolutely pale. To see the brat casually standing beside the button, Min-jun gives Sergeant Gwang-sik a smug look and just laughs right in his face, calmly pressing the red button. That stunt completely drains the color from Gwang-sik's face, who is now sweating like crazy after losing a bet to a brat. Min-ji has no words when he finally arrives at the scene. The Cyclops is dead, and he can't figure out how Min-jun possibly managed to take it down and end things like this. Back there, everyone's absolutely losing it. They can't believe the so-called newbie wrapped things up in under 2 minutes. I mean, can you believe Min-jun just took down a fully fed Cyclops all by himself? Especially since everyone was sure it had to be some kind of fluke. Dong-jun eyes him with genuine concern, asking if he's hurt or feeling off in any way. But Min-jun answers calmly, saying he's totally fine with it. Dong-jun's tension eases a bit, and he asks Min-jun how he managed to take down that Cyclops. Min-jun flashes a grin and says it's all thanks to his training. Meanwhile, Corporal Kim Gwang-sik watches the whole scene unfold, burning with frustration. One of the guys suddenly brings up the bet they'd made, pointing out that the newbie actually won. Gwang-sik smacks the guy from behind and snaps, asking if he's got a death wish. He yells that the situation wasn't fair, so the bet doesn't count. There's no way the rookie could have finished faster than him. Gwang-sik insists that during special firearms training, each soldier is supposed to defeat 2 monsters before reaching the end point. And he did just that. According to him, the newbie only defeated 1, so the win doesn't count. Gwang-sik keeps going on and on about how unfair it all is, claiming that if he had only faced 1 monster, like Min-jun, he would have finished way faster. He starts yelling at Dong-jun demanding to know if this isn't obviously biased. He pushes harder, even going as far as threatening him to speak up. Dongjun pauses, clearly annoyed, while Minjun watches the whole mess unfold. To him, Guangxik seems like the absolute worst. Sure, the whole situation was unpredictable, and even though Minjun took the monster down with his bare hands, he hadn't been planning to hold onto the win or rub it in anyone's face. He was ready to let the bet slide. But seeing how Guangxik's acting now, he's utterly stunned and completely disgusted. The lad had planned to completely forget about the bet too, but he just couldn't understand why this punk was taking his anger out on private, first-class Dongjun instead of him. As the tension really builds, Sergeant Lee Sungho steps in and shuts it all down. He tells Corporal Guangxik to be ashamed of himself, pointing out that the new recruit took the biggest risk out of anyone there. Sungho then explains that Cyclops monsters are usually passive, but once they go completely berserk, they're on a whole different level of danger. He makes it clear that everyone saw Minjun deal with something way more intense than what Guangxik faced. Then he calls him out for rubbing it in when everyone already knows the truth. That catches the whole crowd off guard. No one expected Si Young-ho to step into this mess. Guangxik fires back, asking if Sung-ho is just trying to show off in front of his juniors. But Sung-ho shuts him down again, saying Guangxik's the one looking desperate right now. Guangxik tries to brush it off, telling Sung-ho to stop embarrassing him in front of the juniors and saying he was only joking. But Sergeant Sung-ho shoots back, asking if everything that doesn't go Guangxik's way is always just a joke. He adds with a smug look that it's funny how getting a higher rank suddenly makes all the stubborn mules who used to boss you around start acting really obedient. That line hits hard. Guangxik looks visibly ashamed, unable to come up with a comeback, which satisfies Minjun for sure. While Corporal Kim Guangxik stands there in shame, Sergeant Shangho asks if he's got anything else to say. Like a nervous wreck, Guangxik mumbles that it's nothing. Shangho just nods, saying it's better that way. Later, during their evening stroll, Kim Minjun and Dongjin talk about how Sergeant Lee Sung-ho had once received a rare 2-rank promotion, a special case, awarded to someone who scored the highest in the advancement exams. This was once a perfectly legitimate path, but the entire system got scrapped after a staff sergeant, who'd received that exact same fast-track promotion, caused a major accident within a dungeon. Sergeant Sung-ho ended up being one of the very last people ever granted that kind of sudden jump in rank. Minjun asks if there's truly no way to get a special advancement anymore. Dongjin replies that while there are still exceptions, like rescuing a civilian during an emergency or pulling off something truly remarkable during a monster hunt, those situations are extremely subjective. He explains it's better to assume the rule doesn't actually exist, since barely any hunters have advanced through it. Minjun takes that as a hint that, in the end, the commander probably has the final say. The guy's clearly desperate for advancement, though. It's not like he's wishing for civilians to end up in danger still. What puzzles him more is how strangely quiet this place is, considering it's supposed to be overrun with monsters, wreaking havoc every single day, the kind that wiped out the entire North Korean army. Minjun keeps thinking that 2 days is more than enough. He's already itching to advance. Even as a private, Dongjin tells him he's doing great and will be promoted soon, then asks if he's even paying attention. Right then, Minjun wishes a gate would just appear. Out of nowhere, a sudden announcement blares from the command and control center's speaker system. It's an emergency alert that a swarm of middle bats is creeping at the oil reserve, and all available hunters are ordered to respond immediately and install the protective shield. Without delay, the announcement keeps repeating, grabbing both Dongjin and Minjun's attention. Minjun's eyes light up in pure excitement as Dongjin tells him to hurry up. Middle bats are bat-type monsters, about the size of children, known to live in colonies. While they're not especially threatening one-on-one, these creatures are lightning fast, and they can spit scorching fireballs. That makes them incredibly dangerous, especially near an oil reserve. If they aren't dealt with swiftly, the entire military base could go up in flames. Meanwhile, 2 seasoned hunters, already stationed at the reserve, are locked and loaded. They're scanning the skies, counting the bats, and wondering how these things manage to show up here of all places. One of the hunters warns the other, "Don't fire anywhere near the oil reserve. What if the bats go wild and trigger an explosion?" The other argues, "We can't just stand by and do nothing." But his partner insists, "We should wait and monitor the situation. For now, the report's already been sent in, and someone's bound to show up soon to install the protective shield." Still, both of them are visibly on edge, uneasy about the immense risk, just imagining what could happen. If those bats spit fireballs before the shield goes up is enough to make their blood run cold. They keep debating what to do, still confused why the bats showed up at the oil reserve in the first place. Just then, Min-jun appears and casually announces he'll draw the bats. Attention! Both hunters freeze in shock, knowing he's a newbie from the second company, and they have no clue what he's planning. He's without any equipment, but Min-jun brushes them off, saying he doesn't have time for gear. When his precious guests, the monsters that are going to help him advance, are already here, he's fully ready to earn the title of the private, who single-handedly stops an emergency that could have taken out the entire military camp. And best of all, he gets to hog every last bit of experience for himself. As expected, this cocky brat realizes the bats are reacting to his demonic energy, and now they're all his. On the other hand, the hunters nearby, the team is scrambling to set up their equipment, ensuring nothing gets damaged. But the moment they spot Min-jun out in the open, they freeze in shock. Sergeant Song-ho sees them spacing out and barks at them to get moving. They need to finish installing the shield. The hunters stammer, pointing at Min-jun, who's already out there fighting. That only makes Song-ho angrier. He snaps that Min-jun is doing all the heavy lifting, while they're just standing there gawking. The hunters quickly apologize and jump back into action. Min-jun thinks this is taking way too long, since he has to rip the bats apart one by one. Sergeant Song-ho comes running over, shouting at him to lower his stance and fall back, demanding to know what he's doing out there, without even a bulletproof vest. But Min-jun isn't backing down. He's convinced this fight is all his, and he's not about to hand it over. Then his eyes land on the electric fly swatter in Song-ho's hand, and he lights up with excitement. Right then, Song-ho suddenly drops to his knees, clutching his stomach as it acts up. Min-jun asks if he's okay, and the sergeant barely manages a reply that he is. Min-jun seizes that moment to ask for the electric fly swatter, but Song-ho refuses, telling him again to fall back. Min-jun just grins and tells him not to worry, promising he'll be back in a jiffy. After taking care of the bats, the moment he grabs the swatter, his face lights up like a kid on Christmas morning, and he dives straight back into the fight. Seong-go watches in disbelief as Min-jun begins overpowering the middle bats with surprising ease, swinging the swatter like it's a legendary weapon. Suddenly, one of the bats spits out a fireball, and everyone nearby freezes in fear. Without a moment's hesitation, Sergeant Song-ho commands everyone to open fire, declaring he'll take full responsibility for whatever happens. But Min-jun just stares the bat down and roasts it, asking if the bat has no idea what happens when it plays with fire. Then it's about to be incinerated. Everyone's gobsmacked by Min-jun's insane jump, wondering how on earth he managed such a feat. A few hunters announce the protective shield has been activated and remind everyone to secure all the cables. They're still asking how much longer it'll take to gather all the mid-tier bat corpses. Sergeant Sung-ho salutes his superior, who responds with a nod, saying they've done a good job. He then asks if they figured out where the bats came from, especially since none of them showed up on the radar. The commander looks around and asks who managed to roast the bats so thoroughly and how many there were. Si-young-ho answers that there were 30 in total and admits he's also wondering where the commander had been. During the chaos, the operations officer on duty, Captain Song Jun-shik, explains that the battalion commander is supposed to be arriving shortly. Even though the guy doesn't specialize in combat, it's still not okay for an awakened executive to be completely absent during a full-blown emergency and only appear once everything is wrapped up. Sung-ho figures he was probably just lounging in the control center, watching the monster radar the entire time. Yoon-sik asks Sung-ho if he's the one who roasted all the bats, and says he'll report it to the battalion commander. Sung-ho quickly replies that it wasn't him. When Jun-shik follows up, asking if there's anyone else in the battalion skilled enough to pull that off with an electric baton, Sung-ho explains that it wasn't just about the ones taken down. With the baton, every single one of the 30 bats was defeated by the exact same person. He tells Jun-shik to make sure that's what gets reported. Jun-shik is stunned, asking again for clarification, since all the other executives were off duty. If it wasn't Sung-ho, then who could it possibly be? Just then, Min-jun strolls over, "Salut, Sung-ho," and casually hands back the electric baton he had borrowed. He then asks with a grin if that thing happens to be expensive. The next day, in the battalion commander's office, Sergeant Sung-ho is questioning Min-jun, asking if he's someone who has re-enlisted. Min-jun shakes his head and says no. Then Sung-ho asks if he's a regressor or something, and again Min-jun denies it. Sung-ho sigh and tells him not to pull any reckless stunts, like he did yesterday, ever again. He warns that, while he might have gotten lucky this time, a hunter can never predict what might happen next. Min-jun, thinking to himself that it wasn't luck at all, decides it's best to keep his mouth shut. Sung-ho explains that, as he probably knows, the Hunter Corps is a special unit, and everything about it is different, starting with the size of the divisions, which only consist of 4 battalions. Even those battalions have way fewer troops than regular military units. Min-jun thinks to himself that obviously that's the case, since not all awakened keep re-enlisting. But he still doesn't understand why Sung-ho is bringing it up. That's when Sung-ho asks if he knows how all of this is possible. Min-jun stares back, completely clueless. Sergeant Sung-ho says that every single person in the Hunter Corps is awakened, while not everyone is out there fighting. Quite a few officers specialize in areas like administration, monster theory, tactics, and weapons research, but they're all awakened too. The dude explains that in the Hunter Corps, advancement is based purely on accomplishments and talent. Meanwhile, Min-jun is thinking that they called him into the battalion commander's office first thing in the morning, so he figured there'd be some good news. But now he just feels annoyed. It's more like an info session, and he should have known better than to get his hopes up. Sung-ho looks at him and asks if he was expecting something just because he got called in. He then warns the young lad to stay focused, adding that today the hunter who's defeated the most monsters in the 100th 4th Division will be visiting their battalion. A car full of tough-looking men pulls up to the Hunter Corps base, and Colonel Lee Jun-byum, the 2nd Battalion commander, steps forward to salute the arriving guests. Standing beside him are Captain Seo Jong-won, the 2nd Battalion's 2nd commander, Captain Song Jun-shik, the operations officer, 2nd Lieutenant Kim Chul-man, the 2nd platoon commander, and Sergeant Lee Sung-ho, the 2nd squad leader. All of them stand tall, sharp, and fully focused. Sung-woo walks up and shakes hands with Sergeant Sung-ho, saying he's heard about how calmly he handled yesterday's incident. He praises Sung-ho's work, and Sung-ho respectfully thanks him for the acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Kim Min-jun is sizing up Sung-woo, thinking he definitely gives off a commanding presence. And now he's really curious just how strong a 2-star officer from the Hunter Corps must be. Sir-do then turns his attention to Min-jun and asks if he's the one. Min-jun confirms, and as Sir-do shakes his hand, Min-jun instantly feels the insane strength in his grip, leaving him stunned. Then, the big guy casually starts patting Min-jun's back, like he's his favorite puppy, telling everyone to relax and ease up. Sir-do tells everyone to stand at ease, and asks if they've pinpointed the location of the gate the middle bats came from. Sergeant Sung-ho reports that it's on a hill, about 1.2 kilometers north of the battalion. The dude explains that the area is currently off limits, and they're working on identifying the gate's rank. Sir-do instructs him to report directly to the division commander's office once they have confirmation. Next, this guy asks if there was an issue with the radar. Captain Jun-shik responds the alarm didn't even blare until the bats were practically swarming the battalion. He also mentions it doesn't seem like a mechanical failure, but they're double-checking for any potential blind spots. Sir-do points out that if it isn't a malfunction, then the issue might just be the sheer number of monsters that manage to slip through. He immediately orders them to inform the divisional ordnance office and install 2 additional radars. The officer snaps a sharp yes, as the atmosphere remains tense and heavy. From there, Serdu turns to Minjun, acknowledging his incredible courage and lightning-fast reaction during the incident, but reminds him to be much more careful next time, and at the very least, not to forget his equipment. Minjun politely apologizes, though in his head, he's thinking that if he had brought gear with him, the entire battalion might have gone up in smoke. But Serdu tells him not to apologize, saying he's just joking, then asks if it's true that Minjun took out 30 middle bats. All on his own, Minjun nods and confirms he did. Serdu showers him with praise, saying that if he hadn't acted so quickly, the oil reserve could have gone up in a fiery blaze. Everyone standing there remains tense, unsure of what's coming next. Then Serdu dramatically announces that Minjun has a gift from the division commander and congratulates him on his immediate advancement. He explains that normally there would be a ton of red tape to get through, but when a soldier achieves something truly outstanding, they deserve to be rewarded right away. Minjun thanks him sincerely. Serdu then orders Song-ho to immediately grant Minjun a 3-day, 2-night vacation. Song-ho agrees without hesitation. The brat lights up. He expected to advance eventually, but he never imagined it would happen this fast. And now a vacation too. Suddenly, military life doesn't seem so bad after all. As they walk together, Kim compliments Minjun for doing such a great job and mentions that he hasn't even had a proper conversation with him yet. Ever since his recent transfer, Minjun has already made an incredible impact. He adds that thanks to Minjun's quick thinking, even he ended up receiving a special commendation. Minjun thanks him, and Kim then asks if this is his first time going home since enlisting, and what he plans to do with his time off. Minjun's face lights up with sheer excitement as he declares he's obviously going to spend it playing Dungeon Power Fighter. He figures that even if he went home, he'd just be stuck in a restricted area with no internet. So he might as well spend the next 3 days and 2 nights straight gaming instead of wasting precious time on travel. He arrives at the PC room, where 2 guys nearby are already deep in a heated conversation. The big guy asks the cranky dude if he went there again, and the cranky guy groans in exasperation, telling him not to even bring it up. He complains that the soldiers are incredibly stingy. He wasn't planning on going inside the cave. He just wanted to pick some pine mushrooms in the area. He says he already got permission from the mountain's owner and even deposited the money. So why are they stopping him? The big guy replies that Changxian went there before the area was completely restricted and came back, saying the whole mountain reeked of something truly toxic. He adds that he had a terrible headache for days afterward. So if this lad plans on heading back, he's definitely asking for trouble. The dimwit in the green cap pipes up, saying he'll just go there with a mask or something. Suddenly, Minjun asks where exactly that place is, which utterly surprises both of them. They end up giving him a ride to Huaqian, and Minjun genuinely thanks them for it. They tell him they can't go any further, or the soldiers will stop them. They ask if he can handle whatever's really going on up on that mountain. Minjun tells them not to worry. The restriction will be lifted by tomorrow, so they'll be able to head back to the mountains soon. The guys tell him to be careful, and not to mention their names if anyone asks. Minjun assures them he won't. As he walks away, he reflects on how he ended up coming to Huaqian instead of chilling in a PC room for his vacation. That's when a familiar scent hits him. It's demonic energy. Minjun notices the security near the mountain's entrance is incredibly tight, but surprisingly loose closer to the dungeon itself. In that case, he figures, it's better to avoid drawing attention to himself, especially since he's still just a private. The soldiers at the cave entrance suddenly get terrible stomach aches from all the purple smoke Minjun is leaking, which is enough to corrupt them. One of them says he'll try to hold it in, but quickly gives up, apologizing and admitting he just can't control it. He tells the other soldier that no one's going to show up here anyway, so they can take care of their business and be back in a few minutes. It'll be fine, the other guy agrees. Kim Minjun sees the perfect opportunity and slips into the cave. The lad doesn't sense any monsters inside, but the demonic energy feels unusually dense. Still, he doesn't really care, so he rushes inside. His demonic energy stat begins to rise by 1 point, and he's shocked at how steadily it increases. The dude keeps crawling into this toxic place. Once it hits the threshold, his corruption skill automatically enhances, and he even unlocks a new skill called Night Walker. Minjun feels incredibly lucky, finally starting to resemble Lumi Nuna, his favorite character, and the cult founder he once modeled himself after. With 60 strength, 60 agility, 60 stamina, and 15 demonic energy, things are looking up. Now equipped with 2 skills, Corruption and Nightwalker, the lad's genuinely thrilled to gain free demonic energy and a practical ability. Nightwalker summons a familiar form from Shadow, something he relied on often back in Isgard. That sneaky little bastard is a specialist in assassinations, thriving in the dark and staying hidden. Sure, it constantly drains his demonic energy, but trust me, it's more than worth the cost. But when he activates it with a simple emergence, disappointment hits as the familiar form looks pitiful, like it might fall apart at any second if the sun so much as glances its way. Minjun wonders if it's a side effect of dimensional travel, or just his alarmingly low demonic energy stat, dragging things down. Still, after a moment, he reconsiders. The tiny, withered form isn't useless at all. In fact, its small size makes it perfect for slipping into shadows and staying completely unnoticed. It may not be flashy, but in stealth, it's already earning its keep. Kim Min-jun salutes, announcing he's back from vacation. Everyone around stares in utter surprise, asking if he's really the hunter, who advanced faster than anyone in history. Someone else chimes in, asking if it's true that the division commander personally gave him a vacation and even handed him his badge. Minjun nods, confirming it all. Then this whole bunch starts praising him, clearly impressed. The kid just shrugs it off, then spots Dongjin and casually hands him a bottle of moisturizer, saying he brought it. Dongjin smiles and replies that he didn't need to go through all that trouble, but thanks him. That's when Kim Gwang-sik strolls over, grinning, and cracks a joke about their touchy friendship, saying it's not like Minjun got deployed overseas, or something. He asks if Minjun brought the maxim he asked for, and Sparky tosses it to him without missing a beat. Minjun and Dongjin keep chatting, and Dongjin teases that he'll have to start using honorifics if Minjun makes it to Corporal. Sparky shoots back with a confident grin, saying there's no if about it. Then, Sergeant Cho, the red-haired loudmouth, says he happened to see the list of candidates for the advancement exam when he was passing by admin, and Minjun's name was on it. Sergeant Sawyer Kim, the guy in the blue jacket, is completely shocked, pointing out that the application deadline already passed, even before Minjun had transferred there. Cho raises an eyebrow, clearly surprised, wondering if the division commander himself pulled some serious strings to push this through, as there's no other explanation for the timing. Sergeant Kim scoffs, saying there's no way this is possible, since it hasn't even been a year since Minjun enlisted, so technically, he shouldn't even qualify. The guys around them start murmuring, surprised that the unit's so-called newbie is about to take the advancement exams. They wonder if that's even allowed, but then someone points out that, since Sparky's now a private first class, he's technically not the youngest anymore. Minjun casually tells them that the training commander gave him a special offer. That completely stuns the whole group. Sergeant Cho squints at him and asks if he seriously came all the way to the front lines, just so he could start taking advancement exams a year early, calling him a complete madman. The red-haired loudmouth isn't joking either. Sergeant Kim adds that, since Minjun's already promoted to private first class, his eyes are clearly set on corporal now. He shakes his head and says if the kid actually passes, then he's 100% crazy. The room bursts into laughter. Sergeant Kim goes on to mention that the candidates taking the advancement exams this Saturday have orientation and specialty weapons training starting tomorrow. So Sparky better be ready to suffer a bit. Sergeant Cho chuckles on his way out, telling the kids to have fun. He and Sergeant Kim leave together, still chatting and laughing as they go. Setgun Joat Setgun Kim, if he's not taking the advancement exam himself, and Kim just shrugs, saying there's no reason for him to stay in the army any longer. Meanwhile, Sparky is deep in thought, wondering about the specialty weapons training. He's curious if it involves anything beyond the standard firearms. Time for the Hunter Advancement Exam orientation. The officer up front demands everyone quiet down and demands their full attention. He announces they'll quickly run through the orientation for tomorrow's scheduled exam. And for those who've taken it previously, he warns them not to tune out just yet, just because they know the drill. He wants everyone sharp and focused, for the sake of all the first-time first-timers. The officer then proceeds to explain that the Hunter Core Advancement exam is comprised of two main parts, a written test and a practical test. He reassures them the written part is basic, even easier than a driving test, he claims. Min-jun immediately tunes out that part, his eyes already set on the practical section, which includes a stat test, specialty weapons proficiency, and monster handling ability. In his head, passing is already a done deal, but now he's wondering if perfect scores will come with any special perks or bonuses. That thought alone makes him straighten up. Maybe it's time to stop cruising now and start taking this a bit more seriously. The coach announces they're commencing specialty weapons training now. Everyone gathers and snaps to attention on the field as he instructs the privates and private first classes to pick up only swords then. He then turns to the corporals and tells them to grab their personal weapons and head farther down the field for separate training, warning them that if he catches anyone slacking, they're as good as dead. Furthermore, he goes on to explain that he'll be teaching the basics of swordsmanship according to the Hunter Core Combat Manual. But he also makes it abundantly clear that just blindly following the manual won't do them much good. Instead, he encourages them to use the course techniques as a solid foundation and build their own unique fighting style from there. Everyone shouts back, claiming they're on board. He stresses that the basics matter more than anything else, truly, so they better keep their eyes on him and focus. Min-jun immediately grasps why this is called specialty weapons training, because heading into battle with just rifles would be straight up foolish. As everyone begins swinging their swords, he quietly compares their moves to what he learned back in Isgard. Honestly, the swordsmanship there might even be better, depending on its application. Min-jun starts practicing, and just like that, jaws start dropping. His movements are sharp, clean, and incredibly precise. So much so that the others can barely believe their eyes. The coach tells everyone to stop and calls Kim Min-jun up to the podium. Facing the group, he points out that most of their sword movements still look stiff and disconnected. He tells them to take notes from Private First Class Kim Min-jun. The whole squad tightens up, eyes locked on him as Min-jun steps forward. He runs through the sword forms again, each swing cleaner and more precise than the last. Eventually, Min-jun gets tired and drops into his seat, wondering why he's the one putting on a performance, when he's not even the training officer. He wipes the sweat from his forehead, grumbling to himself about how hot it is, and questioning whether it's actually going to snow. Like the forecast promised, Sarah walks over, praises him for nailing the routine, and casually hands him a sealed packet, telling him to eat it when he's alone. Min-jun stares at it, confused, wondering what kind of guy just walks around with random stuff like that in his pocket. Right then, Dongjin approaches, complimenting Min-jun's form and asking if he can take a closer look at it. During the break, Min-jun's caught a little off guard. He didn't expect that kind of request. Dongjin adds that he knows it's Min-jun's first time officially training with them, and it's obvious the sword is his specialty weapon. But for him, fighting monsters with it has never felt natural. He politely asks again if he could just observe Min-jun's movements for a bit. Min-jun replies that if Dongjin truly needs his help, he can take as many looks as he desires. As he watches Dongjin go through the sword forms, Min-jun immediately notices one thing. This guy's been training seriously. His technique is incredibly solid, following the standard hunter course forms of swordsmanship to the letter. The issue isn't his movements, however. It's his confidence, and that, well, happens to be Min-jun's specialty. He thinks to himself that it's not time yet, but when a moment finally comes, he's going to forge Dongjin into a top-tier hunter. It's Saturday, the day of the advancement examination. Around the area, things are still pretty chill. Two weirdos are busy, watching some girl group's music video, like it's the absolute highlight of their week. A group of guys are deep into a heated basketball match, and off to the side, one guy's locked in, laser-focused on an intense game of Go. Then, suddenly, the school's speakers crackle to life with an urgent announcement from the administration office. It calls for all hunters scheduled for the advancement exams to head straight to the military training ground. The message keeps looping, growing more urgent, and as it echoes through the area, everyone freezes, eyes widen, and hearts pick up pace. It's finally happening. They all know what this truly means. It's time to level up. It's time to become a corporal. And Min-jun gives a knowing smile. The time has finally come. On a bright, sunny day, the hunters gathered at the training grounds. Soon after, Second Lieutenant Kim Chae-olman of the 2nd Battalion stepped forward. He introduced himself as their guide for the day and added with a dry smile that he hoped they'd actually bother to listen to him. Wasting no time, he called for a head count and told each company to report their numbers. Just then, a bus rolled up, and Kim Chae-olman instructed everyone to board in an orderly manner. Once they were all on board, he reminded them of the critical detail they already knew. The upcoming advancement exams would be held at the 105th Division headquarters, meaning they'd all be heading to Gapyeong, where that division was stationed, before settling into his seat. He dropped one last piece of advice. Review those practice questions while you're on the road. On the bus, it's pure, unadulterated chaos, packed wall to wall with confused weirdos and jittery hunters. Some of them were already chatting about how the 4th Battalion would be joining them for the advancement exams today. And one guy immediately perked up, asking, "Does that mean girls will be there?" His whole mood instantly lit up as he started going on about how he was finally going to show off his years of practice and weapons proficiency just to impress them. Both of them got completely hyped and fired up about scoring some phone numbers. One particular guy even came, fully loaded with cheesy tricks to impress the girls. Even though getting their numbers was bound to be a struggle, Kim and June were fired up and ready to go all in. After a bumpy ride, full of dumb conversations and sky-high delusions, they finally rolled into the 105th Division, base in Gapyeong. Once there, they were ushered into Written Examination Room 7, where the hunters quickly took their seats and got ready to face the ultimate test. Invigilator Kong then stepped up and announced the results, stating everyone had passed the written exam, except for Cho Jong-wook from the 2nd Battalion of the 104th Division. All the other hunters were told to head straight to the practical examination room. Right away, Jo Jong-woo stood frozen, clearly stressed out as the others filed out around him. As soon as the room emptied, Kong let loose, yelling at him for failing an exam. That's supposedly easier than getting a driver's license. He called him a fool, and his voice rang loud, enough to echo through the hallway outside. The hunters burst into laughter at the brutal scolding. Min-jun stood there with a satisfied grin, while the rest burst out laughing. And among them, a woman named Sun Yun-seo quietly observed the group. Inside the practical exam room, Lieutenant Colonel Lee Shilju, the official in charge of the entire advancement process, addressed the assembled hunters. He welcomed both the examinees and examiners on behalf of the 105th Division and acknowledged the immense effort it took for them to make it this far, setting a serious tone for what lay ahead. Lieutenant Colonel Lee Shilju went on to explain that the exam's purpose wasn't just to determine who earned a promotion. It was also about fostering a spirit of friendly and fair competition between the 3 divisions. As he spoke, the hunters began shifting in place, some already spacing out or fighting off yawns. But the moment he mentioned that this year's advancement exams included participants under a special exception, the room instantly perked up. He named them Private First Class Kim Min-jun and Private Sun Yun-seo from the 104th Division, both hunters who had enlisted less than a year ago. Kim Min-jun blinked, wondering if there was someone else besides him. Just to be sure, the colonel then asked if everyone was familiar with the 104th Division and warned them not to stir up unnecessary misunderstandings. One of the hunters muttered that it was true that one could get special exceptions if one applied to the front lines with top-tier grades. A few guys during his enlistment year had been offered the chance too, but as far as he knew, they'd all turned it down. Then the moment he realized they were talking about the 104th Division, his words stopped cold, his face shifting to surprise. Everyone around him looked just as stunned when they noticed that Kim Min-jun had already reached the rank of private first class amidst the rising whispers and side glances. One guy couldn't help but notice how Kim Min-jun didn't seem to care one bit about being the absolute center of attention, while everyone else was either brimming with curiosity or outright shocked. Min-jun just looked like he wanted to get it over with. In that same moment, Yun-seo and Min-jun briefly locked eyes, but just for a second, the air between them was undeniably tense. Yet no one around seemed to catch on to it. Then the colonel reminded everyone to give it their absolute all. Next, Captain Jong Sang-chul stepped forward, taking immediate charge of the group, and announced they'd now officially begin the stat tests, starting with strength, agility, and stamina. Captain Zhang Sang-chul explained that the very first test would be the strength test, and it was deceptively straightforward. All they had to do was push back the examiner, standing firmly in front of them. Lee continued, saying they had exactly 1 minute to complete the task and would be graded on a scale of 100, with full marks going to anyone who could move the stone a full 10 meters. The stress in the room immediately started rising as he called for the very first participant, Private Kim Jin-hyuk of the 103rd Division. Jin-hyuk stepped forward and gave it absolutely his all, but the examiner didn't budge a single inch. He couldn't even twitch the stone, and just like that, he was slapped with a score of 0 and instantly disqualified. Lee firmly reminded everyone that anyone who scored under a mere 40 points would be out of the advancement exam entirely. That sent a palpable wave of panic through the rest of the group, and suddenly everyone started truly realizing just how incredibly tough this test was going to be. Then Jang Won-ho was called next. He gave a shot, but only managed a measly 10 points, getting disqualified. Lim Ah-ju went next and scored 20 points. Also out, Jang Yuna followed with a devastating 0, and Jang Do-won wasn't far off, ending up with 15, both disqualified. Then came Sun Yun-seo from the 104th Division. She stepped up calmly and pushed with a steady, unwavering force, scoring a solid 50 and passing the test. Everyone around her was utterly stunned, not simply because she passed, but also because she was simply stunning. As soon as they realized she was the division commander's daughter, the pieces clicked into place for many. Strength clearly ran in her blood. A few even muttered how getting too close to her could seriously wound their pride and their ribs. Kim Min-jun noticed her as well, believing she was just like him, someone who'd gotten in through a special exception. Suddenly, his name was called. Kim Min-jun of the 104th Division. He stepped forward, reminding himself to avoid repeating his past blunder with the redstone. This time he had a plan. If he could just push the examiner past the 10-meter mark, perhaps he could even snag some bonus points. He took his stance with quiet confidence, his eyes locked onto the target, and then he exploded forward with devastating brute force. The examiner flew back like a helpless rag doll, soaring the full 10 meters without a chance to resist. The score came in a perfect 100. Even the examiner looked utterly stunned, as if he'd just been hit by a truck, still wrapped in his military uniform. The entire room went dead silent. Everyone was utterly floored. Even Sun Yun-seo, who rarely ever showed emotion, was visibly surprised. Private Yu Jonghwa gets disqualified with only 20 points, and she immediately bursts into tears. The tension in the air is palpable. Everyone's feeling the immense pressure, wondering why this test is so utterly brutal. Sir John steps up, commanding everyone to quiet down. He announces the strength stat test is now officially over, and the agility stat test will begin immediately. No breaks allowed whatsoever. He instructs those who've been disqualified to exit in an orderly fashion from the rear under the examiner's supervision. Meanwhile, 2 guys drag a netboard, and a few others roll in a gun machine. And the recruits immediately start freaking out, thinking they're about to be shot at. Sir John quickly reassures them these aren't actual bullets, but merely rubber ones. Still, he warns them, if you get hit, it's going to sting. He tells everyone to brace themselves and get ready to dodge, as their very lives depend on it. Kim Min-jun, however, finds the whole thing kind of exciting. Sir John explains that the perfect score for this agility test is awarded to anyone who can last a full minute. Now, CO stands prepared to start up the machine. They must stay within the zone, or else it's all over. The whole squad is clearly on edge. Then, Sir Jong adds that since this is an agility test, they'll also acknowledge anyone who tanks all the hits, but still manages to stay in for a full minute. As for the disqualification criteria, Sir Jong explains that anyone who steps outside the designated area in under 30 seconds or gets severely injured will be immediately disqualified from the advancement exam. With that, he announces the start of the agility test. Right then, Dongjin walks up and calls out to Minjun. The lad looks utterly surprised, and Dongjin just smirks, asking if Minjun really thought he'd get disqualified during the strength stat test. Minjun laughs awkwardly, saying of course not. Dongjin explains that all the private first classes except for Minjun, have taken the advancement exam at least once before, so they're unlikely to get knocked out during the stat tests. However, he adds that the qualifications remain the same. It's just that the overall score standard has gone up, compared to when they were still mere privates. That's why Dongjin's been failing his exams. Then, he gives Minjun a crucial tip. The rubber bullets fly just as fast as real ones, so relying on sight alone to dodge is a bad idea. Instead, he should focus on the slightest movements of the gun to predict the bullet's path. Suddenly, Sir Zhang announces that Private Yun Kitai has been disqualified and orders the examiners to escort him to the infirmary. Minjun starts thinking about how brutal these stat tests are. So many people are getting knocked out before even reaching the real combat portions. No wonder the pass rate is so low. Making it this difficult actually makes a lot of sense. Then, Private First Class Ji Youngdu gets disqualified too. And Sir Zhang, clearly disappointed, comments on how underwhelming this batch of hunters truly is. He reminds them this is nothing compared to the sergeant advancement exam happening in the room next door. Wondering out loud, how is anyone supposed to advance like this? Private Sun Yun Seo gets called next, and the entire crowd falls silent. Everyone watches in awe as she dodges the rubber bullets with insane precision. Sir Zhang raises his voice, telling the rest that this is exactly how it's supposed to be done. When she finishes and earns a perfect score, everyone around gasps, clearly amazed. But instead of basking in the praise, she suddenly stops and locks eyes with Kim Minjun. Now, standing still, Sparky is completely thrown off. Everyone starts whispering, wondering if they're dating or something. Sparky frowns, trying to figure out what she wants. He starts overthinking. Maybe she wants a compliment for her performance? Well, if that's the case, she should ask her family for applause at home. When Private First Class Kim Minjun gets called up, he steps forward confidently, still feeling Sun Yunesio's eyes stuck on him, which makes him even more irritated. But once the bullets start flying, Sparky becomes a whole different beast. Instead of just dodging in place, he charges forward, weaving through the rubber bullets. Like he's out on a leisurely stroll, the crowd loses it, laughing and shouting in disbelief as he keeps moving and even makes goofy faces at Sun Yunesio. While ducking and spinning through the fire, she in turn stands frozen, totally shocked by what she's seeing. The timer crosses the 1-minute mark, and Sir Zhang, whacked out, finally yells out, "Cease fire." Even someone like him didn't expect such a smooth play from a junior, so he proudly announces that Kim Minjun, someone just nailed a perfect score on the agility test. Everyone regathers on the field once more, standing tall and laser-focused, and Sir Zhang praises them for their stellar performance. Later, Zhang announces the start of the stamina stat test. This is the grand finale of their stat exam. The rules are simple. They must enter a dungeon and march through a constantly shifting, empty passageway with a strict 40-minute time limit. The instructions blare over the speaker system. All participants need to get their hands stamped by an examiner stationed at the turning point deep inside the dungeon and make it back before time runs out. The only catch is that no one tells them how far the turning point actually is. It's just nonstop marching. Kim Minjun wonders if everyone is seriously pacing themselves. Already, when they've only just started, this bunch moves so carefully that it's starting to feel suffocating. He ponders if it'd be too much trouble if he just runs ahead. That's when Sun Yunseo suddenly dashes in front of him. Minjun blinks, thinking, what does she want now? But then, excitement surges through him. It totally looks like she's challenging him, and nothing gets Minjun more fired up than a sudden race. Fired up, he kicks into gear and tries to match her speed, determined to catch up. Everyone around is weirded out, wondering what's gotten into this guy. But in a flash, Minjun finally catches up to Yunseo and flashes her a confident smile, leaving her completely taken aback. Minjun casually says there isn't much to it, as he keeps pace with her. But Yunseo doesn't get what he means. He quickly brushes it off, saying he's just talking to himself. Then, without warning, the guy speeds up and dashes ahead, leaving her behind. Yunseo slows down and comes to a stop, catching her breath. That's when a memory flashes through her mind. She recalls the moment her girlfriends got all excited after finding out she had a meeting with the battalion commander. The moment they hit the training center, Blondie had confirmed all the rumors. Yunseo really was who they said she was, the daughter of a high-ranking general, A rookie with sky-high stats, no less. It was all anyone could ever talk about. Yun-seo had blushed so hard back then, and the girls were shocked to see that. Behind her tough exterior was actually a shy girl. They'd totally assumed she'd act like a snob, being a two-star general's daughter. But it turns out she wasn't like that at all. Still, all the girls couldn't help but feel a little pang of jealousy for Yun-seo. Her military life seemed to be running as smooth as silk, and it was obvious she'd be the top recruit of their entire enlistment year. And off in a corner, Yun-seo quietly takes off her jacket, her mind drifting back to Min-jun. That moment, he shattered the entire redstone. It just refuses to fade from her memory. Later on, the white team comes out on top, with Yun-seo proudly raising the blue flag in victory. The announcer proudly announces that the white team wins by capturing the flag in a record-breaking time of 3 minutes and 34 seconds. As a reward, they earn a well-deserved 10-minute break, while the blue team is ordered to gather directly in front of the coach. The white team is praised straight away for setting a brand new record at the training center and told to take it easy and rest up. And Blondie then speaks up, giving full credit to their star player, Yun-seo, saying the rest of them barely did anything at all. Later on, just when everyone's relaxing, Blondie bursts in and drops a bombshell. Someone actually broke their morning capture the flag record. In the afternoon, what truly ticks her off is that the new record time is just 1 minute and 2 seconds. She's left completely speechless, wondering if anyone could really pull off a time like that. Blondie is seriously disturbed by this news, while Yun-seo quietly takes it all in. But the moment Kim Min-jun's name comes up, it hooks her attention completely, especially when Blondie yells about that guy. Min-jun from 4th Platoon just shattered the record all by himself. Yun-seo freezes, instantly recognizing that name. The other girls don't hold back their chatter either, gushing about how Kim Min-jun snagged a near-perfect score at the shooting range and even aced the ICM training. The news spreads like wildfire, and now all eyes are starting to zero in on this rising rookie. Yun-seo doesn't say a word, but something about hearing his name again just sticks with her. Next, Blondie keeps the gossip train rolling, claiming Min-jun supposedly runs like a lightning bolt without even breaking a sweat. Even in her sleep, she won't shut up about how Min-jun apparently hunted down a hound the size of an elephant. Someone finally snaps, telling Young to go to sleep. Meanwhile, Yun-seo drifts into a childhood memory. Her father gently pats her head before leaving the house. From that moment on, she made it her goal to become strong, just like him. Later, Commander Cho calls her in to praise her exceptional performance over the last 4 weeks. He says he wants to have a quick word with the daughter of his former superior. Yun-seo doesn't mind at all, so Cho asks where she plans to apply, with grades that exceptional, saying any division would be lucky to have her. He wonders if she's considering the 107th Division, where General Sun, her father, currently serves. That's when Yun-seo finally asks, with quiet resolve, which division Kim Min-jun belongs to. Back in the present, she knows she didn't apply to this division, just for childish reasons. Still, she did provoke Min-jun a little because she was upset. But now, she gets why he's mad. Yun-seo's face turns completely red, thinking back on all of Min-jun's stunts, unsure if she's jealous or just annoyed. That's when it hits her. Her real goal isn't to be number 1, but to become stronger on her own, without relying on her father. She decides she should probably apologize to him later. After all, when someone this skilled shows up right in her path, she should be learning from him, instead of acting so childish. With that, Yun-seo kicks into full speed, marching hard until she reaches the turning point, only to find that deadbeat weirdo casually chatting with another guy. Right then, Min-jun smugly flashes his stamped hand in front of her face, teasing that he almost fell asleep waiting for her. That pushes all her buttons. She yells at the commander to stamp her already, and the old man has no clue why she's so fired up. Safe to say, that apology is definitely off the table for now. Yun-seo's inner demon has officially woken up. She's all hyped up, sprinting ahead to catch up with him, while the other normies are barely dragging themselves in later. The commander announces that Private First Class Kim Min-jun took first place with a record time of 29 minutes. Second place, he names Yun-seo with her time of 32 minutes. Jong bursts out laughing, pointing out how Min-jun nailed perfect stats again, which is just insane. After that, Zhang tells the hunters who pass to go eat, and then gather at the training grounds. By 1 o'clock sharp. Later on, Unseo heads over to grab her jacket, only to catch Min-jun making a goofy face at her, like a total dork, and she's seriously weirded out by this dimwit. Then, Sparky jogs ahead to catch up with Dongjin. Unseo ends up smiling to herself, realizing she totally fell for the provocation and lost this round. With nothing more to say, she slips back into her uniform and walks on. At the 105th Division base, inside the 2nd Practical Examination Center, a bunch of goblins with bat-like weapons are creepily screeching at Dongjin, but he doesn't give a damn. The guy is definitely working up a sweat, but he's tearing through those goblins. Just as one of the goblins lunges at him, Dongjin whips out his sword. But wait, another one's creeping up right behind him. He effortlessly dodges the first goblin's wild swing, then spins around, delivering a fierce kick to the one behind him, sending it flying. But that second goblin isn't giving up so easily and swoops right back in for another attack. But Dongjin ducks like an absolute pro, slashing it across the chest mid-motion. Even so, the darn thing is still alive and absolutely furious. Now both of them are ganging up on him, giving the poor guy absolutely zero room to breathe. Up on the platform, Min-jun quietly observes the chaotic scene below. He notes that the second part of the practical exam, specialty weapons proficiency, is way simpler than he initially thought. All they really have to do is show the examiners how well they've applied the techniques they've learned so far. In the Hunter Corps, they just have to follow the manual, and that's enough to pass. Min-jun figures he can easily ace it, and as expected, most applicants picked swordsmanship for their test. Among them, Dongjin scored the highest. Even so, Min-jun can't help but notice how badly the guy is struggling now, caught in such a rough spot, with those two goblins absolutely out for blood. In the last part of the practical exam, known as the ability to handle monsters, privates are required to defeat 4 hounds, while first-class soldiers have to take down 3 goblins, using their chosen specialty weapon. This field definitely reflects real combat, as Dongjin finally manages to defeat the blue goblin with a stab to the chest, bringing his round to an end. Right then, the commander announces that Dongjin took 7 minutes and 52 seconds to complete the ability to handle monsters test. The guy is absolutely drenched in sweat, barely catching his breath, but he walks out with whatever strength he has left. Meanwhile, Min-jun notices that Dongjin had several openings to finish off the goblins, but hesitated each time, which makes him wonder if the guy doesn't fully trust his own abilities. Soon after, Dongjin emerges, taking his place next to Min-jun. His head is bowed, clearly filled with disappointment, as the commander calls Min-jun in for his turn. Min-jun doesn't want Dongjin to feel discouraged. Besides, Min-jun can't help but sport a smug grin, knowing he's officially becoming a corporal today. From this point forward, he plans to absolutely dismantle Dongjin's bad habits and rebuild him from the ground up. Everyone's jaws drop when Min-jun strides in, wielding a simple baseball bat. The commander is utterly baffled why the guy, who's been acing every single challenge, chose such a seemingly dull weapon. He knows this won't be an easy fight either. Min-jun figures the only real requirement for this test is landing some seriously solid impact. Nothing too complicated, right? Just then, 3 goblins storm onto the field, snarling and absolutely ready to tear him apart. As the goblins charge forward, Min-jun grips his bat tight, and in a blinding flash, he smacks all 3 of them at once. The blow is so impossibly clean and brutal. They instantly drop to the ground, utterly decimated. All 3 taken out in barely 4 seconds flat. Everyone watching is absolutely frozen in place, jaws practically glued to the floor. Their brains are short-circuiting, unable to comprehend the sheer absurdity of what just happened. No one could believe a mere private first class just pulled off something like this, especially one who already crushed the practical exam with a perfect score. Min-jun casually turns his head to look at Yahello, locking eyes with her directly before flashing that signature smug look of his, just to mess with her. Yahello glares back, thinking this guy is an absolute lunatic. Afterward, the commander praises everyone for their incredible hard work on the exam, especially Kim Min-jun. Now officially Corporal Kim Min-jun. Commander Young laughs heartily, admitting this guy is blazing up the ranks so fast. They keep forgetting what to even call him. What Zhang does mention he was a little worried, since Min-jun was the only one from their battalion who advanced this time, but their battalion commander. He's absolutely ecstatic with the report, and with that, he gives Min-jun a proud thumbs up, knowing full well that the battalion commander had never seen a private first-class score so perfectly before. Meanwhile, the entire squad erupts in cheers for Min-jun, the guy who practically saved their hides, because without him, their squad would have been totally wiped out before they even made it this far. They joke around, letting him know there's no way he's allowed to turn into a tyrant if he ever makes sergeant. But deep down, Min-jun wants to see how well everyone truly performs before deciding what kind of treatment they'll receive. Aside from that, he pats Dongjin's shoulder, while Dongjin's already cooking up ways to level up his buddy no matter what. As soon as they return, Min-jun plans to start training with their specialty weapons right away. Then he senses someone standing behind him and turns around to see Yeon-seo. He knows she did quite well, handling the monsters herself, and figures she clearly has what it takes to ace the advancement exam too. While the bus is loading up, Yeon-seo stays outside, and Min-jun is a little confused about it. She's thinking this might be her chance to finally apologize for her behavior during the stat test. But right at that moment, Min-jun presses his face against the window, mouthing a few words that completely rattle her. He tells her that if she dares to provoke him again, she's dead meat. And with that, the bus takes off, leaving Yeon-seo frozen with a storm of mixed thoughts, convinced that guy is a total crazy jerk. On their way, the whole bus loaded with hunters keeps asking Min-jun if there's something going on with him and Yeon-seo. The girl's been checking him out all day, even during the stat test, like she's totally into him. The guys are totally messing with Min-jun, teasing him about his secret admirer. They're practically begging him to spill all the juicy details. But Min-jun just couldn't care less. He doesn't even look remotely interested, claiming Yeon-seo just provokes him. That's the only reason he trampled her a little. Everyone bursts out laughing, knowing full well that look in her eyes was pure provocation. But that's not all. The guys want to know more. They're itching to hear what Min-jun did to the hottest recruit in the 104th Division. Meanwhile, Han-yoon demands to know if he just trampled the girl of his dreams. Min-jun finds this whole bunch incredibly annoying, confessing that Yeon-seo isn't his dream girl at all. Han-yoon, insists on knowing Min-jun's dream girl, and Min-jun finally spills that it's Lumi. Everyone's like, who? That name even rings a bell, but they haven't seen her anywhere. Someone asks if she's an idol. Min-jun declares Lumi to be the dungeon power fighter's greatest beauty. When asked if anyone knows her, the entire hunter squad stares at Min-jun with utter disgust. Later that night, the squad dives into fried chicken like there's no tomorrow, and more boxes keep rolling in from the lieutenant. Sergeant Cho is absolutely convinced this is the first time Kim Min-jun has ever looked this happy, and Min-jun doesn't deny it. Cho thanked him out loud, saying it's all pretty much thanks to him. He's especially hyped that the guy's already got 3 stripes, which means he's only a step away from becoming a sergeant himself. Min-jun agrees, mouth full of chicken, washing it down with Pepsi like a true champ. Just then, Sergeant Sung-ho rolls in with a bottle cart, calling all second squad members to gather in the lounge. Right away, everyone knows something's up, and Sung-ho confirms it's about the report he just submitted to the admin office regarding their squad's second center. But what really matters is that, with a flawless score on the advancement exam, they've earned some celebratory beer. Setgun, Jaw, and Kim practically explode from their seats with pure joy, refusing to let Min-jun enjoy it all by himself. Sung-ho, however, quickly butts in, declaring that this beer is actually a personal gift from the company commander, specifically from Min-jun. So, technically, it has absolutely nothing to do with anyone else. That instantly infuriates the entire squad, as everyone starts grumbling that Sung-ho is just getting on their last nerve. Sergeant Cho quickly calls him out, accusing Sung-ho of knowing about this whole thing from the very beginning, which is exactly why he'd been keeping Min-jun and his squad in the dark since day one. Later that night, Min-jun is out wandering by himself and seizes the chance to summon his Nightwalker, He makes a bit of small talk with the little guy, asking if he's doing okay. Honestly, he was pretty flustered when this little guy first appeared during a summon. But now, Minjun's got a clear plan for Sparky. He doesn't really need an assassin right now. He's got the perfect job in mind instead. From this moment on, he assigns the little one the vital task of gathering intel. Specifically, Minjun wants it to keep a close watch on the high-ranking officials, following them around quietly, and immediately reporting back on anything weird, especially if it's related to demonic energy. Suddenly, the Night Walker lifts its tiny hand, leaving Minjun confused for a moment, until he realizes the little guy is actually asking for a treat. With an exasperated sigh, Minjun tosses him a small ball of demonic energy. The moment it snatches it, the little shadow looks absolutely thrilled, walking away like it's just been given a mission from heaven. Minjun quickly warns it not to get caught, though deep down he's a little anxious, seeing just how excited the Night Walker is. He knows if anyone from the squad spotted it right now, they'd probably trigger a full-blown emergency. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Sergeant Kim appears and asks what Minjun's doing out here. Minjun nearly loses his soul from the sudden shock, but he recovers quickly, laughing it off and claiming he just needed some fresh air. And honestly, it's been ages since he's had a drink. So when Kim asks if his tolerance is low, Minjun casually explains that's not exactly how it works. See, dark mages don't get drunk like regular people, be it poison or alcohol. Their bodies naturally detoxify immediately the moment it enters. But hey, the guy congratulates Minjun for advancing so far, but warns him not to get too cozy. He also tells Minjun not to be late again, even if his tolerance is impeccable, because the rest of the squad will have emptied all the bottles by then. Finally, Minjun manages to catch his breath, relieved that Sung-ho hadn't seen a thing. He realizes he needs to be way more careful around here. But the more Minjun gets to know Sung-ho, the more he feels like this guy is completely a by-the-book soldier. Not that he minds that kind of personality, though. The very next day, the commander is already gushing about how Kim Minjun was practically born ready for anything. He even jokes that he was ready to wipe out the whole squad if no one passed. But one guy made it through, and he did it with a perfect score. Another officer proudly adds that Corporal Kim Minjun has just smashed the record with 4 seconds. In the monster handling test, the commander lets out a hearty laugh, remembering how he once believed the training centers. Commander Choi was crazy for hyping this kid up so much. But Minjun has completely shattered every expectation. He even single-handedly handled the middle bat situation. Soro and Seo points out how Minjun was the first to jump in during the oil reserve emergency, no hesitation. And Lee highlights that this kid has climbed the ranks to corporal in just 1 month, which is already unheard of. They all agree, this guy doesn't just meet expectations, he absolutely destroys them. It won't be long until the entire Hunter Corps starts watching him. That makes CEO realize that Lee is hinting at the Hunter Special Forces Brigade, and he asks if Minjun can truly handle something that massive. But Lee is totally confident. He says Minjun is the one. He can feel it. He's seen countless hunters in his time, some even dubbed legends within the Hunter Corps. But this kid, he might just be something else entirely. Perhaps a new monster is about to awaken within the Corps. Later, out in the desolate desert, a monstrous swarm of lizardmen, goblins, and orcs fills the horizon. In the midst of it all stands Minjun, casually clutching his bat, waiting for them to close in. Because that's when the real spectacle begins. Inside the dorm room, the guys are drinking hard like there's no tomorrow. One dude can't even stand up straight anymore. That's when Minjun strolls in, catching sight of his squad mates completely wasted. In the corner, one guy, clearly on the verge of a terrible hangover, slurs out a question, asking if Minjun's feeling okay. Sparky just throws him a smug grin and says he's feeling totally fine, which leaves the guy absolutely stunned. He can't believe that after all that drinking, Minjun is still standing tall, not a single wobble. He straight up calls him a real monster. Just then, Sung-ho walks in from behind, and Minjun casually asks if he's doing all right. The drunk guy stumbles into a clumsy salute for Sergeant Lee, who says he's doing fine after sweating it all out. Minjun flashes a smile as he looks over Sung-ho's incredibly fit build, thinking to himself, this guy truly is the definition of a true soldier. On top of that, Sung-ho asks if the kid has checked out the gym yet, and Minjun replies that he hasn't gotten a chance. Sung-ho tells the kid to start using the gym. Now that he's a corporal, he adds that the virtual device in their squad is actually pretty solid, so Min-jun should definitely give it a try. The moment he hears there's a virtual device, Min-jun gets a massive jolt of excitement. Finally, time to check it out, and it's got him totally fired up. First things first, he needs to pick a monster. He scrolls through and selects the orc monster. But when it comes to the sheer number of orcs, Min-jun goes completely nuts. He maxes it out to a whopping 30. Yet, to him, that still feels way too little. He's fully immersing himself in that ultimate game vibe. It's like he's starring in his own Warrior series. And now it's time to pick his perfect weapon. Sparky, meanwhile, is absolutely losing his mind at how incredibly awesome all the options look. After locking in all his selections, he steps into the VR room, fully geared up and ready. Clutching a fierce jockey in his hand, he's ready to unleash chaos. It's time to kick off the battle. Min-jun finds himself immediately dropped into a sprawling desert setting, as pumped and absolutely ready to take on some monsters. He's absolutely loving the CGI and graphics that look almost too real to be true. Suddenly, orcs start popping out of nowhere, all geared up and ready to wreak havoc. But Sparky isn't fazed in the slightest. He swings his bat, nailing his first sixer, sending an orc flying spectacularly through the air. The impact feels absolutely incredible, and Min-jun is instantly hooked from that first swing. He immediately picks up the pace, smashing through orcs like they're nothing, completely in the zone and unstoppable. The way the bat feels in his hands makes him grin, and he calls out to the monsters to bring on more. In just a few thrilling seconds, it's all over, with only one survivor standing. Min-jun, but that was way too easy. 30 orcs aren't even close to satisfying him. So he dials things up, selecting 30 goblins, 30 golems, and 30 lizardmen to seriously crank up the intensity. Now there are 90 monsters of 3 distinct kinds, ready to tear him apart. But Min-jun is just getting started, with his trusty bat in hand and a wild grin on his face. He asks if they've all gathered in one spot. Once they lunge at him, he casually counts down from 3, then charges in like an absolute beast, ready to smack every single one of them into the ground with pure, unadulterated brute force. This maniac is smacking monsters left and right, without a single pause, beating them all to a pulp. The battle quickly wraps up after he completely eliminates all the monsters, and the simulation ends. Taking off his gear, Min-jun is beyond impressed with the VR room system, hailing it as the next best thing after Dungeon Power Fighter. Suddenly, a new window pops up, revealing he's unlocked a skill dub, Basic Blunt Weapon Handling. He's stunned at first, but quickly checks the screen, which reads, "This skill boosts proficiency with blunt weapons." Min-jun is absolutely pumped to see this, especially since he never expected to get weapon skills. Just like that, this means he won't even need to grind in dungeons to develop new skills. He decides to mess around in the VR room more often, using different weapons to up his game. Suddenly, he bumps right into Dongjin, whose face looks like he's just seen a ghost. When questioned, Dongjin, pale as a sheet, points at the simulation battle results. He's absolutely reeling in disbelief that this guy soloed 30 goblins, 30 orcs, and 30 lizardmen. Min-jun is instantly annoyed to see the VR room broadcasting his results so openly. Dongjin urgently demands to know if he truly wiped them all out. Sparky doesn't know what to say at first, but then he gets an idea with a serious expression, as if he were Dongjin's superior. Min-jun tells him they need to talk in the gym. Dongjin, already sweating bullets, nervously asks why, and Min-jun flashes a sly grin, saying it's training time. Without even waiting for a response, he shoves the poor guy into the gym. Even as Dongjin loudly whines about being hungover, Min-jun declares it's perfect, since breaking a sweat will definitely help. After they head inside, Kim then walks in and is utterly floored by the results. Min-jun just pulled off. Kim Gwang-sik walks in, asking where everyone has gone, and specifically where Kim Min-jun has gone. One of the soldiers quickly explains that most of the team has gone to the storage area to retrieve snow removal tools, but he accidentally calls Kim Min-jun corporal, which he absolutely shouldn't have said in front of Gwang-sik, since Min-jun hasn't been officially promoted just yet. Realizing the blunder, he instantly panics. He rushes off to find someone to call Min-jun, He says the platoon commander is looking for him. Meanwhile, Guangxi stumbles upon a group of soldiers, clearly relaxed and having a blast as they huddle together. Confused, he asks what's going on here. They casually welcome him and eagerly explain. They're placing a bet for a full month's salary on how quickly Kim Min-jun will get promoted to sergeant. Everyone has their own prediction. 6 months, 8 months, or even over a year. Guangxi is stunned by how seriously they're taking this bet. He asks why they're always making bets like this. Kim Monoyeon laughs at Young Han-young's 6-month prediction, calling it absolutely crazy and impossible. The others eagerly join in, teasing him and thoroughly enjoying the moment. Young gets completely fired up, yelling that Min-jun isn't just some average guy. He's on a completely different level. Kim Moon-jun teases him for getting so worked up, and Jong snaps back, saying he has no regrets. He warns everyone not to back out of the bet. A bit later, the group bursts out laughing and enthusiastically locks in the bet, each throwing in their guesses with full, unwavering confidence. Then, Guangxi steps in and boldly bets on just 1 month, shocking everyone into stunned silence. Meanwhile, Min-jun is in the gym, feeling a bit down in the dumps. He's been training hard for days, but hasn't seen any improvement in his stats. He starts to wonder if all that effort was just a complete waste of time. Then he remembers that even something as irritating as the Isgard incident ended up granting him a passive skill. One of his abilities boosts his strength by a whopping 150%, and he starts wishing he had something like returned hero strength, a skill that truly scales with stat growth. Just then, a notification pops up announcing he's unlocked a new skill. It's a basic one called Power, and it gives him a boost of 5 to his strength stat. Even though it's simple, he's totally fired up, knowing he can level up later. As Min-jun catches his breath, a fellow soldier pops up, telling him the platoon commander needs to see him. Min-jun thanks him and promptly heads out. The soldier watches him depart, a little confused by how calm and focused everyone around Min-jun seems. Almost like something's completely off today. When Min-jun arrives at the administrative office, he salutes and reports in, just as ordered. Kim Min-chul greets him and leads him to the counseling office for a casual chat, asking how life as a corporal has been treating him, since it's been almost a week already. Min-jun replies that things are going absolutely great. Kim Min-chul congratulates him on the promotion and thanks him once more for resolving the middle bats incident. Min-jun shrugs it off, saying it was nothing big. Then, Kim Min-chul gets to the real reason he called him in. He hands Min-jun an official certificate, a special award directly from the battalion commander, for expertly handling the incident and for scoring perfectly on his promotion exam. Kim Min-chul jokes that Min-jun shouldn't be disappointed by how casually the award is being handed over, explaining that in the Hunter Corps, they prefer to avoid too many formal events. The certificate itself is an award of excellence, signed by Colonel Lee Junbyum, officially recognizing Min-jun's truly outstanding service. On top of that, Kim Min-chul also mentions that the award will actually count toward his experience. Min-jun glances to the side, wondering if that means he might snag another exception. Later, Kim Min-chul hesitantly agrees, maybe, but also points out that this specific award is incredibly rare, and not many hunters receive it this early, let alone multiple times. Min-jun lights up with pure excitement, tossing out the idea that if he earned 10 of these awards, maybe he could land another promotion. He blurts it out like it's some kind of stamp card deal, joking about whether awards are like fried chicken, coupons, or if there's a buy one get one free. After getting a free event, Kim Min-chul gives him a bewildered stare, questioning if Min-jun was even paying attention. A few days later, the soldiers are lined up, standing at attention, weapons at the ready. They've been assigned to clear a dungeon, and this is their next big mission. The platoon commander, Kim Min-chul, reminds them that if they stick to their training, they'll get through it safely and without injury. Today's dungeon is notoriously known as the Monster Rat Nest, or more commonly, the sewers. Min-jun stands with his squad, Zhang Yun and Lee Young-jin, along with other squad mates like Jin Chulho. Their commanding officers are also present, including First Lieutenant Kim Chulman, Sergeant Lee Sung-go, and Sergeant First Class Kim Min-ji. The Monster Rat Dungeon isn't considered extremely dangerous, but it's still a serious threat because more than 200 monster rats usually spawn inside. On top of that, the narrow tunnels make it tough to use guns effectively. So, even though it's not a high-ranking dungeon, it still demands their full focus and tight teamwork to clear it safely. What makes this one even trickier is that there's only one exit, besides the way the team came in. So the plan is to trap the rats by funneling them all through that single route. Kim Minchell tells everyone to get into position and prepare the bait. They place it near the second entrance to lure the rats in. The dungeon stinks horribly, so all the soldiers wear the special gas masks issued by the Hunter Corps. One of the soldiers, Zhang Sheng, grumbles about the overwhelming stench and the rats, saying the monsters feed on gross, putrid stuff like rotten bananas, which only makes the stench worse. Even though it's hard to breathe and move around properly, the team pushes through and spreads out as much bait as possible. To kick off the plan, the soldiers spot a massive group of monster rats charging in from the front entrance, and everyone immediately gets into position for battle. The commander shouts for the troops to form a line, standing side by side at the entrance. He then instructs the lower-ranked soldiers to move to the back with the vice commander. For their safety, some soldiers start joking around, placing bets on who can take down the most monster rats, with a loser buying snacks from the PX. They even ask the squad commander if he wants it on the action. Despite the teasing, they stay laser-focused, as their commander reminds them not to lose their focus and to hold formation no matter what. The plan: fight the rats head-on, without breaking their line. Up ahead, Corporal Kim Moon-ji from 2nd Platoon, 3rd Squad, fights off rats fiercely, while right beside him, Corporal Jong Hyun from 2nd Platoon, 2nd Squad, holds his ground. Their squad commander, Sergeant Lee Sung-ho, leads them through the chaos. At the same time, Sergeant Kim Jong-tae from the 4th Squad and Sergeant Cho Tai-wook from the 3rd Squad are in the thick of it, cutting down rats with powerful strikes. Corporal Kim Gwang-sik from the 3rd Squad is also fighting intensely, making sure no rats get past him. As the fight rages on, the officers begin to take note. Sergeant First Class Kim Min-ji, the Vice Commander of 2nd Platoon, and First Lieutenant Kim Coleman, the overall commander, both observe that the troops are performing admirably, especially a few soldiers who are clearly standing out, by quickly taking out rats before they can break through the front line. It just shows how skilled they are, proving that their training and hard work are truly paying off. Even Private First Class Lee Dong-jin from 2nd Platoon, 2nd Squad, is finally showing the results of his special training and is no longer falling behind. Suddenly, someone calls out for help, and another soldier immediately answers, jumping into action without a second thought. But just then, more monster rats appear from the rear. The soldiers quickly shout a warning. The rear flank is under attack. The commander orders the 1st and 4th Squads to secure the rear entrance and tells the privates to slowly fall back, using their shields for cover. He warns them not to overextend or break formation, because they're almost done here. Just a little more, but something feels off. Through his gas mask, Gwangshik senses that something's wrong. He realizes too late something dangerous is coming, not from the front, but from underground. An irregular monster begins to emerge, and Gwangshik sees that it's huge, having feasted on the other rats, and its size is absolutely terrifying. Frozen in fear, Gwangshik can't move. Lee Dongjin tries to shout, but finds himself just as frozen. He finally screams at Gwangshik to get out of the way, begging him to run, to move, to do anything, but it's already too late. Then, Kim In-jun looks closely and notices something strange in the monster's eyes. They look completely blank, empty, and there's no fear in them at all. That's when Min-jun realizes the truth. It's overflowing with demonic energy. At the same time, Lee Dongjin gets praised for acting quickly to save Gwangshik. Right after that, soldiers from behind shout to Min-jun that it's too dangerous and tell him to fall back. They also order all corporals to follow him, while telling the rest of the squad to stay ready. Kim In-jun just smirks, because while all of that is happening, he's secretly absorbing the demonic purple energy through the monster's eyes, a dangerous and mysterious power. He's a bit worried someone might notice, since using or gaining demonic energy could raise suspicions, or even be considered dangerous in their world. That's why he sarcastically thanks Lee Dongjin since Dongjin's bold move ended up distracting everyone and helped Minjun absorb the energy without being caught. Then a message appears, letting him know he's absorbed a specific amount of demonic energy, and his demonic energy stat has increased by 1. In the end, Minjun realizes just how much power that monster truly held. He declares he'll make excellent use of that energy for the right reasons. Zhang admits defeat, clearly impressed. Meanwhile, Min-Chul Kim confirms it really was an irregular monster, just as he suspected. The report comes in. All platoon members have successfully pulled out of the dungeon. Only one irregular monster was confirmed, and it was taken down by a single platoon member. Even though things have calmed down, the buzzing of mosquitoes and the lingering tension serve as a chilling reminder that nothing on the front lines is ever truly normal. Zhang walks up to Minjun, sincerely thanking him for saving them, and admits how completely frozen he felt when he first saw that monster. Minjun brushes it off, apologizing for acting without direct orders. But Zhang quickly reassures him that there's absolutely no need to be sorry. It was clearly an emergency, and Minjun's quick thinking probably saved both Guangxik and Dongjin from very real danger. After that, Min-Chul Kim checks in with Minjun, asking if he's hurt at all. Minjun confidently replies that he's fine, standing tall and proud. As Minjun lets out a breath, Kim Min-Chul quietly warns him that they'll need to have a private talk. Once they return to camp, Zhang watches this exchange and notes that the platoon commander doesn't look pleased. Meanwhile, updates come in through the comms. All evacuated members have only minor injuries, and Dongjin has already completed his checkup and is heading back to camp. Guangxik, despite having a few bruises on his head, is expected to recover fully and return by tomorrow. The second platoon is called to attention in response to these unexpected events. In the dungeon, clearance operation is officially called off. Everyone's ordered to check their gear and prepare for deployment. Without a moment's hesitation, the squad responds as one. Later, in the administrative office, Minjun is called in to discuss the official report. He's instructed to meticulously detail how he single-handedly defeated the irregular monster and submit it. But Minjun just pauses, unsure what to write. He humorously considers stating he tried smashing it with a shield, and when that failed, he simply punched it, though he highly doubts anyone would buy a story like that. Min-Chul Kim admits he couldn't see everything clearly, as his vision was obstructed, but still asks if Minjun truly defeated the monster with nothing but his bare fist. Minjun hesitates, unsure how to respond, and explains the monster was bursting with energy, and he simply had no time to think. Changing the subject, Min-Chul Kim then inquires about Minjun's stats, and Minjun replies his strength is 65, and his agility is 60. Hearing this, Min-Chul Kim is utterly stunned, noting that even he, as a first lieutenant, has stats only slightly above average, around 40. He then realizes Minjun's raw stats are more than double those of a typical sergeant, and mutters in utter disbelief, thinking, with numbers like that, Minjun could have easily entered the Hunter Military Academy. It feels like such a missed opportunity, especially since Kim recalls the records showing Minjun dropped out of high school, which would have made enrollment difficult. Still, he advises Minjun that if he ever aspires to become an executive, he should consider getting his GED and applying to a university. He adds that once Minjun reaches the rank of staff sergeant, he'll have the option to travel for classes and even take online courses too, and even offers to look into the entire process for him. Minjun admits he doesn't particularly enjoy studying and feels it's enough to simply keep advancing through his accomplishments alone. After hearing that, Min-Chul Kim respects his decision completely. He assures Minjun he won't pressure him, but simply asks Minjun to let him know if he ever changes his mind. After this, Minjun thanks Min-Chul Kim, who tells him he'll finish the report, and suggests Minjun get some much-needed rest. He promises he won't forget what Minjun did today. Minjun salutes and prepares to leave, but before he can walk out, Min-Chul Kim calls his name again. He tells him that by saving the platoon, Minjun prevented a much worse outcome. He even admits that he himself couldn't move during the crisis. He sincerely thanks Minjun. Minjun responds firmly, saying he only did what he had to, though deep down, he reminds himself that all of this was necessary to gain more demonic energy and prove his worth on the outside. Guangxik stands nervously in front of Minjun, and asks if he can join the special training sessions Minjun has been doing with Dongjin. Minjun looks at him in surprise, wondering how Guangxik even found out about their secret training spot, and more importantly, why someone who hasn't fully recovered yet will want to push himself so hard. Guangxik struggles to explain, then suddenly points to Dongjin and says that he's come a long way. Dongjin is actually half decent now. Guangxik admits it's probably because of their training, and that's why he wants to join in and start training. 2. Minjun isn't impressed and asks if Guangxik really thought he could just join like that. He reminds him that there's an order and discipline to these things, especially for someone like Corporal Kim Guangxik. Guangxik bows his head slightly and sincerely thanks Minjun for saving him. Guangxik bows his head slightly and sincerely thanks Minjun for saving him. He then turns to Dongjin and apologizes for how he used to treat him. Dongjin is caught off guard and nervously tells him not to sweat it. But Guangxik continues, his voice grave. He confesses he's truly sorry for all the hazing and isn't sure if they'll ever forgive him. But he insists he's being sincere. He explains that due to some personal reasons, he wants to become a non-commissioned officer, and that's exactly why he's determined to train properly alongside them. Dongjin nervously asks if it would really be so bad to let Guangxik train with them. He turns to Minjun, hoping he'll agree. But Minjun calmly replies, no, it's definitely not all right. Guangxik quietly accepts the answer, saying he understands if they feel uncomfortable because of how he treated them before. He sincerely thanks both Minjun and Dongjin, admitting he's alive today because of them. Just as the air grows still, Minjun suddenly turns to Guangxik and says he'll reconsider letting him join if he acts like a pigeon for the next 24 hours. Guangxik is completely thrown off, shouting in disbelief. Meanwhile, Minjun shrugs as if to say, well, if he doesn't want to do it, that's fine too. Feeling the pressure, Guangxik hesitantly starts cooing like a pigeon. Dongjin watches, stunned in his silence, while Minjun chuckles to himself as Guangxik continues, awkwardly pretending to be a bird. Saint praises the giant for his hard work and gently asks if he has anything to say. And though the giant seems unsure, he eventually asks how long Saint plans to keep doing things like this. Saint replies that no one really knows, then offers a gift, saying it's for the one who's looking ahead. Saint adds that something given from the heart can never be too much. Meanwhile, Sergeant Cho is annoyed that, even after returning from a tough dungeon mission, they're already being made to do construction work for the camps. He complains that being treated like this during his final year of service. This all feels so unfair as they work. Purple muses aloud, wondering if these camps will even really make a difference in monster fights. And Cho just shrugs, admitting no one truly knows. Just then, a critical delivery arrives, and Guangxi excitedly announces that it's finally here. He reveals it's Stettel, explaining they jokingly call it that, because no one's entirely sure if it's stone or metal. The name stems from how confusing and ridiculously tough the material truly is. As they start moving it, Guangxi quickly realizes it's far heavier than it looks and solid as a rock. They really struggle with the weight. One of the soldiers explains that this is precisely why camps are built with it, because it's incredibly tough and reliable. Guangxi adds that it's made from a rare mineral, found only in certain specific dungeons. He starts to mention its true name, but Minjun cuts in and quickly distracts him, asking if he'd said something. Guangxi quickly brushes it off, saying it was absolutely nothing, and just figured someone might be curious. Suddenly, Vice Commander Minji announces a 10-minute break for everyone. Then, with a much more serious tone, Minji approaches the platoon commander and shares something critical he overheard while picking up materials from headquarters. There's a disturbing rumor that a dungeon, known infamously as the Tin Kin Dungeon, might have suddenly appeared in the area, controlled by the 104th Division. This immediately grabs everyone's full attention. Setgun Jawzit in Uda Shok, asking if it's true, and Dongjin starts to panic wildly, yelling that if they get sent there again, it'll be his, and Cho's third time entering that dreadful dungeon. Laoli Gomlian, saying the situation is truly getting ridiculous. But Minji tries to calm everyone down and reminds them that an investigation is still ongoing and nothing has been confirmed yet. Meanwhile, Guangxi quietly mutters about Tin Kin dungeons, explaining that hunters, that nickname is used for a special kind of dungeon. They all follow a very specific pattern. First off, these dungeons are much larger than usual. Secondly, they're absolutely packed with more monsters, and an even wider variety of them. Thirdly, they don't include any boss monsters or extremely high-risk enemies. Because of all these factors, they're considered ideal for gaining some real battle experience, which is why divisions often use them for large-scale training, known as hunter field maneuvers. Minjun overhears Guang Shik mumbling again and asks, "Who are you even talking to?" Guang Shik just shrugs it off, saying he thought someone might be curious. Minjun repeats the name, hunter field maneuvers, confused and clearly not thrilled, thinking to himself, this doesn't sound like the training I want. Right now, I'm not interested in long, boring drills. I just want real fights. But Min Chul Kim reminds them all that this is divisional training. It's mandatory and it's actually a great opportunity to build up accomplishments. As soon as Min Jun hears the word accomplishments, his eyes light up, suddenly reminded of his goal to gain recognition and grow stronger. Min Jun gets excited, thinking how being stationed at the front lines gives him so many chances to prove himself. He feels proud of his decision to come here because it was the right choice, and everything's working out even better than he imagined. As the excitement about gaining accomplishments builds, Min Jun suddenly notices a faint purple glow at his foot, but without drawing attention, he quickly slides his shoe over it and hides it before anyone notices. Dong Jin and Cho, clearly exhausted, yell out in frustration, saying they don't need any more accomplishments because they're already being worked to the bone in their final year. Meanwhile, Min Jun quietly lets out a breath of relief, thinking how lucky he is that nobody saw the glow. He brushes it off and casually shifts his focus. His thoughts race. The current issue? It's all about reinforcements. Meanwhile, urgent requête pour une. Soon, NCOCO, the female officer, explains reinforcements were urgently called for because of an irregular monster sighting. The plea came from the investigative team inside a dungeon that just popped up in Yanggu. The commanding officer recalls the dungeon had appeared within a military zone far from any civilians. NCOCO confirms this, adding that 2 members of the investigation team suddenly collapsed without warning or any signs. She mentions this strange occurrence has been happening with alarming frequency and warns it might be a dire sign. The dungeon needs to be cleared immediately. The officer suggests handing over area control to regular soldiers and pulling back all hunters stationed in Yanggu. All forces would be redirected toward a new priority, the dungeon that is opened in Hongshan's civilian area. NCOCO accepts the order without hesitation. Meanwhile, Min Jun watches this unfold, a smirk playing on his lips. He thinks the perfect opportunity has just fallen right into his lap, feeling like everything is finally aligning in his favor. Min Jun decides he's going to request a day off. Min Yun double shakes his pay, making sure he packed everything he needs. As he moves ahead, Kim Min Jun spots him and casually asks if he's already heading out. He also mentions he noticed Min Jun carrying way more steel than anyone else during the camp's construction, and now it all makes perfect sense. Min Jun wanted to finish early so he could take his day off, half impressed and half annoyed. Min Jun tells him, "You really are something else." Min Jun smiles and thanks him, but Kim Min Jun quickly clarifies that wasn't exactly meant as a compliment. Then, pointing to the form, Kim Min Jun notes that Min Jun's registered home address is currently in a restricted area. How curious, indeed. He asks where Min Jun stayed the last time he left, and Min Jun replies honestly that he stayed in a PC room. As expected, Min Jun pulls out a key and tells Min Jun that if he's okay with it, there's a place he can use, an apartment that belonged to his parents, currently empty while they're away on business. It's kept clean since Min Jun visits during his own breaks. Min Jun tries to politely decline, saying it's not necessary, but Min Jun cuts him off firmly and insists that this time it truly is quietly. Min Jun then reads the small note handed to him earlier. It says the apartment is a bit far from the camp, but still within Gangwon-do, located in Chunshin at XX Villa. Min Jun thinks to himself that it's definitely better than staying in a noisy PC room. Chunshin isn't too far, so it's not a bad option at all. He also recalls what First Lieutenant Min Jun said, Take the key even if you don't use it. Just get some proper rest. Min-jun folds the note and puts it away. As he does, Min-jun glances down at Min-jun's info sheet. His name is Kim Min-jun. His listed address is Gyeonggi-do, Nimdi-hyun. Both of his parents, Choi Yun-ju and his father, are marked as missing. Meanwhile, Min-jun arrives at the Yonggu County bus terminal, where nearby soldiers are discussing a dungeon that recently appeared near an old, abandoned school. They're instructed to stay at least 1 kilometer away and focus on securing the perimeter. Min-jun stands quietly off to the side, listening without drawing attention. His eyes fix on a distant, silent building that must be the dungeon. As he approaches, he wonders what kind of creature he'll face this time. Annoyed that the person who sent him didn't even bother to check what kind of monster it was. Min-jun tells himself that if things get too risky, he'll just turn around and leave. The very moment he steps forward, a subtle glow flashes before his eyes, with a message confirming his dungeon entry. The air inside feels thick and sticky and unusually humid. The walls are cracked, the ground ripped apart, clear signs that something violent erupted here. He spots a shattered object lying nearby, instantly realizing a fierce battle occurred. He also senses something or someone watching him. Without missing a beat, Min-jun calls it out, demanding it show itself. The monster steps into view, and Min-jun scrutinizes the massive creature, unsure if it's a goblin or a kobold. But whatever it is, it's way too big. He's honestly shocked the investigative team managed to survive an encounter with something like this. Without a second thought, Min-jun charges in, mocking the monster for surviving its earlier fight, then activates his corruption skill. The monster doesn't even flinch. It doesn't block or react at all. Min-jun compares most of his previous enemies to ants, but this one feels more like a giant beetle. Still, a bug is a bug, and with frustration bubbling up, Min-jun glares, launching one last attack, while shouting for payback, for ruining his brand new clothes. After defeating the monster, Min-jun suddenly receives a system message, stating he's absorbed more demonic energy, and his stats increase again. Another message follows, and his demonic energy stat goes up by 1, 3 times in a row. With that, Min-jun finally crosses a threshold and unlocks a new skill, Dark Arrow. His Night Walker skill also gets enhanced, and on top of that, he gains basic swordsmanship. Excited, Min-jun quickly pulls up his status window. His stats now read Strength 65, Agility 60, Stamina 60, and Demonic Energy 22. He grins at the sight of the new skill, Dark Arrow, which allows him to attack from a distance, using demonic energy, exactly what he needed. But what truly catches him off guard? This is basic swordsmanship. Then it clicks. It had to be from landing that critical hit. During the fight, a lucky moment for sure. As Min-jun reflects, he recalls a strange glint he saw just before the battle. Intrigued, he heads over to investigate and spots something. It looks like either the tip of an arrow, a piece of a broken sword, or maybe something the investigative team left behind. The shape and color feel oddly familiar, like he's seen it somewhere before. As Min-jun holds the object, monsters begin coming from behind. Another thought hits him. He's just unlocked a new skill and hasn't even tried it yet, and the timing feels perfect. Looking around the dungeon, even though his mission is officially done, he decides to stay a bit longer because it wouldn't hurt to clean up the leftover monsters while testing out what his new power can do. After clearing the dungeon, he feels proud and relaxed. Plus, he's excited to finally have some free time. So he decides to play his favorite game, DPE. It seems like the perfect way to wrap up a productive day. His day off feels satisfying and well spent. But that peaceful mood doesn't last long. As soon as Min-jun returns to camp, he senses something is off. Everyone looks serious, and the energy around the platoon is heavy. John quickly informs Min-jun that it really is a tin-can dungeon, and next week they'll be doing a large-scale, real-life training session called the Hunter Field Maneuvers. Every platoon will start from different, random points and work their way to the center of the dungeon. The goal is to respond to sudden emergencies, fight monsters, and survive the pressure of real combat. And no one gets to relax. Everyone has to stay alert and battle-ready. As the exercise begins, Min-ju Kim shouts commands to take positions on a hill. Suddenly, dark balls appear, floating monsters with incredibly thick, durable skin. These tricky creatures make melee weapons utterly ineffective. So all troops are ordered to stow their specialty weapons and switched to firearms, firing nonstop, to halt the encroaching dark orbs. But Min-jun finds it all thrilling, because this kind of intense training is exactly the dangerous action he lives for. Min-jun warns everyone that if those monsters get too close and start draining blood, they'll become almost unstoppable. If any soldier is bitten, it's essentially game over for them. Min-jun realizes that if too many people get injured or taken out, their platoon's training score will plummet, and he's not about to let that happen. After that, Min-jun gets serious and bellows for Sergeant Lee Sung-ho. While sprinting across the battlefield, Min-jun's foot suddenly slams into a black monster that appears in his path, and the impact is so powerful and swift. The creature shoots straight up into the sky. Like a kickball, everyone around him freezes for a second, watching the monster vanish into the clouds above. Afterwards, Min-jun wishes he could simply deploy his dark arrows to shoot down the floating monsters, because that would make things so much easier. Meanwhile, Commander Minchul Kim bellows the order for all troops to fire freely at the dark orbs in the air. As the battle calms, they finally get a short break, and the troops are told to rest for 10 minutes, check their gear, and report any injuries in their squads. During the rest, Sergeant Cho feels drained and mentions how this session feels way harder than the last one, wondering how many battles they've already endured. In-ho Choi replies that he isn't exactly sure, but brings up a strange rumor. Some people are saying this dungeon might not be a typical Tin-kin dungeon after all. All of this completely blindsides Sergeant Cho, who demands to know what he's talking about. In-ho reveals the rumor. There's a powerful boss monster lurking within a dungeon. That's highly unusual for a dungeon of this caliber. The creature was reportedly captured alive, then locked down in the central assembly area. As their brief break concludes, Min-jun summons everyone back to training. The soldiers snap to attention and obey. Moving onward, Min-jun suddenly catches sight of someone in the distance. A Hunter Corps soldier, sporting 2 stars on their uniform. Min-jun immediately recognizes him, knowing precisely who he is. The scene then shifts to a towering figure, returning with a broken sword clutched in hand. Upon seeing this, an old man calmly addresses the giant, remarking on his swift return. The old man deduces the mission must have been brutal, or someone severely messed up by blindly following that woman's orders. As he examines the blade, the old man frowns, noting the severe damage, and then asks if the giant has been hunting demonic monsters again. At the central dungeon assembly point, tension slowly begins to mount. Lieutenant Colonel Kao Jun CHUL of the 3rd Battalion observes that the monster count inside the dungeon is far higher than anticipated. He quietly hopes things will remain under control without any serious incidents. Standing beside him, Colonel J. Yan Sung-kyun of the 1st Battalion explains that the division commander believes the troops' overall combat abilities have been slowly declining, but Ko Young Chul worries they might be pushing the soldiers too hard, both physically and mentally. Just then, Colonel Lee Jun-beom of the 2nd Battalion appears, visibly anxious as he asks if anyone knows where the division commander disappeared to. Jae-yeon Sung-kyun merely shrugs and replies, everyone knows how unpredictable the commander can be. No one can stop him once he sets his mind on something. Lee Yun-beom remains uneasy. He questions why the commander would even take part in this training himself. His concern grows even more when he realizes the division commander headed straight to the area where his own battalion members are stationed. That's when Lieutenant Colonel Ko Young-chul reveals what the division commander said. Before heading out, there's a soldier he wants to see with his own eyes. Minchul Kim stares in disbelief. He knows that in these exercises, there's usually a penalty mission where someone pretends to be injured, and that person has to be carried by their squad. What truly shocks him is who's playing the injured soldier this time. That role was supposed to go to a regular officer from Division HQ, but somehow the division commander himself is lying on the stretcher, playing along, while Min Chul tries to wrap his head around it. The commander casually tells them to take good care of him. Min Chul quickly snaps to attention and salutes, despite still being stunned. Then, Sergeant First Class Kim Minji steps forward, explaining by the book that the injured person must be transported properly. And trying to stay respectful, Minji offers to carry him, but the commander cuts him off mid-sentence, reminding everyone loud and clear but they should know his personality by now. Seo Kyun, the division commander, firmly refuses to be carried and says he won't participate in that part of the drill. He insists they keep going with the training as planned. Everyone watches in stunned silence. Meanwhile, Minjun can't help but think to himself that this training is absolutely insane, but also incredibly fun. The excitement and surprises don't stop there. The field is packed with all kinds of monsters, each bringing its own danger. And on top of that, the division has set up special traps and challenges, making the entire session feel like a real dungeon expedition with something new waiting around every corner. Private Jean Shioho from 2nd Platoon. 2nd Squad struggles to keep up, breathing heavily and clearly anxious. He fails to take down a frog-like monster, just as the creature lunges at him. Min Jun steps in and takes it down in a single blow, saving Chiho from serious harm. As Min Jun reflects on the battle, he realizes that even his basic swordsmanship skill, though simple, is helping him hit harder and stay sharper in combat. He starts to think this intense training might be just what he needs to level up even more. Chiho, still catching his breath, quickly thinks. Min Jun from a distance. Seo Kyung watches the battlefield and admits to himself that this might be the toughest round of Hunter field maneuvers they've ever done. Meanwhile, Min Chul Kim calls out to the troops, urging them to hang on until the break, and everyone pushes forward with what strength they have left. Though it's clear, Kim Min Jun is standing out more than ever. At the same time, in the northern section of the dungeon, Private First Class Sun Yoon Seo shows off her skills by taking down multiple monsters on her own. She breathes hard, wiped out from the effort. But just as another girl soldier is about to be attacked, Yoon Seo charges in and saves her, keeping her safe without hesitation. All the platoon members have managed to reach this point of the training without suffering any serious injuries. Seo Kyung watches with pride, while Min Chul Kim, standing nearby, acknowledges how capable the platoon truly is. When Min Chul humbly gives credit to the members, Seokian reminds him that recognizing and managing good soldiers is also part of a leader's strength. He encourages Minchul to give it his all for the final phase of training, and Minchul replies with gratitude. Suddenly, Seokian loses his balance. Sergeant First Class Kim Minji instantly snaps at him, scolding him for relying solely on his left hand and not bracing himself correctly. Seo Kyung-ho immediately sputters an apology. Nearby, Corporal Lee Song-woo is approached by a younger soldier who's clearly brimming with questions. It's his second time participating in these hunter field maneuvers, so naturally, someone tries to ask him a question. But Lee bluntly tells them not to even bother. As the group prepares to move out and reform, the younger soldier repeats, confused, something about the hole, to which Lee confirms it, calling it the dungeon hole. The younger one stares at the massive pit ahead, recognizing it as a hole, yes, but clearly not grasping its true significance. Lee just shrugs and says it's obvious. He must have been sleeping during the dungeon information session. Though not much is truly known about how dungeons work, Lee explains that the common theory goes like this. A dungeon is like a space, linked to another dimension through some kind of gate. But even though it's connected, it's not a perfect or endless space, because dungeons have borders, and inside them, there are areas where the connection becomes unstable, or even breaks completely. Those strange, random spots are what people call dungeon holes. Another soldier, slightly nervous, asks, what happens if someone accidentally enters one of those dungeon holes or crosses the dungeon's edge? To which Lee admits he isn't exactly sure, but says people believe they'll suddenly be teleported to some random place inside the dungeon. Like a sudden pop. Right then, something completely unexpected happens, and a strange noise and reaction spreads across the group because someone suddenly appears in front of them. A girl soldier is lying on the ground, helpless. Min Shil Kim quickly steps up and reassures her, saying he already reported the situation to the 4th Battalion and tells her to rest and not worry. But the girl is still anxious. She asks if her battalion members are all safe, and Minchiol gently confirms that, yes, they're all safe and actually super worried about her. He adds that the training has been paused to focus on recovering Private First Class Sun Yunseo. Minchiol explains that the situation has been officially reported, so training will likely resume soon. Yunseo quietly thanks him, clearly relieved that things are under control. Minji reminds her that with a fractured foot, it's better to rest, because hunters must protect their health, just as much as they sharpen their combat skills. Minchiol adds that headquarters has been contacted, and the transfer crew are already on their way. He starts to say that her participation in this session is now over. Before he can finish, Major General Du Seo Kyung arrives. His sudden appearance catches Un Seo by surprise, because she hadn't expected the division commander to be out here. During training, the soldiers fall silent, fully aware of the weight his presence carries. Minchiol Kim informs the general that, although Yunseo has no serious external injuries, her left ankle is fractured, and she won't be able to continue. Du Seo Kyung expresses disappointment that there was only a little training left. He turns his attention to Yunseo, waiting for her report. She explains that during a monster fight, she slipped off a cliff and lost consciousness. When she woke up, she had already been moved, and her words make it clear. She must have fallen beyond the dungeon's inner boundary, likely into a place the team wasn't monitoring. Whether it was a dungeon hole or not doesn't really matter anymore, because what truly matters is that Sun Yunseo was found in time. Seo Kyung feels a wave of relief and calmly acknowledges how lucky she was to be discovered so quickly. Then something clicks in his mind, and he asks for her name again. Upon hearing it, his expression shifts immediately. He immediately recognizes her background. Yunseo, it turns out, is from the 4th Company, 4th Battalion, and more importantly, she's Sun Tai Ho's daughter. With that bombshell revelation, Du Seo Kyung immediately calls out to Corporal Kim Min-jun. Min-jun snaps to attention, utterly confused why he's being singled out. But before he can even process a single thought, the order comes. He must carry the injured Yunseo. Min-jun is completely caught off guard, hesitating for a split second, questioning the command internally. But Seo Kyung's sharp voice instantly cuts through any doubt, leaving absolutely no room for debate. Despite Yunseo's bewildered protests and confusion, the decision is already set in stone. To the commander, this isn't just a simple order. It's a strategic task, one that could count as a valuable accomplishment. The situation is now firmly under control, and the mission is straightforward. Safely transport the injured without any delay. Min-jun prepares to give Yunseo a piggyback ride, and though visibly frustrated, she eventually gives in. This is after Min-jun calmly tells her that she can quit the training right now, if she really wants to. However, doing so will completely reset her training score. Faced with that daunting prospect, Yunseo chooses to continue, and politely asks to be looked after. The entire platoon watches in stunned silence, especially Jong, who simply can't believe how Min-jun still has so much strength left. To them, it doesn't even feel like Min-jun is human anymore. Meanwhile, Kim instructs the pair to follow along at the rear with the vice commander, and to report if Min-jun shows any signs of tiring. But Min-jun shows absolutely no signs of slowing down, and clearly doesn't expect to fall behind either. At the same time, Min-ju quietly talks to Seo Kyung about Yunseo getting special treatment, just because she's the daughter of a division commander. Commander Seo Kyung hears this, and calmly responds with a reminder that there's no rule, saying the injured shouldn't be helped. This, too, is simply part of the training. Min-ju acknowledges this, without any further pushback. But then, Major General Du Seo Kyung mutters something under his breath, something harsh and personal, and clearly directed at Sun Tai Ho. There's no doubt about it. A deeper story now clearly lies beneath the surface. Min-jun keeps walking, and Seo still on his back, each step steady despite the awkward weight. The position isn't comfortable, but he doesn't complain. After a while, Seo offers to give up the training, telling him he can put her down if he's tired. Without hesitation, Min-jun says it's fine, and casually adds that she's lighter than Staddle, the heavy material they use during camp construction. Hearing that, Seo repeats the word with confusion. So Min-jun explains it like it's nothing, comparing her to the 50 kilos. But before he can finish, Seo cuts him off, clearly embarrassed, telling him to stop talking. There's a brief silence before she speaks again. now much calmer, this time saying she'll repay him for helping her. Min-jun smiles at that, but in his mind, he thinks a reward from her father would be even better. Trying to lighten the mood, he brings up the weight comparison again, repeating that she's lighter than Staddle, and NCO immediately shouts at him to shut up, her voice echoing down the path. Meanwhile, Sergeant Cho groans to himself, complaining that this training feels like it was switched from normal mode to hell mode, wondering who made it so hard. Minchul Kim checks the distance and sees that only 2 kilometers are left. He reminds everyone to stay focused and not let their guard down. The message spreads through the squads and gives them a bit of energy. Suddenly, Corporal Lee Ik-jun and Sergeant Lee Ji-tae from his 2nd platoon, 1st squad, reports seeing flying monsters up ahead. Minchul hears the call and immediately orders everyone to prepare, warning them that these airborne monsters won't be easy to deal with. The worst part? They're facing black rakes, nasty creatures about the size of sparrows, but they're aggressive enough to tear right through skin with their razor-sharp claws and teeth. Hunters might not die from these wounds, but the pain is absolutely brutal, and right now, everyone's already utterly exhausted from training. To make matters even worse, they're still carrying an injured person, and fighting like this is going to be incredibly risky. The Black Rakes are known for being utterly relentless. Once they attack, they don't stop. Far off, Do Seo-kyung, the high-ranking officer, pretending to be the injured soldier, watches the scene quietly. His eyes aren't as sharp as they used to be, so he can't even see the monsters clearly anymore. But he deeply understands how hard this moment is for the troops. He's not just observing the fight. He's watching how they react. If they panic or mess up their training, their score could take a hit. Visibility is low. Everyone's worn out, but none of that can be used as an excuse. They're hunters. Leaving formation to help might feel like the right thing to do, but doing so could throw the entire squad into chaos. It's better to stay in line and trust the platoon commander's judgment, no matter how hard it gets. Just then, Kim Min-jun notices something and suddenly moves forward, catching everyone completely off guard. The others try to stop him, confused about why he's stepping up, while still carrying an injured soldier. But Min-jun speaks up and asks for a chance. He knows things can't go on like this. Everyone is reaching their breaking point. Min-jun Kim, the platoon commander, is stunned but listens and questions how Min-jun expects to pull anything off with someone still on his back. Even so, Min-jun insists. Min-ju reminds him that if the plan fails, they'll retreat immediately, and Min-jun is only getting one shot. At this, Min-jun refuses to hand off the injured soldier and decides to go through with the plan himself. The order comes in, everyone fall back and provide cover behind Kim Min-jun. On top of that, Min-jun then gives the order, prepare for open fire, leaving everyone on edge. Seo-kyung, in disbelief, questions. Do they seriously plan to take down airborne monsters with just rifles? Min-jun quietly tells Seo to hold on, because he has no intention of losing anyone. Hearing that, Seo is utterly shocked, muttering about how insane everything feels. But Min-jun stays eerily calm. As a dark mage, he's long gotten used to moving in shadows, and this exact moment feels just like the early levels of a game. He knows by heart. He remembers his dark arrow skill. It's low rank, but when used right, it hits incredibly hard, and he blends it perfectly with his long-range weapon. Without warning, Min-jun launches it. Demonic energy wraps around the arrow. Like a cannonball, massive and lightning fast. It's way too big to dodge, especially in the middle of a pitch-black night. The monster drops instantly, and Seo can't believe her eyes. In no time, Min-jun brings down the rest, and the battlefield clears completely. Even now, it feels absolutely unreal to everyone watching. Min-jun's not just skilled, he's utterly overwhelming. A quiet understanding spreads through the squad. That Kim Min-jun isn't someone you can easily compare to. All the soldiers take a deep breath as the fight finally ends, and the monsters are gone for good. The area settles into calm once more. Then, an announcement rings out. All members of the 2nd Battalion, 2nd Company, 2nd Platoon have officially passed the training. The entire group hears it loud and clear. The medical team quickly arrives and begins checking on the injured. Kim Min-jun looks around at everyone and praises them for staying strong until the very end. Min-jun reminds the soldiers to stay focused, even now, because they'll soon be heading to the barracks for some well-deserved rest. Min-jun briefly wonders where one goes, to be rewarded for all their effort, but the thought quickly vanishes when Min-gil Kim suddenly calls out his name. In front of everyone, he tells Min-jun that he worked harder than anyone else had. He points out how, from the very beginning, Min-jun acted first, never ran from danger, and showed bravery that truly stood out. Kolpal Kim Min-jun stands pout, but feels a little shy as all eyes turn to him. Sun Unesio, still on his back, quietly thanks him and asks if he can put her down now. Later, she also apologizes for causing trouble for the platoon, but Min-gil Kim quickly reassures her that no one saw her as a burden, and that he's simply glad they completed the training. Together, nearby, Major General Du Sukyeon watches the scene with a small smile, clearly impressed by how the platoon pulled through as a true team in the end. Despite all the intense pressure and challenges, the entire platoon successfully completes the training. Laughter spreads among the troops as they finally relax, and more than a few admit that it was all thanks to Min-jun, because his actions truly made the difference. Suddenly, Colonel Yu Jiyu, the commander of the 4th Battalion, arrives to check on Unesio and asks about her condition. Unesio reports that aside from a small ankle injury, she's fine. Colonel Yu notes how lucky she was, especially after falling into the dungeon hole. Yu Ji-hee then tells the squad to move her carefully, and they follow orders right away. After that, Colonel Yu Ji-hee turns to Major General Du Seo-kyung and requests a private conversation regarding the training. Even though Seo-kyung hesitates at first, she insists that it needs to happen immediately. Later that night, while most of the camp is asleep, Kim Min-jun enjoys a quiet moment. The chef offers him some fried chicken, and Min-jun's eyes light up with pure joy. He asks if he can really eat all of it, and the chef says there's no one else around to share it with. With everyone else already resting, Min-jun happily digs in, declaring he can't let his hard work go unrewarded. The chef then brings up the training and confirms Min-jun's from the 2nd platoon of the 2nd company. He tells him he heard their unit was praised as the best in the entire division. Min-jun nods, still munching, and the chef continues that he overheard the higher-ups discussing Min-jun's stellar performance, especially during the night attack with the Black Rakes. He confirms Min-jun handled them all himself and seems genuinely impressed, wondering aloud how anyone could pull off something like that. In the dark, the chef continues, mentioning how tough this round of training really was, adding that word has spread that around 70% of privates and privates first class across the division gave up. Midway, as he reflects on everything, Min-jun looks down at his food and lets out a quiet gasp of joy, completely captivated by the meat's incredible juiciness. The camp remains calm into the morning. Most soldiers are still sound asleep, enjoying the well-deserved free time they earned. After the brutal training, a few officers chat nearby, saying the exercise went even better than expected, and mentioning that the division commander was utterly impressed. He even came to watch the 2nd platoon of the 2nd company himself, and everyone agrees that they clearly stood out during the entire exercise. Captain Kim Chi-woo from the 1st company smiles proudly and says the division commander is pretty cool and not scary at all. Then he pauses, thinking he might have spoken a bit too casually, but another officer tells him it's fine, and he didn't say anything wrong. It was honest but firm, and since the commander had left his post without warning, no one could really argue against it. They also talk about the 4th Battalion commander, and some say the NCO feels a bit intimidating, even to them, still. Yet, none of that changes the undeniable truth. Kim Min-jun made an absolutely massive impression. Everyone wholeheartedly agrees he did an incredible job. Min-jun stood firm, reacted with lightning speed, and never once backed down. What's more, he did it all right in front of the division commander. Now that things are finally calming down, everyone eagerly anticipates the upcoming monthly meeting. Meanwhile, at the 104th Division headquarters, Major General Du Seo-kyung is meticulously reviewing the dungeon cleanup schedule. Everything appears to be in perfect order, so he moves on to check on Private First Class Sun Yun-seo, Colonel Wu Yivai, informs him her injury isn't nearly as bad as expected, and confirms it's not a fracture. Her recovery is progressing wonderfully, and by tomorrow, she'll complete her treatments and return to duty. Seo-kyung quietly notes that she really takes after her father. Suddenly, the phone rings, and Seo-kyung answers. A voice on the other end greets him by calling him a bearded bastard. Confused at first, Seo-kyung demands to know who it is, but the voice responds like it should be totally obvious. After a brief, stunned pause, the realization hits him. It's Sun Tae-ho, the commander of the 107th Division, and Sun Yun-seo's father. Without wasting a single moment, Sun Tae-ho throws down a direct challenge and demands a duel. Instead of answering right away, Seo-kyung absolutely explodes, demanding why this guy would call him. Out of nowhere like this, Tae-ho, completely unfazed, simply repeats his challenge, and even lets Seo-kyung choose the location. Try to keep it together, Seo-kyung asks if Tae-ho is acting this way just because his daughter got injured, questioning how a man like him even has the nerve to call himself a general. But Tae-ho remains utterly cool, saying that yes, he is a general, and all he really wants is a little workout, using the do Seo-kyung punching bag, which he claims is much more durable than the usual ones. That line pushes Seo-kyung completely to the edge, making him mutter a curse under his breath. Still, he admits feeling bad about what happened to Yun-seo, but insists it was just part of the training. Nothing to get so worked up about. Just when it seems like things might calm down, Tae-ho decides to go in for the kill, casually mocking Seo-kyung for not even being able to get married, asking how someone like that could possibly understand. That's it. Seo-kyung's face turns crimson with rage, and he snaps. He demands Tae-ho's location, shouting at him to stay right where he is, because once Seo-kyung gets there, he won't be laughing anymore. When Tae-ho doesn't respond, Seo-kyung slams his hands on the table in pure frustration, cracking his phone in the process. The room falls into tense silence. Ji-hee walks up to him carefully, letting him know that the call just ended. Seo-kyung, still fuming, demands she call Tae-ho personally, but she urges him to calm down, reminding him that Tae-ho has every right to be upset. At this point, that only fuels his anger further. He can't believe even she's taking Tae-ho's side. Suspicion creeps in. He asks if she was the one who told Tae-ho about his daughter's injury, but Ji-hee firmly clarifies it wasn't her. Most likely, the hospital contacted Yun-seo's guardian directly. She also explains that Tae-ho probably found out because his daughter was granted special permission to finish training before being transferred to the hospital. As those words land, Soo-kyung's rage starts to waver, and guilt takes its place. He realizes he should have at least reached out. He should have explained he wasn't targeting her. Specifically, just testing the 2nd Battalion, 2nd Company, 2nd Platoon to gauge how they'd react when one of their own was injured. He sighs now, thinking it's best to clear things up with Tae-ho properly, knowing this mess came from a serious misunderstanding. Since Do Seo-kyung's phone is utterly wrecked, useless for calls, Ji-hee takes charge, dialing Tae-ho herself, and immediately puts him on speakerphone. The moment Tae-ho picks up the line, his voice is sharp, instantly laced with annoyance. Already guessing Seo-kyung is with Ji-hee, she quickly apologizes for the unexpected call, explaining why. The division commander's phone is completely broken, so she had to make the call instead. With that, Seo-kyung steps forward, taking full responsibility for everything. He calmly clarifies the entire misunderstanding and sincerely apologizes for his previous actions. But Tae-ho isn't ready to let any of it go. He immediately mocks Seo-kyung, accusing him of backing out of their agreed-upon duel, then fiercely demands to know the identity of the man who dared to carry his daughter on his back. The fact that someone who wasn't even a medic got that close to her clearly infuriates him, and he chillingly warns Seo-kyung to be absolutely ready the next time they meet. Realizing this conversation's going nowhere fast, Ji-hee ends the call abruptly, not waiting for more drama. Furious, Seo-kyung grips the edge of the sofa, his knuckles white, and shoots her a deadly, burning glare, clearly blaming her for pushing him to make that call. Without another word exchanged, he demands she prepare a vehicle immediately. They're going to Taejun to meet Tae-ho face to face. Ji-hee, knowing there's no winning here, stays silent, thinking to herself how utterly ridiculous both these hot-headed men are acting. Meanwhile, in another corner of the base, Min-jun Kim strolls casually down the hallway, completely focused on one singular thing, his promised free chicken from the cafeteria. But just as he's completely lost in that thought, he senses something, then quickly turns around. He catches sight of his night walker, bouncing around in pure, unadulterated joy at seeing him. As cute as the little guy undeniably is, Min-jun has had enough of him, popping up in public without warning. Without wasting time, he grabs the tiny creature and shoves him straight into his pocket, getting straight out of the building for a very private talk. Out behind the building, to be exact, Min-jun double-checks his surroundings, making sure no one's watching. He then cautiously releases the night walker. The instant the little guy is free, Min-jun gives him a firm, no-nonsense scolding. He warns him not to appear unless it's absolutely, undeniably safe. The night walker, clearly hurt but trying to explain himself, insists he made absolutely sure no one was around, and only came, he explains, because he missed his master so much. Min-jun realizes he might have been a bit too harsh, so he softens up and summons some demonic energy to feed his little companion. After getting his fill, the tiny creature suddenly points at Min-jun, curiosity shining in its eyes. And Min-jun gently touches the little finger, and instantly, a powerful connection forms between them through this newfound link. Min-jun sees exactly what his minion had witnessed earlier. He watches completely wrecked, radiating clear, unmistakable signs of demonic energy. He's stunned the night walker traveled that far, and actually gathered such solid intel. Praising him for the incredible job, Min-jun watches his little guy light up with pure pride. But while the night walker soaks in the compliments, Min-jun's already brainstorming an excuse, a clever way to sneak out of base again. As Min-jun approaches the dormitory, his mind spins with a whirlwind of thoughts. He figures it might look suspicious if he leaves right away, but it also feels like a total waste to just sit on his vacation days. What if it's just a false alarm? Still, he's thankful for the day off he earned last time during the Yingu operation. Just as he opens the dorm door, he's hit with an absolute burst of noise. Everyone inside is celebrating, and the moment he steps in, they all start congratulating him. He's been selected as the division's best soldier. During the recent Hunter field maneuvers, they mention an upcoming award ceremony. And even better news, the whole platoon is getting a day off, all thanks to his incredible achievement. Min-jun's eyes light up, and he wastes no time, asking if he can use his break tomorrow. The platoon commander, with not much room to argue, says he'll check the schedule. And just like that, Min-jun scores a day off. The next day, Min-jun heads to Huaqian, but everything feels off. The chaos seems to be over, as a few hunters finish cleaning up. But he can't quite grasp why so many are still hanging around. He's especially annoyed that he'd given his minion a massive boost of demonic energy earlier as a reward, only to arrive after all the action was over. Yet, suddenly, a voice calls out his name. He turns to see a girl pulling down her mask, and it's none other than Sun Yun-seo. A few minutes earlier, out on the outskirts of the Huachuan civilian zone, even before Min-jun had arrived, the girls were already hard at work, sanitizing the entire area. Corporal Chamari was getting tired and seriously irritated. She still couldn't wrap her head around why they had to clean up after their hunter field maneuvers. Corporal Yun Hyeju, being more level-headed, figured it was definitely a punishment from the battalion commander, especially since their training results were pretty dismal, and judging from the company commander's expression, it wasn't something to take lightly at all. She told the others to quit grumbling and just get the job done already. But Mari was absolutely exhausted, complaining that a monster just had to pop out of a gate the moment they wrapped up their training. Still, she admitted, they were lucky not to be assigned to the attack team, especially since some people had even lost their homes. In the mess, their attention soon shifted to Yun-seo, who was at the end of the road, quietly scrubbing away without a single complaint. Mari walked over to check on her, asking if she was okay, and gently telling her not to push herself too hard. True to form, Private First Class Sun Yun-seo stood at attention and assured her that she was completely fine. Marie couldn't help but be impressed by how quickly Yun-seo seemed to be recovering, but she still told her to take it easy, just in case. That's when they overheard a few murmurs from the other girls, wondering what a male hunter was doing in their area. The corporal might not know what's going on, but Yin Seo recognizes the guy instantly. It's none other than Min Jun. A few of the girls recognize, though. He's from their division, but none of them know much more than that. Shifting back to the present moment, Yin Seo lowers her mask, and Min Jun is visibly stunned. He never imagined he'd run into her here. Yin Seo demands to know what he's doing here, pointing out that, as far as she knows, only her battalion was called for support. Meanwhile, the other female troops are completely taken aback by seeing a male hunter appear in their zone with an annoyed look. Min Jun replies that he's on vacation. Yin Seo is absolutely infuriated by that, demanding who in their right mind would come to a recently attacked site. While on leave, her suspicions immediately spike, and she starts grilling him, asking if he just made that up. She presses harder, questioning why someone on vacation would show up in a military uniform. Without a word, Min Jun casually hands over a leave form, signed by his platoon commander. Yin Seo reads it, and though her suspicion fades a little, she's still not fully convinced. She hands it back and asks why he'd choose to come to a restricted zone. Like Hua Chun, that question catches Min Jun off guard, knowing full well he can't spill the real reason. He brushes it off with an excuse, saying he had business in Hua Chun, and when he heard there was an emergency, he decided to check it out. Suddenly, everyone's attention snaps to an unexpected gate that materializes behind the troops. It stretches wide in all directions, instantly raising anxiety across the entire field. They had just finished clearing the area, and now it looks like they're in for another round. One of the corporals quickly orders everyone to retreat to the platoon commander's position. Chaos breaks out as the troops begin falling back. But in the middle of the mess, Min Jun does the exact opposite. He walks straight toward the gate. Yin Seo spots him, urgently demanding he evacuate. But he clearly has other plans brewing. Calmly, he offers her an excuse, claiming he'll buy time for the others to escape. Yin Seo is frustrated, believing he's utterly reckless, especially since they have no clue whatsoever what horrors might spill from that gate. But Min Jun then interjects, pointing out the attack team has already pulled out, and if a monster shows up now, everyone could be in grave danger. In that case, he vows to do what he can to stall it, and if things get too bad, he'll just run. Then he asks if she has any spare gear on her, and tells her to lend it to him right away. Still clearly worried, Yin Seo hesitates for a moment, but when he brings up her injured foot, she clenches her jaw tightly and reluctantly hands him her weapon. Before turning to leave, she tells him again, if things go south, he'd better run now that everyone is gone. Min Jun finally has the gate all to himself and gets ready for some serious action. As he walks closer, he reminds himself mentally that some monsters prefer to stay behind, within dungeons rather than leaving. Then, drawing his weapon from its sheath, he hopes this isn't one of those gates that lead to monsters like that. Otherwise, all his excitement would be for nothing. Still, he knows it's rare for such monsters to appear, since most tend to move in groups. Then, just as expected, a slight grin creeps on Min Jun's face when he spots a red boar stepping out of the gate, wrapped in a thick layer of sinister purple demonic energy. One by one, more red boars begin crawling out behind it, forming a monstrous pack while Min Jun waves away the awful stench coming off these beasts. They don't hesitate. They all charge at him at once. Without flinching, Min Jun braces himself, getting into an attacking stance, and rushes forward head-on. He opens with a rapid series of dark arrows, launched from his palm. But to his surprise, they bounce right off the boar's incredibly thick skin, realizing they've got nothing but insane defense. He leaps high into the air and comes crashing down with a sharp barrage. His blade lands with calculated precision, tearing into their hides. But not a single one goes down, making Min Jun narrow his eyes. He's fully aware that while their outer layers are tough, their insides might not be built the same way. And because of that, Min Jun unleashes a D-rank skill called Corruption, sending waves of demonic energy surging from his body directly into the monsters. The energy seeps in through the cuts on their thick hides. The red boars immediately start bleeding from within, but still try to charge forward one last desperate time, only to miserably collapse just moments later. Min Jun then absorbs the lingering demonic energy from their broken bodies, just to make absolutely sure they're down for good. He even slashes across their bodies one final time. As a result, he gains a massive boost in demonic energy and sees noticeable growth in both his Nightwalker and basic swordsmanship skills. Now that the Red Boars are dealt with, he waits to see if any more monsters emerge. But just then his face drops as a familiar voice calls out from behind him. It's none other than Platoon Commander Ji-yoon, arriving with the other corporals. She immediately grabs Min-jun to check if he's okay, while the rest of the female troops can't help but blush after witnessing him take down those monsters. All on his own, Ji-yoon immediately starts scolding him for acting reckless and fighting solo instead of reporting the gate's appearance. She demands to know which unit he belongs to and why he's even here. Without going into detail, Min-jun hands over his signed leave application and explains that he had some business in the area, but rushed to help when he heard about the emergency. With her doubts cleared, Ji-yoon instructs everyone to move out, since the monsters have been taken care of, and the investigation team will arrive soon. As she walks off, the rest of the girls swarm Min-jun like bees, bombarding him with questions about how he managed to fight alone. Ji-yoon lets out a tired sigh, seeing them all act like fangirls, while Yin-seo stands at a distance, quietly observing the chaos. Meanwhile, Min-jun's patience is really wearing thin, and deep down inside, he's just wishing they'd all go straight to hell already. Later that night, a loud shout of confusion echoes from the administrative office as the platoon commander gets a call, updating him about the recent incident in Hwachin involving Min-jun during his so-called vacation. So the commander double-checks if they're really talking about Corporal Kim Min-jun from the 2nd Battalion of the 2nd Company, and the person confirms it. The commander immediately shoots up from his chair in shock after hearing that. Min-jun handled the monsters all by himself and even volunteered for public welfare work. On the other end, Yoon-seo's platoon commander, Gun, explains that while all the gates have been sealed off for now, they're currently disinfecting private homes that were affected, and surprisingly, Min-jun is still there helping them. She admits it's the first time she's seen anyone act like this. Meanwhile, Corporal Yoon Hee-ju and Corporal Shamari are busy watching Min-jun from a distance. Hee-ju is still struggling to believe he defeated the Red Boar so effortlessly, considering she heard getting hit by one is like being rammed by a truck. On the flip side, Shamari is totally simping over Min-jun and his brutal monster-slaying skills. At the same time, Min-jun himself is annoyed that he didn't get the full benefit from killing those monsters. Determined to salvage something out of this mess, he decides to help with cleanup duties to boost his image before heading out. That's when Yoon-seo quietly walks up behind him, catching him off guard since his head is already spinning with thoughts. Instead of greeting her properly, he immediately says something ridiculous about almost hitting her in the face and tells her to move out of the way, brushing off the fact that he clearly wants to talk. Still, Yoon-seo stays firm and gets straight to the point, saying there's something vital she really wants to discuss. After wrapping up the cleanup, Min-jun and Yoon-seo stand face to face. The air between them is tense, but strangely calm. Min-jun asks her straight up, why exactly did you come to talk to him? Yoon-seo doesn't beat around the bush. She brings up their first encounter and asks if he really cursed at her from the bus window that day. Min-jun looks confused at first, but then it clicks, and he corrects her, saying he didn't curse. He just told her that if she messed with him again, she was dead. Yoon-seo lets out a deep sigh, clearly frustrated, but trying to be the bigger person. She admits that she was the one who got pissed first that day, and with that, she apologizes. Surprisingly, Min-jun waves it off, saying he's not holding any grudges, and tells her to just let it go. As he turns to leave, she stops him again and brings up something more serious. She mentions that there was only one other person to ever get a perfect score on the promotion test. That instantly catches Min-jun's attention, and he naturally assumes she's talking about him. But he's caught off guard when she reveals that she's actually talking about someone else entirely, her dad, with a mix of pride and admiration on her face. She explains that her father was the only person to start as a private and earn his stars, and wanting to follow in his footsteps, she chose to enlist as a private too. Min-jun gets genuinely curious now that he's hearing about someone who achieved something exactly like he did, but he stumbles back a bit, mentally calculating timelines, realizing that the Hunter Army only came into existence when the gates first started appearing. He was only 7 at the time. That leads him to assume that Yoon-seo's father must have re-enlisted as a private after becoming an awakener. Yanseo quickly clears up the whole misunderstanding. She explains her dad wasn't actually strong back in the day. In fact, he was deemed unfit for military service, all due to his poor eyesight and various other physical issues. But after his awakening, and witnessing his body transform for the better, he voluntarily enlisted. The sheer pride in her eyes as she talks about him makes Minjun feel like he'd really love to meet this man. Someday, Yanseo assures him that her father would be absolutely thrilled to meet someone like him. He holds a lot of respect for strong warriors. Meanwhile, over at the Daejan, 107th Division headquarters, things are spiraling into chaos. Inside the Hunter-exclusive gym, the entire building is violently trembling, and Colonel Lee Sang-jin, the 3rd Battalion commander, looks like he's about to pass out from sheer stress. Yujihei is also there, completely overwhelmed and utterly unable to get the situation under control. Turns out it's not an earthquake. It's a full-on, no-holds-barred fist fight between Taiho and Du Seo-kyung. The two seasoned warriors are brawling like absolute wild beasts, both of them bruised and scratched up from head to toe. Amid the brutal clash, Taiho throws a mocking comment, asking if Seo-kyung truly came all this way, just to casually drop Kim Min-jun's name. That catches Seo-kyung completely off guard. He never expected Taiho to already know about him, but Taiho just chuckles, asking if Seo-kyung seriously thought he wouldn't find out, just because he decided not to mention it himself. Without wasting another second, the two start throwing punches at each other again, like they've completely forgotten they're not in their 20s anymore. Lee Sang-jin is utterly losing his mind, convinced no one can possibly stop them at this point. But right then, Yujihei jumps between them when she realizes things are getting way too intense. The punches immediately stop, but the two men are still glaring each other down, throwing insults like a pair of squabbling kids in a schoolyard. Eventually, the madness finally cools off, and they find themselves outside the building, sitting on a park bench. Yujihei walks over to Seo-kyung and delivers her report from the 3rd Battalion commander, announcing the Red Boar's gate has been. Seo-kyung praises her and the commander before she heads off. Once she's gone, Taiho finally breaks the tense silence, asking point-blank what Seo-kyung's real reason is for showing up. He's convinced there's something more going on. Seo-kyung doesn't hold back, admitting straight out he came to promote Min-jun to the rank of sergeant. Taiho's calm expression twists into pure, unadulterated rage, clearly furious that Seo-kyung wants to champion the guy who dared to disrespect his daughter. But Seo-kyung fires back, just as angry, making it clear that no one messed with Yin Seo. He tells Taiho to stop acting like a raging bull and start being grateful that Min-jun was the one who helped her out in the first place. Taiho reminds Seo-kyung that Min-jun was only recently promoted to corporal, and before that, he got a special promotion to private first class. Seo-kyung nods and admits he already has plans to raise Min-jun to a commissioned officer. Hearing that, Taiho lets out a deep sigh, saying that Goak-chul won't sit quietly and will definitely take an interest in anyone. Seo-kyung values that much. But that's exactly why Seo-kyung spilled everything. He wants Taiho on his side. A small smirk creeps across Taiho's face, but he says he'll decide after meeting the guy himself. Meanwhile, over in Huaqing County, a dark figure, wreathed in demonic energy, appears right in front of Min-jun. Min-jun is frozen, too stunned to react to what's happening. The man slowly rises to his feet, a twisted smile spreading across his face, as he finally lays eyes on Min-jun, clearly thrilled to have found him at last. Moments earlier, all the female corporals were seated inside the bus, while Min-jun stood outside, seeing them off. The girls waved and shouted, hoping they'd meet him again someday. Corporal Chamari looked like she was just a second from asking him out, or at least slipping him her number. But Corporal Yin Hee-ju quickly shut that down, politely thanking Min-jun for helping them out. Meanwhile, Chamari kept bickering with her friend about ruining her perfect chance. Yoon Seo quietly exchanged a glance with Min-jun, and just like that, the bus rolled off, leaving Min-jun behind. Honestly, he felt a bit relieved he could finally drop the act of playing the nice guy. But as soon as he turned around, the night walker suddenly popped up out of nowhere, The little shadow creature coughed and shamelessly begged for more demonic energy to feed its huge belly. But what it didn't realize was its master was still mad about the bad intel earlier, so there was no chance it was getting any rewards today. The little minion looked heartbroken after being denied his treat, but his expression changed the moment he sensed something strange. Suddenly, he started jumping and pulsing, sending urgent waves of thought directly to Minjun. Through these signals, Minjun learned foreign. Demonic energy was entering this dimension, not through a dungeon gate, but by breaking through the boundary on its own. Impressed that the Night Walker could detect such faint traces, Minjun finally understood that maybe his minion wasn't suited for stealth, but had incredible potential as a danger radar. Without wasting a second, Minjun asked the little guy to lead the way. A few minutes later, the two of them reached deep into the forest. As a reward, Minjun summoned a small burst of demonic energy and offered it to the minion. But before he could relax, the air around them started to twist, and a demonic portal cracked open. Right in front of them, slowly, a figure began to emerge. The moment the man stepped out and laid eyes on Minjun, his entire face lit up with joy, and he shouted, "Master Miho," with tears freely flowing down his face. Minjun, however, was less than thrilled. He immediately backed away and warned the man to keep his distance. But as the man stumbled awkwardly over his own feet, Minjun instinctively rushed to check on him. Frustration flickered across his face as he knelt beside him, demanding why he'd followed him here. After being explicitly told not to, the man, still utterly overwhelmed, could only sob with pure joy, overjoyed to see his master again. Minjun lets out a heavy sigh as memories of their first encounter flood back. Back in the other world, this very guy had been on the brink of death, lying helpless in the middle of a deserted dungeon. A monster had appeared, ready to deliver the final blow to someone who had already given up all hope. But then, out of nowhere, something unexpected happened. A wave of demonic energy tore through the creature, saving him at the very last second. When he looked up, he saw Minjun standing tall above him, surrounded by a dark, intimidating aura. The man immediately assumed he was Master Minhold. Minhold? Minjun had no idea how the stranger even knew that name. But one thing was obvious. The guy was impossibly weak. Before turning to leave, Minjun had told him to avoid dungeons like that, unless he had a death wish. Just out of curiosity, he'd asked for his name, and was stunned when a man said he didn't have one. So Minjun casually named him Li Bong on the spot. Now, back in the present, Minjun grabs Bongu by the collar and shakes him, calling him insane for trying to cross dimensions on his own. Bongu desperately tries to explain that. After Minjun disappeared, everything back home started falling apart. The cult was crumbling without their master. But Minjun never asked for any of that devotion. In the first place, he never wanted followers or to be worshipped. So why would he tell anyone about his departure? Frustrated, Minjun shoves Bongu to the ground. Bongu immediately starts bawling, saying the least Minjun could have done was take him along as his right-hand man. Minjun can't even stay angry at the guy's absolutely pathetic state. Shaking his head, he sighs again and reaches out, pushing a small amount of demonic energy into Bongu to help him recover some strength. Just like that, Bongu feels alive again and swears to repay his master's kindness with his very life. But Minjun doesn't have time for dramatic vows and just wants to know how Bongu really got here. Dropping the formal act, Bongu admits that his arrival in this world was a miracle fueled by his faith in Minjun and his desperate desire to stay by his side. Minjun rolls his eyes, tired of the nonsense, and demands the real answer. None of it adds up. There's no way someone with Bongu's skills could cross dimensions on his own, unless someone powerful like the Saintess was involved. That's when Bongu finally explains. After Minjun disappeared, he stayed behind to keep an eye on the Saintess, because of some strange rumors. Apparently, ever since that day, eerie noises have been coming from the temple every night. Word spread that large numbers of monsters were being caught. But when Bongu checked for himself, there were no bones, no meat, nothing. Just empty space. That's when it hit him. They weren't killing the monsters. They were sending them somewhere else. To Minjun, hearing this, Minjun is stunned, realizing just how dirty. The Saintess is willing to play. Now, convinced that she's behind the recent demonic attacks, he wonders if Bonga knows anything about the strange item he found. A few days ago, he pulls out a piece of steel he had retrieved from inside, a troll monster. Bonga takes one look at the shape and confirms that it looks like a broken fragment of a temple guard's blade, most likely belonging to the guard captain himself. On the flip side, Minjun can't shake the thought of how utterly reckless Bungu truly is. What if that gate had dropped him into a completely different world? If he'd been even a second late, he could have ended up stuck in the dimensional gap, dead and gone without a trace. But clueless Bungu clearly had no idea how close he was to disaster. Shaking his head, Minjun eyes the blade fragment again, his thoughts spiraling. He still can't wrap his head around what the Saintess is really up to, and that unknown is starting to crawl under his skin, like a splinter he can't dig out. 1,224 days before Minjun returned to Earth. During a beautiful sunset in Isgard, the Saintess stood quietly, staring at something in the distance. She was interrupted when she heard a familiar voice behind her, asking what was going on and why they'd been called there. As she turned around, she was greeted by none other than Minjun. The Saintess offered him a warm smile, commenting on how nice it was to be outside and feel the breeze. But Minjun was clearly irritated, pointing out that he'd been sleeping outdoors for days. So what exactly was so special about this moment? Realizing her words may have come off the wrong way, the Saintess apologized, though. She reminded him that she couldn't leave the temple's territory. Then she mentioned hearing that several of Minjun's so-called colleagues were seriously injured at the Parka's dungeon. She was just about to mention their ridiculous cult name when Minjun cut her off, making it clear that none of those idiots were his colleagues and that there was no cult to begin with. He told her they just followed him on their own and got wrecked by some dark hounds, but they'd been treated and would survive. The Saintess smiled at the mention of dark hounds, amused at learning yet another term from him. As Minjun stepped a little closer, he explained that in his world, things like the casts are often called hounds. So he opted to refer to the Parkas as dark hounds. Even though he kept pressing the issue, it was only because he genuinely wanted to understand if there truly was no link between Isgard and the monsters constantly appearing on Earth. The scientist assured him there wasn't one. She explained that gates and monsters had plagued Isgard for hundreds of years. If there was any connection to his home world, it was simply this. Both realms were suffering the same phenomenon. She understood his suspicion, considering he'd seen the same monsters back home, and even landed in Isgard through a gate himself. Still, she reminded him that dimensional travel wasn't easily accomplished. Even summoning him had demanded an incredible amount of effort. So, the idea of transporting entire dungeons and armies of monsters was simply absurd. After hearing all that, he didn't argue. He just turned and walked away. But before leaving, he told her not to back out. When the time finally came for him to return home. Now, back in the present, Minjun recalls how he never truly trusted the Saintess. To begin with, he'd done his own digging and confirmed that Isgard had been plagued by gate-related issues long before he ever arrived. He even learned that transporting something as massive as a dungeon to another dimension wasn't impossible, but it definitely wasn't easy, not even for someone like the Saintess. What still bugged him was why she would waste so much holy power just to keep sending monsters. Was she trying to lure him back? Or was she burning through holy relics for some other twisted plan? It was all speculation, because the only person who knew the truth was the Saintess herself. While his thoughts spiraled, his attention shifted to the idiot, kneeling in front of him, still ready to die for his so-called master. Minjun was beyond done with this religious nutcase, but figured he couldn't just send him back now. So, just to shut him up, he told him to stop calling him Minold and to start using his real name instead. Minjun, with a face full of pure excitement. The fanatic attempts to call his master by his proper name, but completely butchers the pronunciation. Minjun tries correcting him a few times, but quickly gives up, realizing there's definitely something seriously off in this guy's head. Pushing that thought aside, he asks Bong if he can use the imitation skill. The man eagerly confirms that he can, though Minjun's a little skeptical, since he barely gave him any demonic energy. Still, the fanatic thanks him profusely for even that small amount, and assures him that he can still transform into a small animal. Hearing that, Minjun points at a nearby crow and tells him to mimic the bird. Without wasting a second, the dark mage wraps himself in demonic energy and instantly transforms into a crow. Proud of his new form, Bong flaps around excitedly. But Min Jun tells him to calm down and move alongside the Night Walker for now. The Night Walker looks clearly annoyed by Bong's presence, and the two are just about ready to throw hands, until Min Jun steps in, tells them both to shut up and get along. Left with no choice, they quietly do as they're told. Min Jun then tells Bong to get his instructions from the Night Walker, while the Night Walker keeps a close eye on him and makes sure he doesn't try anything reckless. With that, both of them take off, and as Min Jun watches them fly away, he lets out a sigh of relief, though his rumbling stomach quickly reminds him that he's way overdue for food. A few days later, at the camp, Kim Gwang-sik bursts into the locker room, practically bouncing with excitement. The guys inside look at him like he's lost his mind, but he drops the big news that the platoon's quarterly performance chart has finally been posted in front of the administrative office. That gets everyone's attention real fast, while Sergeant Lee is buttoning up his uniform. Someone jokes he probably snagged first place again, but then Gwang-sik lowers his voice and reveals that Lee Sung-ho actually came in second. This time, the room goes silent as jaws hit the floor, and curiosity takes over. Everyone's dying to know who managed to score over 75 points in their platoon. Before they can keep guessing, Min Jun casually walks into the room, casually announcing that he's back from vacation. As he greets everyone, some of the corporals begin whispering, wondering if he could be the one who topped the list. Gwang-sik confirms it right away and adds that Min Jun's performance practically shook the entire division. Everyone is stunned, still trying to process the news, when the platoon commander walks in, and the whole room snaps to attention with a sharp salute. The commander steps forward holding a badge, the symbol of a sergeant, and announces that Min Jun is being promoted. The room goes completely still, as no one can believe he's getting another special promotion this quickly. But the commander confirms the documents just arrived from division headquarters that morning, stating that Min Jun was officially named the best soldier in the entire division during the Hunter field maneuvers. On top of that, his voluntary dungeon clearance during vacation got major recognition. The commander congratulates him with a proud look, explaining that this promotion came directly from division commander Co. Kyung himself. Now, the platoon commander removes the 3 bars of a corporal from Min Jun's uniform and replaces them with 4 bars, officially making him a sergeant. The entire unit breaks into applause, cheering for their newly promoted sergeant. Everyone except Jong Hyun, who seems a bit uneasy. He pulls a folded piece of paper from his pocket, revealing the bet they all made before dungeon training about when Min Jun would be promoted next. It's the very same paper where Guangxing boldly predicted a mere month and wagered his entire salary on it. Guangxing is practically radiating pride, glowing with pride over his monumental win. Meanwhile, Jong Hyun grudgingly accepts his crushing loss. Suddenly, Min Jun swiftly snatches the paper right from their hands. Both guys freeze solid, utterly unsure what he's about to do next. As Min Jun leisurely reads through it, his expression slowly morphs. And when he finally realizes Guangxing actually won the bet, his face stretches into a truly wicked grin. This makes the 2 corporals even more nervous, as they brace themselves for whatever chaotic nightmare the new sergeant might unleash. At this point, Min Jun is practically beaming like an idiot, who's clearly having the absolute time of his life. The real reason for his happiness? It just might be the sheer misery of the guys who bet on him. Kim Moon-ji and Jong Hyun are already standing at attention, sweating bullets. Meanwhile, Guangxing looks like his face is literally about to crack, nervously offering a desperate 30% of his winnings to Min Jun. Min Jun, absolutely savoring the moment, says people might think he's doing this for the money. But nope, that's not it at all. He insists he's doing it entirely for their own good. Guangxing bumps his frantic offer to 40%. Right now, in a truly bizarre display, Min Jun is casually forcing Guangxing to do reps with some seriously monstrous dumbbells. Once again, he casually insists he's not upset about the bet or in it for the money. Poor Guangxing is practically on the verge of tears, repeatedly apologizing for his life choices. But Min Jun, deciding to make things even more interesting, adds even more weight to the bar. This sends Guangxing into an absolute panic, just when it looks like it's far too much for him. Min Jun effortlessly lifts the heavy bar with one hand. The two corporals nearby are utterly stunned, not just by Min Jun's terrifying strength, but also, more importantly, deeply worried their buddy might actually drop dead. Right there, according to Min Jun, he's not calling this a punishment. Oh no, it's training, since they were the ones who said they wanted to grow. That's stronger. He then turns his gaze to the other two. He then beckons one of them to join the fun, but they nervously decline the invitation, insisting they're already exceptionally well-trained, and quickly invent an excuse about being needed elsewhere. Just as they attempt to quietly slip away, they freeze upon hearing the sergeant's tone shift into something utterly terrifying. When they slowly turn back around, Min Jun is sporting a truly wicked smile and calmly informs them it's a genuine shame. They believe they had the right to say no. Pure fear instantly floods their startled faces, and soon after, only agonizing screams echo from the training room. A while later, Guangxing is completely passed out cold, while the other two are left gasping and panting, clearly wrecked and utterly exhausted from the workout. That's when Min Jun casually brings up a little favor he wants to ask the corporals for. Desperate for any kind of break, the guys immediately agree to almost anything, as long as it doesn't involve more physical training. That's when Min Jun starts listing a few interesting facts, like how soldiers ranked lower than private first class, PFCs, aren't actually allowed to use the training room, or even the PC room for games first. The guys are understandably a bit confused, but Min Jun just relentlessly keeps going, stating they're also forbidden from using the gym, and a ridiculous list just keeps growing. Upon being informed about all this, both guys immediately take a firm stand and boldly declare how utterly unreasonable and unjustified these rules are. They exchange a determined glance and decide to work together to completely eliminate them. That's exactly what Min Jun had wanted all along, though he still warns them not to get too carried away. He assures them that he'll personally handle convincing the sergeants and leaves the rest up to the two of them. As soon as he finally dismisses them, they bolt as fast as their legs can carry them out of the training room. Meanwhile, Guangxing finally regains consciousness and tries to follow them with his weak, trembling body, only to be abruptly stopped by Min Jun. Once again, Guang Xn slowly turns around, bracing himself for more torture. And Min Jun, of course, does not disappoint. He casually drops the bomb about an impending personnel reshuffle, and then reveals that Guangxing has been officially assigned to his squad. From now on, that means poor Guangxing has to train with Min Jun every day. From this point forward, elsewhere, in a completely different environment, a dungeon is home to the dangerous snake mine, a serpentine monster that dwells mostly underground. Unlike snakes on Earth, these creatures aren't venomous, but explode when they die. That's why their tails absolutely must be removed before they're killed, as the tail functions as a detonator. Otherwise, they'll blow up. It turns out, Min Jun's platoon is tasked with handling this messy situation. To prevent an explosion, the platoon commander and his squad are meticulously severing tails to safely clear the dungeon. Normally, a small team of experienced hunters is assigned to deal with creatures like these, but this time things are different. While Sergeant Lee is about to be ambushed by one of these monsters, the tail is suddenly severed mid-attack, and the creature taken down by none other than Min Jun, who has already dealt with countless numbers of these in Isgard, all on his own. While Min Jun is as refreshed as ever, the others are absolutely spent, so they decide to take a 10-minute break. The soldiers rest beneath the shade of trees. Sergeant Lee inspects his weapon, and Min Jun can't help but smile, because he's just unlocked a brand new skill, called Agility Boost, which increases his agility stat by 5. He wishes a class-specific skill would pop up, but even this one feels pretty amazing. As he's checking out his stats, a familiar voice suddenly cuts through to him, through telepathy. It's obviously the clueless Bongo, letting Min Jun know that he's detected a strong wave of demonic energy. That immediately puts Min Jun on alert, and he's eager to know where this buffoon is. But he gets hit with a shocker when Bongo reveals he's in Incheon right now. A few days later, on the weekend, in Incheon Metropolitan City, Min Jun finally arrives at the location. Bongo lands right on his shoulder. He quickly explains he didn't do anything reckless, only keeping watch the entire time. Since there are no monsters around, he suspects this might be a dungeon's byproduct. Bongo also reveals that there was no human presence in the house until yesterday. Someone's definitely inside now, and that demonic energy is still emanating from there. Bongo wishes his master had arrived yesterday, but Min-jun barely made it out for an overnight stay. Still, he puts on his mask, ready to move in. He knows this might technically look like trespassing, but in his eyes, there's getting rid of something dangerous hidden inside that house. Upon entering the house through the window, Min-jun scans the room and spots a glowing purple crystal resting on top of the TV cabinet. As he carefully approaches, he senses the demonic energy radiating from it, though it doesn't feel harmful. Just as he reaches out to grab the crystal, he freezes when a voice warns him not to move. Min-jun knows he's been caught red-handed, but doesn't dare turn around. To his surprise, the voice belongs to none other than Eun-soo. A little while ago, Eun-soo was in her bedroom, completely unaware that a familiar guy had just intruded into her house. She was casually chatting with her mom on the phone, who sounded pretty excited to tell her about going on a movie date with her dad. Eun-soo couldn't help but smile, thinking how her dad could be cute sometimes. While she was typing a message, a strange rattling sound echoed through the house, immediately putting her on alert. Wasting no time, she opened her door and peeked outside. When she realized the noise was coming from downstairs, she quietly snuck down to check it out. That's when she spotted a hooded man approaching the crystal without hesitation. She told the intruder not to move, convinced that no one these days will be dumb enough to be a mere thief. She demanded he reveal his identity and what he was doing there. Min-jun slowly spun around, his eyes widened in sheer shock. He never imagined he'd run into Yunzo again, ever, especially not like this. The entire situation felt utterly ridiculous. He comes searching for a dungeon byproduct, you see, one that was giving off demonic energy. And this house just happened to belong to Yunzo. To top it off, Bongo quickly chimed in, pointing out that the dumb Nightwalker detected it first. Not him. Well, it's no shocker to find this item at the division commander's house, considering his crucial role in the Hunter Corps. But the real coincidence is that this girl just happens to be home today. It's like fate keeps forcefully throwing them together, no matter what, just like it did back in Watchin. And that thought alone leaves Min-jun utterly frustrated. But his attention quickly snaps to the alert girl behind him, who is now commanding him to put his hands behind his back and freeze. Of course, Min-jun, being his usual greedy self, decides he's not leaving after coming all this way. Well, he ignores her warning. Yun-seo launches a powerful high kick, but Min-jun dodges it with effortless ease. While digging through his pocket for a pen and a folded piece of paper he'd just been randomly carrying around, still focused on getting this robber to leave, Yun-seo throws a furious flurry of punches, using her impressive boxing skills. But Min-jun, staying true to himself, keeps dodging every single one, while casually scribbling on the paper. When she leaps into the air for a kick, Min-jun's gaze finally shifts to her movements, and he admits to himself that she's really good. I'll probably get promoted to sergeant soon. Eventually, after dodging enough and clearly growing bored, he finally blocks one of her attacks, grabs her wrist, and shoves the paper into her hand. Yunzo starts sensing that this guy isn't just some random thief, but someone clearly trained. She tries to hit him one more time with a kick, but as expected, he dodges it yet again and uses the chance to create some much-needed distance, his eyes fixed on the crystal. Then, with a lightning-fast dash, Min-jun rushes forward, but instead of launching an attack, he snatches the crystal and leaps right out the balcony window. As if it's nothing, Yun-seo is left standing on the balcony. Furious, she didn't land a single hit. And then, she spots the paper he'd forced into her hand. Driven by curiosity, she opens it, and her face immediately turns crimson red, as she becomes absolutely livid, because all he wrote on it was the word burb, just to tick her off like always. Min-jun successfully escapes the house, and finds a safe spot near the woods. Without wasting a single second, he pulls out the crystal and begins inspecting it, immediately noticing that it holds more demonic energy than most monsters he's ever encountered. The fact that a 2-star from a Hunter Corps had this just lying around at home. Tells him it's clearly harmless to humans. But that doesn't explain the strange, potent energy radiating from it. He's certain now that it's a monster crystal, but it's unlike any he's ever seen. Even back in Isgard, monster crystals are rare minerals, found within monsters, and they vary, based on the creature's age and danger level. Each one contains a certain amount of mana, proportional to its size, which is why they're considered valuable loot for any hunter. But a crystal packed with demonic energy? That's something completely new to Min-jun. He's never seen or even heard of such a thing. Dropping it on the ground, the crystal cracks open, and without missing a chance, Min-jun immediately absorbs all that demonic energy into his body right away. A system notification pops up telling him that his demonic energy stat has shot up by a ridiculous amount. Getting such a major power boost without even lifting a finger makes the whole trip more than worth it. Whatever the system might be planning, behind the scenes, Min-jun knows he can't waste time worrying about it. Just then, another update appears from the system, informing him that he has unlocked 2 brand new skills, Demonic Energy Singularity and Demonic Energy Grasp. Min-jun is absolutely thrilled to gain these new skills, and he immediately dives into the details. First up, Demonic Energy Singularity. This skill makes his demonic energy colorless and odorless, rendering it completely undetectable. This puts his mind at ease, as he'd been increasingly worried that the higher his demonic energy stats climbed, the tougher it was to control, the immense pressure it emitted. So this skill is exactly what he needed. On top of that, the Demonic Grasp skill allows him to physically manipulate demonic energy. To test it out, he extends his hand and points it at poor dumb Bongo, who is instantly lifted into the air. Min-jun isn't sure if there's a weight limit, but it's still incredibly impressive. Afterward, he gives both Bongo and Nightwalker a task. Search for dungeons and their byproducts, suspected of containing demonic energy. As a small reward, he tosses each of them a bit of demonic energy to snack on. But of course, the 2 lovable idiots immediately start squabbling over whose portion is better. When Min-jun turns to glare, they suddenly act like lifelong brothers who've never had a single disagreement. In a surprisingly good mood, Min-jun asks Bongo if he's ever tried Korean food, and just like that, the 3 of them head to a Korean restaurant. The table is soon overflowing with all kinds of delicious dishes. The moment Bongo takes his first bite, he bursts into tears, completely overwhelmed by how incredibly delicious the food is. His dramatic reaction makes Min-jun question just how much of a goofball this guy really is, while the waiter just stands there, absolutely stunned by the performance. Still, as Min-jun watches him eat, a small smile creeps onto his face. He remembers their old meals in Isgard, dry, flavorless biscuits. He realizes this might just be Bongo's very first real meal. Instantly, Min-jun's phone starts vibrating in his pocket. When he checks it, he sees a flood of urgent messages from Guangxik, practically begging for a response. Guangxik sounds like he's on the brink of a total breakdown, urgently reminding the sergeant that their guerrilla training kicks off next week, and the schedule looks absolutely insane. Fast forward a bit, and the guerrilla warfare training has officially kicked off for the awakened soldiers who've transcended the limits of normal humans. At first, the training looks pretty standard. Squats, burpees, the usual grind. But then, while most soldiers struggle to keep up, already looking half dead, Min-jun is the only one actually enjoying himself. By the time they hit the 3rd course, with its 3 rope bridges, he's swinging across like a kid on a playground, while the rest are clenching every muscle, just to avoid falling off. Then come the drop-down drills, which he nails effortlessly too. Finally, a man in a hazmat suit shows up and delivers a random lecture, forcing everyone to memorize the national anthem, up to the 4th verse, and the full hunter military pledge. After that, they're dismissed. Most of the soldiers drag themselves straight to their beds, which are just as uncomfortable as the food they're about to face. Others sit in misery, staring down at the disgusting meal in front of them, clearly regretting everything. They expected rest and something edible after training, but instead, they're stuck with food that's barely fit for consumption. At this point, some genuinely wonder if the division master holds a personal grudge against them. On the contrary, Min-jun is actually acting like a lunatic, devouring the food, like he's dining on a 7-course meal at a 5-star restaurant. One of the guys nearby is too scared to eat much, terrified of what the washroom might be like afterward. Later that night, the platoon commander, Captain Seo Jong-won, arrives at the camp. Sergeant Lee immediately snaps to attention, saluting his superiors. The commander tells everyone to relax and informs them that, since everyone is clearly exhausted, the instructors will be standing watch at camp tonight. Instead, he also congratulates them for performing exceptionally well in the training so far, but his tone dramatically shifts as he brings up something far more serious. With full determination, he suddenly shouts, commanding everyone to give their absolute best in tomorrow's trench combat. The next morning, each platoon is hyped up, enthusiastically cheering on their own squads. The trench combat itself is pretty straightforward. In a square arena designed to simulate a trench, the objective is to either push your opponent out or defeat them within the bounds. Two heavy soldiers are currently dominating, throwing people around like ragdolls and slamming them into the ground. The losing soldiers pile up one after another as the referee calls an end to the match. It's the 16th round, third fight, and the 1st Battalion, 2nd Company, 1st Platoon, 1st Squad takes the win. No weapons are allowed, and no one is allowed to bring in outsiders. It's all about raw physical strength. Despite how it looks, trench combat holds special meaning for the 4 battalions of the 104th Division. During this hunter guerrilla training, the 2nd Battalion commander, Colonel Lee Junbum, is stunned to see them win, finding their strength absolutely insane, especially since these are the same guys who dominated last year. Colonel Jong Sung-kyun from the 2nd Battalion agrees and reminds him that these guys were just corporals last year, and now they're sergeants. Even when 10 squads charged in together, that heavy guy, Choi Sung-woo, pushed them all out by himself. But then the 3rd Battalion commander, Colonel Go Young-hyul, casually drops the info that Sergeant Choi Sung-woo, he recently aced his promotion exam, but the 1st Battalion has been stonewalling it. This immediately sets Junbum off, and he starts yelling at Shun-kyun, accusing him of deliberately stalling the man's promotion, just so he could keep him on the front lines in trench combat. A higher rank would have made him ineligible for it. After all, Shun-kyun completely loses it too, denying everything and insisting he never agreed to anything like that. This kind of clash was totally expected. Trench combat always devolves into a proxy war between the various battalion commanders. Meanwhile, Colonel Ko Jong-cheol just watches with a smug grin, absolutely relishing the chaos. The 4th Battalion commander, Yu Ji-hai, remains surprisingly quiet when the referee announces that. Up next is the 4th Battalion, 4th Company, 4th Squad. Yu Ji-hai looks a bit nervous. After all, only one squad from her entire battalion made it this far. Everyone knows that. The training intensifies for battalions that constantly underperform. Choi Sung-woo and his team step away from the stage, while Min-jun and his team are sitting in the corner, watching the match unfold. That is when Choi Sung-woo spots Min-jun and greets him for the very first time. He confirms that he is the same hunter, Min-jun from the 2nd Battalion. At first, he seems incredibly happy to meet Min-jun, claiming that he never thought he'd meet such a celebrity here, the fastest to ever become a sergeant. But then he scoffs, admitting he had high expectations because of the rumors, then declares that Min-jun is really stupid. As soon as Gwang-shik and Jong-hyun hear this, they both get furious and stand up to confront the situation, but they both freeze in their tracks when that giant guy puts his hands on both of them to stop them, declaring he only meant to say it in his heart. With a smirk, he apologizes and leaves with his squad, letting out a mocking laugh. Both Gwang-shik and Han-yun are left fuming, their faces crimson red, but Min-jun just tells them that it's all okay. However, Gwang-shir's anger is completely unleashed. He's absolutely itching to crush that guy to pieces. Meanwhile, Min-yun, who just moments ago appeared so calm, is now a furious, red-faced tomato, ready to explode at any moment. Yet, he somehow manages to rein in his unbearable fury, assuring them that everything will be fine, because they'll definitely cross paths with this bull-like brute again. And soon enough, the trench combat resumes, and the 4th Battalion, 4th Company, 4th Platoon, 4th Squad is now on standby. Corporal Chowmari sits quietly, clearly annoyed and utterly irritated. She just doesn't see the point of these fights. They're exhausting, and worst of all, they involve physical contact. She finds utterly disgusting Corporal Yin Heeju wholeheartedly agrees, saying the whole thing feels incredibly unfair. They always get trashed if they don't perform well. She simply doesn't understand why they even need to go through all this just to crown some so-called guerrilla king. But while Heeju vents her frustrations, Mari is more concerned about their battalion commander, being absolutely furious, especially since they're the only squad from their battalion that made it this far. As Mari glances toward their commander, she gets uneasy seeing her stern expression. But at this point, what's done is done. The referee calls for the 4th Battalion, 4th Company, 4th Platoon, and 4th Squad to enter the arena. Their squad commander, Sergeant Osset Beale, fires them up, telling the girls to win this and take the Guerrilla King title. She's the only one looking genuinely hyped and confident, while the rest are just barely holding it together. The round begins, and Mari immediately starts running around the arena, desperately trying to avoid being touched, while Heeju is holding her ground firmly, pushing her opponent back with sheer effort. In the back, Haejin and Kim Neon are truly struggling, as a massive soldier grabs both of them at once. Suddenly, a single hand fiercely grips the guy by the collar and mercilessly slams him across the arena like a rag doll. It's Sergeant Osipial, completely stealing the spotlight with her absurd strength before the guy can even react. She's already perfectly in her stance, and without a moment's warning, she charges in, tackling him with a brutal spear move. Knocking him out cold, his body skids outside the ring. Officially out of the fight, Sybil casually dusts her hands and turns to her squad, her eyes locking straight onto Mari, who's still darting around like her life depends on it. Just when a soldier chasing Mari grins, thinking he's finally got her, she suddenly grabs his wrist and slams him to the ground so hard that a loud thud echoes through the arena, leaving the crowd absolutely stunned. Osipial can't help but smirk with pride, while Mari glances back at the unconscious man and pointedly reminds him that he was warned to stay away from her. After dealing with that weak guy, her attention shifts to Yoon Hee-ju, who's still locked in a struggle with her opponent. The guy smirks when his friend runs over, pointing out what he thinks is an opening to take Hee-ju down. But in the chaos, he doesn't even realize he's the one about to get knocked out. Before he can react, he's flipped upside down in the air and launched clean out of the arena. This time, it's none other than Yunseo, using her precise combat instincts to finish him off. The guy fighting Hee-ju, caught totally off guard by what just happened, lets his guard down too. And Hee-ju doesn't waste the opportunity. She grabs his arm and slams his back to the ground with all the strength she's got. Now that the small fries are out of the picture, only 2 massive, bulky guys remain. They never imagined the girls would manage to push even one of them out. But now that it's happened, they're ready to take things seriously. With confidence, they charge in, claiming they'll be the ones to win this round. But before they can even land a proper hit, both are stopped dead in their tracks by Osipial, straining against them with both arms. The guys just laugh it off at first, thinking she's insane for trying to take them on by herself. But that laughter quickly dies down when they realize they can't even budge her. This girl really is a force as the rest of the squad charges in, and together, they swiftly launch both bulky guys out of the arena in a single powerful sweep, leaving everyone watching in absolute shock. The referee quickly announces their victory, and the whole squad erupts into celebration. At this moment, Min-jun quietly observes everything from the sidelines, acknowledging that the girls not only have impressive teamwork, and on top of all that, they're clearly highly trained and skilled. Even Kwang-suk and Han-young can only nod in agreement, convinced that this very squad will be the one to go up against that giant beast, Choi Sung-woo, in the quarterfinals. They're both excited at the idea of watching that monster finally lose. Still, Han-young hopes Sung-woo actually makes it to the finals, because he wants to face him personally and teach him a hard lesson. But looking at how strong the girls' squad has proven to be, they start wondering if they'll even get the chance. Then again, they remind themselves they've got Min-jun and Lee Sung-ho right on their side, so there's absolutely no way they're losing. Just then, Mari spots her crush, Min-jun, and instantly waves at him. He stays serious as usual. Meanwhile, Kwang-suk and Han-young both blush like total fools, assuming she's waving at them instead. Yoon-hee, completely fed up, tells Mari to stop being such a simp, while the guys are even worse simps. now deciding to cheer for the girls of the 4th Battalion, instead of focusing on fighting that massive bull. Watching them act like this, Minjun lets out a soft, quiet chuckle, fully convinced that these two are absolute morons. At the judges' panel, Colonel Lee Yunpyong looks visibly disheartened, especially since he had such high expectations for the boys. He points toward the 4th Battalion commander, asking if she's proud now, but she remains silent, offering him no reply. The referee then announces the next 2 squads up for the fierce battle ahead, and this time, Minjun's squad is among them. Yujin's eyes immediately snap to Minjun, as she recalls. He's that same guy Seo Kyung is so strangely fixated on. Her curiosity sparks to life, and she finds herself genuinely intrigued to see what he's truly capable of. As the boys make their way toward the arena, Hyun-yoon casually lets Min-jun know that if they secure first place in this competition, their squad will earn a well-deserved vacation. The moment he hears this, Min-jun's mood plummets. He has absolutely zero interest in going on a trip with a bunch of idiots like Gwang-shik and Han-young. They burst into laughter at his predictable reaction, joking that maybe they should just give up on first place entirely, ignoring their playful nonsense. Min-jun keeps his eyes firmly locked on the arena, a smirk tugging at his lips, as he confidently declares that they'll still enjoy that vacation, but entirely separately. The test then officially begins. As both teams stand face to face, awaiting the signal, the coach tells them to prepare themselves. And the moment the whistle shrieks, the match kicks off. Han-young and Lee Sung-ho charge straight at their opponents, while Sergeant Kim Min-jun remains perfectly still. Lee Sung-ho grabs 2 opponents by the waist, easily pushing them back with surprising ease. Gwang-shik locks onto another guy, grabbing him by the waist, and remarking how light they feel in his grasp. He and Brownhead effortlessly lift their opponents. But among the other team stands a guy built like a tank, the Muscle Man. He sizes up Han-young and then Lee Sung-ho, clearly trying to decide who to go after first. Just then, Min-jun finally steps forward. As he approaches the Muscle Man, he sizes him up in return, thinking the guy might be pretty useful for testing something out. The Muscle Man doesn't hesitate, charging directly at Min-jun. With a small grin, Min-jun admits his control still needs some work, but at the very least, he can mess with their balance. He activates his E-rank skill, Demonic Energy's Grasp. This instantly throws Muscle Man off balance, making him crash to the ground, confused and absolutely furious. Muscle Man scrambles back up and charges again. Min-jun calmly uses his ability once more, yanking the guy's arm and slamming him to the ground again. Now Muscle Man is both shaken and terrified, utterly unable to make sense of what's happening. But Min-jun knows better than to keep using that skill and playing. Sight though, he figures if he keeps messing with a guy like this, someone might start getting suspicious. He signals for his opponent to get up and come at him again. This time, Sergeant Kim Min-jun doesn't rely on his ability, and instead puts his faith entirely in his agility and raw physical strength. As soon as Muscle Man stands, Min-jun charges in at full speed, grabs him by the waist, and effortlessly throws him back, ending the match with ease. Their team wins and advances smoothly to the final round. However, Min-jun points out that even though they won, they won't be facing the 4th squad from the 4th Battalion in the final, contrary to what Gwang-shik and Han-young had hoped. The coach announces that the final battle will begin shortly and instructs both teams to head to the arena. The opposing team features a powerhouse named Choi Sung-woo, known for his strength. As both squads make their way into the arena, Han-young turns to Gwang-shik and asks if Choi Sung-woo used to be a wrestler. Gwang-shik confirms that Sung-woo wrestled until high school, only quitting because of his awakening. Han-young remarks that, judging by his moves, the guy was definitely skilled back then. Gwang-shik adds that he's heard Sung-woo won pretty much every competition he entered. That only pisses Han-young off even more, especially since Sung-woo now uses cheap tactics to win matches. Both Han-young and Gwang-shik are absolutely fuming. Their heads are practically steaming, but Lee Sung-ho struggles to hold them back. Min-jun then clarifies the real reason for their anger. It's not merely that fact. Choi Sung-woo's team dominated the quarterfinals. It's completely how they won. Their opponents in that round were an all-girls team, and the final score was a brutal 6-0. Not a single one was even pushed out of bounds. Min Jun argues it's not entirely Sung Woo's fault for winning strictly within the rules and not even throwing any punches. It's more about the opposing team's sheer weakness. But Guangxik isn't having any of it. He bellows at Sung Woo, promising to teach him some manners himself. Meanwhile, Min Jun watches them and thinks they still have a long way to go. If they're this furious at Sung Woo, then the only true answer is to crush him in the match. There's truly no need to get so fired up. The round hasn't even begun, but tension is already thick. Both teams finally stride into the arena and stand face to face. Han Yong glares up Tae Sung Woo and asks if he plans to take them all on solo too. Choi Sung Woo smirks and replies that he wouldn't dare, in the presence of the infamous Sergeant Lee Sung Ho himself, but then he mocks them, asking if they could even win, and even if he did go solo. That smug grin instantly sets off both Han Yong and Guangxik, but Sung Ho keeps them strictly in check. Then, Choi Sung Woo shifts his gaze to Sergeant Kim Min Jun and says he thought beating up Min Jun's little girlfriend might finally get a reaction out of him, but the guy looks completely unfazed. That statement completely throws the whole team off. Guangxik, utterly confused, asks what he's even talking about. Sung Woo casually mentions the pink-haired girl from the 4th Battalion, saying she seemed really hyped to see Min Jun and was cheering like crazy. Guangxik, half blushing and half furious, protests that she wasn't waving at Sergeant Kim Min Jun. Han Yang jumps in and says it's true. Min Jun couldn't care less about girls, except for Lumi from Dungeon Power Fighter. That random comment, it plunges everyone into an awkward silence. For a moment, the battleground feels less like an arena and more like a high school hallway. Suddenly, Choi Sung Woo and his entire team erupt into laughter. Sung Woo mocks them, asking if they're seriously still talking about that beginner NPC from that trash game. Still laughing uncontrollably, he teases, so Lumi is really Sergeant Kim Min Jun's crush? Han Young thinks the guy's a complete dumbass, while Kim Guangxik and Brownhead glance at Min Jun with visible fear. Sung Woo keeps going, laughing even louder, as he says he's only ever heard of losers like that. And now he's face to face with one, someone with a crush on a 2D girl. The coach steps in, telling both teams to get ready, and reminds them that the match will begin. At the sound of the whistle, Choi Sung Woo chuckles one last time, while wiping tears from his eyes, saying he'll go easy on Min Jun, since the guy needs to get back, safe and sound, to his precious little Lumi. The whistle blows, and a match begins. Both teams rush at each other, but Sergeant Kim Min Jun remains perfectly still. Choi Sung Woo charges straight at him, grinning and asking if Min Jun is still spacing out. Out of nowhere, Min Jun tilts his head and slams it right into Sung Woo's face. The sound of the slam echoes across the entire arena, making everyone freeze. Joy. Sung Woo's forehead starts turning red and swollen, but he quickly brushes it off, claiming he just took a wrong step, and asks the coach to let it slide. This once, the coach glances toward the judges for a decision, and they give a silent nod. He then tells both teams that this one will be overlooked, but reminds everyone that striking is banned, and they're expected to avoid it from now on. Choi Sung Woo is clearly pissed, but forces a grin, saying it was cute of Sergeant Kim Min Jun, though he won't be going easy on him anymore. The coach restarts the match, and Min Jun flashes a smirk. He declares he's not done being adorable just yet. He leaps away from Sung Woo and charges straight for Han Yoon and his rival, slamming into both and flinging them out of bounds. Even though Han Yoon is supposedly his own teammate, it's crystal clear Min Jun is still fuming at him for mentioning Lumi Nuna. Sung Woo watches on, absolutely stunned, as Min Jun begins eliminating his own squad members, right along with their opponents. Next, Min Jun charges at Kim Guangxik and his rival, and effortlessly tosses them both out. Then he turns his attention toward Lee Sung Ho and his opponent. Unlike the others, Sung Ho fiercely holds his ground, calling Min Jun a psycho bastard, while bracing his body and preparing to counterattack. He manages to hold Min Jun off for a bit, but eventually gets overpowered and tossed out too. Now, only two people remain in the arena: Sergeant Kim Min Jun and Choi Sung Woo. Min Jun is grinning darkly, with a sinister mist seeping from his mouth, His eyes are pure white, every muscle in his body flexed and absolutely brimming with power. Choi Sung-woo is terrified to even look at him, wondering just what kind of messed up psycho this guy is. The fat dude gets up and loudly demands the match be stopped, since the guy is taking out his own teammates. The Gray tells him they can't stop it, because he hasn't broken any rules yet. The fat dude argues that, even if no rules have been broken, it's not normal to take out your own team. He asks if the Gray plans on taking responsibility if someone gets seriously hurt. Malai cuts in, saying the judge will handle things on his own, just like in the previous matches. Sergeant Kim Min-jun suddenly moves in and starts wrestling with Choi Sung-woo, catching him completely off guard and making him question what's even going on. First, the guy made sure it was a one-on-one, and now he wants to wrestle him. Choi Sung-woo thinks Kim Min-jun made a grave mistake. Sure, the guy's strong, but wrestling isn't just about brute strength. It's all about technique. He digs deep and uses all the strength he's got and unleashes a powerful move, aiming to send Kim Min-jun flying out of bounds. But no matter how fiercely he tries, the guy doesn't budge an inch. Then, completely out of nowhere, Kim Min-jun hoists him effortlessly into the air and slams him hard, daring him to get back up. Choi Sung-woo stumbles back to his feet, a chilling thought forming. This guy is seriously dangerous. He chuckles nervously, declaring his surrender. But before he can even finish that sentence, Sergeant Kim Min-jun snatches him up again and unleashes another suplex. He locks him by the waist, hoisting him high, declaring he can't let him surrender just yet. He pulls him up, then throws him down yet again. But before a third slam can land, Choi Sung-woo quickly shouts, "I give up." He's stepping down. Sergeant Kim Min-jun locks eyes with him and delivers a chilling warning. He states firmly, Lumi Nuna isn't just some two-dimensional character. She's his absolute, undisputed favorite. And with that, he slams Choi Sung-woo to the ground one final time. As foam starts to drip from his mouth, the coach officially announces the match is over and declares the 2nd Battalion, 2nd Company, 2nd Squad, 2nd Platoon, the undeniable winners. Sergeant Kim Min-jun strides off the stage and glances nervously toward his team, the very same guys he threw out during the match. He admits sheepishly that he might have gotten a tad too excited, but his teammates erupt in cheers for him and enthusiastically congratulate him on the win. Kim Gang-sisik Beaming declares it the most impactful match he's ever witnessed, and that he took down the infamous Choi Sung-woo in a straight-up brutal one-on-one. Han Young chimes in, adding that it was incredibly refreshing to see Choi get absolutely destroyed, and slyly asks if Kim Min-jun took them out on purpose, just to make things more dramatic. Kim Min-jun thinks to himself, it's nice to see how positive everyone is. But Lee Sung-ho cuts in, reminding him that, no matter what his reasons were, there's no justifying a team kill. He tells him he's profoundly disappointed, and leaves the team behind. After a brief walk, Lee Sung-ho smirks to himself, thinking he absolutely can't let his guard down. He might just be the next target. He vows to himself that next time, he'll be the one to take down Kim Min-jun. Meanwhile, the victors are awarded medals for their stellar performance by Molai. At that moment, Sir Hunter steps out of the tent to use the bathroom, wondering why they're forced through such brutal guerrilla training, especially during times like these, when they're supposed to be part of the elite hunter corps. Just then, a voice calls out to Eyebrows from behind. He turns around and immediately blushes as he spots Yunseo standing right there. The very next day, right after the brief, but grueling, guerrilla training of the 104th Division, the gang immediately starts plotting something big. Kim Gwang-sik emphasizes they need to approach this very carefully. Han Young chimes in, stating that, even if punishment awaits them later, they still have to push forward regardless. Brownhead looks visibly nervous because of the sergeant, but Kim Gwang-sik tells him not to be scared now. He explains they just need to lure them to the rendezvous point, and once they're there, they won't be able to do a thing. Han Young then turns to Mohawk and stresses that his role is the absolute most important, asking if he can truly handle it. Mohawk stays silent. They were already scheming before the exhaustion from training had even worn off. Kim Gwang-sik reminds them they don't have much time and need to stay as efficient as possible. Han Young agrees that picking the perfect rendezvous point is absolutely key and asks Kim Gwang-sik what location would be best. Lee Dong-jin suggests the eastern part of Gyeonggi, since it's the borderline, and going any farther would just take too long. Kim Gwang-sik agrees and tells him to keep throwing out more options. Suddenly, they get a message from Hunter Sun Yun-seo. They chat briefly about locking in dates to finally use the vacation they earned from the game. Sun Yun-seo then tells them to pick a spot. She then casually asks if they could give her Kim Min-jun's number. Han Young warns Kim Gwang-sik that they might get busted. Kim Gwang-sik turns to the rest of the gang and asks if he should just claim he doesn't have Kim Min-jun's number. Han Young shakes his head, saying no one's going to buy that excuse. Lee Dong-jin points out that Kim Min-jun is on their team and they all live together, so it'd be way too weird to claim they don't have his number. Han Young bails, declaring the plan's already screwed, and tells Kim Gwang-sik that he was the one who started this mess, so the rest of them don't know anything about it. He walks off, telling Mohawk and Lee Dong-jin to leave, too, before they all get dragged into trouble, leaving Kim Gwang-sik standing there, utterly alone. Meanwhile, Kim Min-jun walks into the gym and opens his status window. He checks his stats and sees his power has gone up by 5 and his agility by 1. He thanks Choi Sung-woo for the assist, saying that once he hit 60 points, it became almost impossible to level up. He lays back and starts lifting dumbbells, clearly hyped that his strength jumped by 5 points. He's in the middle of his reps when a voice suddenly interrupts him. Someone calls out to him, and Kim Min-jun sits up, asking Mage, "What's going on?" Lee Bang-gu pipes up, saying he wants more soup. Kim Min-jun snaps, telling him he already gave him money to buy food on his own. Lee Bang-gu casually thanks him, and then mentions he forgot to mention something about a mysterious aura. Kim Min-jun pulls a face, saying he should have led. With that, he asks what kind of aura it is, wondering if it's some kind of demonic energy or something. Lee Bang-gu says it's not demonic, but it's definitely foreign. He says he's never felt anything like it in Isgard. Kim Min-jun asks him why he suddenly stopped talking. Lee Bang-gu says the soup just arrived, and he'll share the rest of the details. After their meal, Kim Min-jun curses him out, boiling with frustration, calling him a total piece of trash. Just then, his phone buzzes with a text from Sun Yun-seo, asking, "Is this Hunter Kim Min-jun's number?" He groans, wondering what in the world is going on today, and why everyone suddenly wants a piece of his time. He mutters, "How did she even get my number?" and decides he's just going to block her on the spot. But before he can even lift a finger, Kim Gwang-sik comes barreling right towards him, desperately begging him not to. Kim Min-jun stares, completely clueless about what he's talking about. Gwang-sik asks, "Did you just get a text from Sun Yun-seo?" and insists this is an incredibly rare opportunity, pleading with him to think about his squad member's future. He clamps onto Min-jun's arm, holding tight, and declares he's absolutely certain that Min-jun is destined to climb sky high in rank, and it's only natural then he'll need to start expertly managing his subordinates, their mental well-being. Kim Min-jun just stares at him, utterly bewildered, and demands, "Were you the one who gave my number to Sun Yun-seo?" Yun-seo. Gwang-sik tightens his grip on Min-jun's arm, and finally, sheepishly admits, "Yeah, it was me." He tells Min-jun to try and be a little more understanding, earnestly reminding him they're all giving their absolute best to the military, and something as crucial as this is the only thing that genuinely keeps them going. Kim Min-jun absolutely explodes in fury and demands, "Have you planned something behind my back?" Gwang-sik blinks back at him, utterly confused, and asks, "Didn't Min-jun already hear about it?" From Hunter Sun Yun-seo herself, Kim Min-jun fixes him with a dangerously grim expression and flatly tells him, "We are in the training room, so you'd better answer me straight right now." Kim Gwang-sik stares back, his face etched with pure terror, as if his very soul had just vacated his body. A week later, the entire gang rolls up to Thunderland, all spick and span in their sharp military uniforms. Han Young thanks Sergeant Kim Min-jun, beaming, saying he never, in a million years, imagined they'd actually make it there. Kim Wan-sik shoots San Young of an omozgle, and snaps that a betrayer like him, that has absolutely no right to thank anyone, especially after ditching him mid-plan. Kim Min-yun into shakes, telling Gwang-sik, "They're not here because of you. It's all thanks to Cheol-ho." Han-young admits he hadn't expected Sergeant Lee Sung-ho to approve their plan so easily. He even quips that maybe, just maybe, Kim Min-jun really is just a regular guy after all. Kim Min-jun then tells his platoon the only reason he agreed to this was because he'd rather do anything and spend the whole day stuck with them. Han-young starts eagerly scanning the area, wondering where the girls are. His face lights up with pure joy, and he blushes as he spots them in the distance, standing near the ticketing area. Just as the group gets distracted by the girls, their attention quickly shifts to a huge figure standing right behind them. Kim Gwang-shik and Han-young freeze, thinking the guy must be some kind of final boss. But Kim Min-jun stops them, ordering them to salute, telling them firmly that man is the commander of the 107th Division. He even saw him on TV giving a briefing. Soon, Tae-ho starts walking toward their group, but his daughter, Yin-seo, quickly grabs his arm and reminds him that he said he was only dropping her off. She asks him to head back now. Sun Tae-ho smiles warmly, saying he just wants to meet the hunter she works with, and then he'll leave. He gently taps her hand away and keeps walking toward Kim Min-jun. He stops right in front of him, towering over him. His expression shifts from cheerful to intensely serious. He looks down at Min-jun and asks, "Are you Kim Min-jun?" Both groups finally enter the park. Shamari tells everyone to hurry up and get moving, since they don't have much time. He grabs Kim Min-jun's arm and walks alongside him. Kim Gwang-shik and Han-young also rush in, telling the girls excitedly they've planned the most time-saving route. The girls are impressed and thank them. Everyone heads inside, except for Suk-bail and Lee Sung-ho, who stay behind and exchange a glance. Seth-bail admits she's not much a fan of places like this. Lee Sung-ho nods in agreement. He mentions he prefers spending his weekends simply working out by himself. Seth-bail smiles, saying she figured he'd be that type, then asks just how much he can squat. The two of them then begin walking into the park. Inside, the group enjoys thrilling rides, buys fun souvenirs, and grabs some sweet cotton candy. After a while, Lee Sung-ho and Suk-bail find themselves in an intense arm wrestling match. Later, Kim Gwang-shik tries his luck at a shooting game, but unfortunately only snags a consolation prize. Han-young, confident he can totally outdo him, declares, "Watch how the pros handle this." He plays the exact same game and shockingly ends up with the same prize. Girls in the background burst out laughing, while Kim Gwang-shik gleefully reminds him not to forget their bet. The loser has to pay up. Han-young indignantly complains that something must be wrong with the gun. Meanwhile, Kim Min-yoon walks over and immediately spots the second prize for the very same game. It's a dungeon power fighter, first anniversary limited edition. Lumi Nuna Keyring. He grabs the rifle, fully determined to win that prize, no matter what. With sharp focus, he cleanly hits all the targets in quick succession. The store owner informs him there's still one shot left in the gun, but Kim Min-jun replies he doesn't need it. His goal was to win the second prize from the very start. Emerald and Ginger chat among themselves, with Emerald pointing out how perfectly he hit every single target, while Ginger wonders why he didn't even bother with the last shot. The store owner then hands him the Lumi Nuna keyring. The girls look on, totally confused about what the prize even is. Meanwhile, Kim Min-jun is visibly thrilled, declaring it was totally worth coming here. Han-young and Kim Gwang-shik laugh in their usual weird way, while Cha-mori simply smiles, happy to see him having so much fun. The rest of the team moves ahead, but Kim Min-jun lingers behind, completely mesmerized by his prize. Just then, Yin-seo calls out to him and asks what he and her father discussed. We then cut to a flashback. Kim Min-jun is spotted standing in a parking lot alongside her father, Sun Tae-ho. Sun Tae-ho apologizes for pulling him away, even though he's technically on vacation. Kim Min-jun reassures him it's no problem and asks what he wanted to discuss. Sun Tae-ho looks at him with an intense gaze, then places a hand firmly on his shoulder, tightening his grip. But Kim Min-jun remains calm, not flinching a muscle. After a moment, Sun Tae-ho lets go and declares it seems Kim Min-jun is incredibly well-trained. He then reaches into his car, and mentioning that his daughter once pulled an item from a dungeon, he explains that this item is typically reserved for general rank hunters, but he's going to hand it over to Min-jun anyway. He adds that the military's evaluation system isn't always 100% accurate, and this item should significantly boost his stats in random proportions. He hands him a bracelet. Kim Min-yoon cleans internally, thinking he just hit the jackpot, but maintains a poker face on the outside. He thanks Sun Tae-ho, who tells him he's only giving it to him under the condition that he keeps up with his training. Sun Tae-ho then warns him not to mention this to anyone. He then adds that if Kim Min-jun ever visits Taejun, he should get him a call so Sun Tae-ho can treat him to a meal. Finally, with a chillingly serious look, he warns him that if he tries anything funny with his daughter, he'll kill him. Kim Min-jun calmly replies that it won't happen, slipping the bracelet into his pocket. Back in the present, Kim Min-jun tells Yoon that he didn't talk much with her father. He just said to give him a call if he ever visits Taejun so they can grab a meal. Yoon asks why her father would invite him for a meal, and Min-jun says it might be because he saved her once, so maybe he wants to repay him. Yoon remembers clinging to him back when he rescued her and blushes slightly. She apologizes for his ordeal with her father, but Kim Min-jun flashes the card Sun Tae-ho gave him and proudly states he'll make sure this meal is incredibly expensive. Right on cue, the rest of the gang shows up. Kim Gwang-sik and asks why she invited them all to hang out. She says she wanted to repay Kim Min-jun for getting revenge on Choi Young-woo after he utterly crushed her team during trench combat. Bill chimes in, agreeing with her, and tells the guys that lunch is on them today, so they can order anything their hearts desire. The boys stare in utter disappointment, realizing this entire outing was orchestrated solely for Kim Min-jun, and even the revenge he took wasn't for them. It was all for Lumi Nuna. Meanwhile, back in Taejun, a group of soldiers stands vigil outside a dungeon gate, as a crow with glowing purple eyes silently perches nearby. The 107th Division's 3rd Battalion, Commandé Colonel Lee Sang-jin, looks down at his tablet, reviewing a report showing 100 kilograms of mana stone inside the cavernous dungeon. He smirks, his face twisted with greed, while the crow watches him silently from its perch on the pole behind him. Meanwhile, both platoons wrap up their duties for the day and exchange goodbyes outside Thunderland. Afterward, the boys head to the bus station to return to base. Kim Min-jun gets called out by Lee Bang-gu, who claims there's a problem. Kim Min-jun warns him that if he's about to ask for food again, he'll definitely kill him. But Lee Bang-gu quickly clarifies it's about a dungeon. It turns out the crow spotted near the Taejun dungeon was actually Lee Bang-gu himself. He tells Kim Min-jun that the dungeon looks suspicious. Kim Min-jun reminds him that he had said the dungeon was still under investigation, and now he's on vacation in Taejun, planning to rest. Lee Bang-gu explains that, while it's true, the dungeon was restricted and heavily guarded before, but that's all changed now. He reports the area has suddenly become incredibly bustling. Kim Min-jun tells him to keep the updates coming until his arrival tomorrow at noon. Kim Min-jun arrives in Taejun right by the dungeon and spots soldiers hauling massive loads of mana stones. He whips out his hunter card and wonders aloud if flashing it would get him a tour of this dungeon. Just then, Lee Bang-gu materializes, now in the form of a pigeon. He tells Kim Min-jun he transformed into this form to stay on watch until Min-jun arrived. Kim Min-jun asks if he heard that correctly. About 100 kilograms of mana stones inside that dungeon? Lee Bang-gu confirms that's exactly what he heard. He says he's not sure exactly how much that is, but it definitely sounds like an immense amount. Kim Min-jun explains that's roughly 100 times more than what he could ever hope to find in Isgard, even on his luckiest day. He explains this is an enormous wellspring of energy, and Earth is already working to weaponize it. Suddenly, a massive wave of otherworldly energy erupts from the dungeon. Kim Min-jun turns to Lee Bang-gu, asking, "Is it the same energy you sensed earlier?" Lee Bang-gu confirms that it is, but admits he still can't quite pinpoint what this aura is. He doesn't sense any monsters nearby, but the energy itself feels deeply ominous. Kim Min-jun replies, it makes sense Bang-gu can't recognize it. After all, he's only encountered this energy once in his life. Without a moment to lose, Kim Min-jun rushes toward the dungeon. Then, out of nowhere, massive tentacles begin pouring out from it. The commander immediately orders his platoon to stand back, abandon the mana stones, and fall back. One of the soldiers shouts that there are still platoon members inside, but the commander tells him to follow orders and stand down. Kim Min-jun watches, saying this energy confirms it. This is a fake dungeon. Just then, one of the soldiers stops him, demanding his identity and warning him to keep his distance, because this situation is highly dangerous. Kim Min-jun, unfazed, strides right past him, announcing he is Sergeant Kim Min-jun of the 104th Division, 2nd Battalion, 2nd Company. He declares he'll open the dungeon from the inside, then orders the soldier to report everything directly to the 104th Division. With that, Kim Min-jun leaps into the dungeon, just as massive tentacles seal the entrance right behind him. The commander stares in shock at the dungeon gate, now completely blocked by the writhing tentacles, realizing they're in seriously deep trouble. Meanwhile, deep inside the dungeon, Kim Min-jun discovers a group of soldiers from the transportation team. Private Lee Soo-hwan, Private Jung Jong-dae, Private First Class Kim Sung-won, Private First Class Choi Tae-hyun, and Private First Class Lim Dae-sung. Kim Min-jun asks if anyone else is with them. Lim Dae-sung confirms no one else is there, then asks who Kim Min-jun is. He introduces himself to the squad, telling them the situation looks grim, so he'll explain more later. He then orders them to check their equipment and confirm no one's injured. Surveying their brought gear, Kim Min-jun asks if that's truly all the equipment they have. Kim Sung-won explains they're just the transportation team, so that's all they brought. He adds the inspection team already left. Kim Min-jun quietly ponders who in their right mind would send a transportation team in alone. He immediately suspects something incredibly shady is happening. He instructs the squad to gather their gear and reveals what's really going on. He explains they're inside a fake dungeon, a rare, incredibly dangerous phenomenon. Simply put, they're inside a massive monster that lures people in and swallows them whole. This time, the bait was mana stones. He tells them not to panic, assuring them he's taking full responsibility to lead them out of this mess. The squad questions Kim Min-jun if he genuinely knows how to escape this place. He assures them that, as long as they follow his orders precisely, he'll guarantee their safe escape. He instructs them to eliminate any monsters they encounter and press onward toward the dungeon's core. Suddenly, gooey monsters begin appearing behind the squad. Kim Min-jun steps to the front and orders them to stay behind him. He dispatches each monster with a single punch, effortlessly clearing the way. Watching in awe, Lim Dae-sung turns to his squad and exclaims that Kim Min-jun is truly the legendary figure the entire hunter community raves about, the one who became a sergeant in record time, the invincible monster of the hunter corps. Outside the dungeon, Sun Tai-ho arrives and grabs Lee Sang-jin by the collar of his uniform. Furious that he sent the transportation team in alone, he demands to know what Lee Sang-jin has been doing. Lee Sang-jin nervously explains that he was just attempting to retrieve mana stones from the dungeon. Sun Tai-ho yells at him, asking if he was ever ordered to do that. He reminds him that the directive was to simply investigate the dungeon. So how dare he deploy soldiers without a proper raid team, especially into a fake dungeon? Lee Sang-jin, clearly shaken, stammers that after 2 weeks of investigation, it was confirmed the dungeon was empty, which is why he decided to send the team in. Sun Tai-ho, trembling with fury, snaps that 2 weeks isn't nearly enough, and that Lee Sang-jin sent soldiers without permission. He accuses him of doing it just to boost his own record. He warns that no matter how this situation turns out, Lee Sang-jin better be ready to take that uniform off, letting go of his collar. He adds that if there's even a single casualty, he'll personally ensure he ends up in prison, and tells him to start praying that everyone comes out alive. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Kim Min-jun is still tearing through the goo monsters. With ease, he turns to the squad. Annoyed, he demands to know why they're getting involved, especially since he explicitly told them he'd handle the monsters himself. One of the squad members says they just want to help him out too. Kim Min-jun sighs, asking if they remember his order. Push through these parasites and reach the center. And he explains that these monsters are created by the fake dungeon to absorb any prey that walks inside. Most importantly, once they reach the heart, which is at the center, the monsters will start swarming like crazy. He tells the squad they need to save their stamina for that moment, because if they get hurt now, it'll be a serious problem once they reach the core. The squad nods, fully convinced by his reasoning, and ready to follow his orders. But Kim Min-jun has a different reason in mind. He thinks to himself that it's not about protecting the squad. It's because he's racking up a ton of experience points from this dungeon. A wicked grin forms in his mind as he laughs to himself and tells himself he's going to keep all those points for himself. With that greedy look still on his face, he orders the squad to keep moving forward and leads the way. After walking for a while, they finally reach the center, where the dungeon core is located. Kim Min-jun looks back and sees the squad exhausted and out of breath. He thinks to himself, that fake dungeons drain stamina if your stats are low, and if he'd made them fight earlier, most of them probably wouldn't have made it this far. He points toward the core and tells them that they need to destroy it in order to escape. As the swarm of goo monsters begins to stir, Kim Min-jun turns to the squad and says, it's their time to shine. He tells them not to get hurt or killed, and to play defensively for their own safety. The soldiers quickly fall into a defensive formation, ready to hold the line. Kim Min-jun charges toward the enemies, thinking to himself, he knows he must hold back on using his full abilities, with other people still around. Nevertheless, he effortlessly tears through the monsters, one by one. The creatures hesitate, clearly terrified of facing him. But Kim Min-jun just laughs menacingly, relentless. He tells the monsters to hand over all those juicy experience points. He starts to feel like he's more of a monster than the very things he's fighting. Suddenly, the dungeon core begins to glow and releases a cloud of potent poison. Kim Min-jun quickly tells his squad to stay back. He'll be fine thanks to his poison immunity. He braces himself, ready to use his abilities. But just then, something in his pocket starts to glow. It's the item Sun Taiho gave him. The bracelet reacts to the demonic energy in the air, and its hidden powers awaken. Min-jun mutters that he was saving this item for later. Once he reached a point where it would be hard to increase his stats, his status window appears, revealing that the bracelet allows the user to cast any spell they know of, even those they don't possess, but will disappear once used. Kim Min-jun grins, realizing just how lucky he is to have this. In a moment like this, without hesitation, he activates the skill of the Dark Knight he once faced. He summons a demonic sword that tears through space, blasting nearby enemies into a dimensional rift. With one powerful swing, the sword opens another rift, sucking in all the surrounding monsters, and landing a heavy blow on the dungeon core. As the battlefield quiets for a moment, Lee Bang-gu rushes over and tells Kim Min-jun they have a problem. The soldiers outside have planted a mana bomb at the panic, assuring him they're heading out soon. Just as he smashes the last remaining pieces of the core outside the dungeon, the bomb is successfully installed. A soldier hands the trigger to division commander Sun Taiho. He holds it, thinking it would be great if they could use it to force the gate open. But the dungeon's reaction is too unpredictable to ignore. Just then, he's informed that Kim Min-jun from the 104th Division has gone inside. Another soldier confirms it, saying, it's been verified that Kim Min-jun is in the dungeon, along with their personnel. Sun Taiho yells, demanding to know why he went inside, when this isn't even his area of duty. A soldier explains that, according to witnesses, Kim Min-jun charged in after stating his affiliation. Sun Taiho asks if contact has been made with the 104th Division, and the soldier replies that their commander is already on the way. Another soldier informs Sun Taiho that all troops have been evacuated to a safe location. Sun Taiho thinks to himself that it's already been 4 hours since they went in. They don't even have the right equipment. He wants to believe in Kim Min-jun, but he knows he can't wait much longer. Just as he's about to press the button, the dungeon gate starts to crack. Sun Taiho rushes over and orders his men to alert the medics and get convoys ready for any survivors. He also tells them to bring all available officers to the gate fully armed. Without hesitation, Sun Taiho grabs a tentacle from the gate and begins tearing it away. The medics arrive, and he tells them to stand by, while he keeps ripping through the dungeon's defenses. Finally, the gate opens, and the soldiers come out safely. Sun Taiho breathes a sigh of relief, happy to see them all return in one piece. He asks the soldiers about their condition, and they respond that they successfully cleared the dungeon. Kim Min-jun steps out of the gate with the last 2 soldiers and salutes Commander Sun Taiho, who smiles and returns the salute. That same evening, at the 107th Division's headquarters, Kim Min-jun and Sun Taiho sit together for a conversation. Kim Min-jun explains that he was on vacation. When he came to, Sun Tae-ho then questions why Kim Min-jun was even in Taejun to begin with. Kim Min-jun explains he was there specifically to meet him, because Sun Tae-ho had offered to treat him to a meal. Sun Tae-ho raises an eyebrow, a hint of suspicion in his voice, and says, "So it just so happened that while on your way to meet me, you conveniently passed by the dungeon, and when the incident suddenly broke out, you jumped right into the fray with a confident, cheerful smile?" Kim Min-jun readily admits that's exactly what happened. He then adds that the moment he saw the anomaly, his body just moved all on its own, before he even had a chance to think. Sun Tae-ho lets out a small chuckle and remarks, "The more I observe Kim Min-jun, the more incredibly eccentric he seems." He then praises him, acknowledging that clearing a fake dungeon solo is a truly serious accomplishment, and he genuinely appreciates his efforts. However, he also delivers a subtle warning that Kim Min-jun is starting to stand out far too much. He's been climbing the ranks much faster than usual, and after the spectacle that unfolded today, the Hunter Corps headquarters itself is bound to start keeping a close eye on him. He then assures Kim Min-jun that, if any of that ever causes him problems, he shouldn't hesitate for a second to come directly to him. Kim Min-jun thanks him earnestly and replies, he'll definitely reach out if anything ever comes up. Sun Tae-ho then states that he won't be able to treat him to that meal just yet, as he's currently buried under a mountain of work. But if Kim Min-jun has anything else he wants to ask, personally, he's more than welcome to. He promises that if it's within his capabilities, he'll do it for him without a moment's hesitation. Kim Min-jun, without missing a beat, immediately asks for promotion, his eyes practically sparkling with eager hope. Sun Tae-ho, however, quickly shuts that idea down, explaining that's not something within his authority. Kim Min-jun lets out a small pout, but then his eyes drift towards a peculiar crystal on Sun Tae-ho's desk. He senses a faint, yet potent, and refined demonic energy radiating from it. Sun Tae-ho catches him eyeing it and asks if he'd like to have it. Kim Min-jun's eyes immediately light up again, and he declares, "It's my first time ever seeing this kind of stone, but I'd absolutely love to add it to my collection soon." Tae-ho then tells him that his house was recently burglarized, and this is the only one left. He picks it up and hands it to Kim Min-jun, mentioning that while it hasn't been fully identified yet, it's been deemed safe for humans, so he can keep it. Sun Tae-ho watches him, thinking to himself that, just like with Yin Seo, he keeps getting pulled into situations involving Kim Min-jun, and truthfully, he doesn't mind it. Then, with a serious look, he asks Kim Min-jun, "What kind of relationship do you have with my daughter?" Kim Min-jun casually responds that they're just fellow hunters. Nothing more, nothing less. That answer seems to put Sun Tae-ho at ease, and he smiles, saying, "I've already taken up too much of Kim Min-jun's vacation time." He then tells him he can be on his way. Sun Tae-ho then asks him to let his commander know to come in. Kim Min-jun nods respectfully and leaves. Outside, Lee Bong-gu is loudly chomping on a grilled carp, shouting about how incredibly delicious it is. Kim Min-jun tells him to shut up and eat properly, or he's going to wake up the whole neighborhood. Then, without hesitation, Kim Min-jun crushes the crystal in his hand. Demonic energy bursts from it and surges into him, pushing his demonic energy level to its absolute threshold and unlocking a new ability called Demonic Energy Whip. Kim Min-jun grins and declares, "This completely changes the game." Meanwhile, somewhere deep within Hunter Corps headquarters, Lieutenant General Kim Tao is shouting at Sun Tae-ho for his incompetence. He tells him that the 117th Division is about to be audited, so he'd better be prepared. He adds that Sun Tae-ho should consider himself lucky that it's ending with just this, because he could have easily stripped him of his uniform. He orders him to send Lee Sang-jin to HQ first thing tomorrow. Just then, the door swings open, and another high-ranking officer walks in, Lieutenant General Kim Do. He immediately stands at attention and salutes the arriving officer. The officer warns him not to push his subordinates too hard, even mentioning he could hear his yelling all the way from outside. Kim Chong Mo quickly apologizes, promising to handle it immediately. The officer takes a seat, confirming he's received the report. He then asks if Kim Min-jun was involved again. This officer is none other than the Hunter Corps commander himself, General Gu Hak-chil. Meanwhile, the commander races back to his barracks in his car. He quickly gets out, heading straight for the commander's office. Urgently looking around, Kim Min-cheel salutes him. The commander demands to know where they are, asking if it's what he suspects. He confirms with Kim Min-cheel if he is the target, and Kim Min-cheel confirms it's correct. The commander sits, declaring, "Those bastards clearly timed their strike. For when I'd only been away for an hour, 2 members from a special task force have arrived. First Sergeant Yu Taewon and Sergeant First Class Jang Min-soo." Kim Min-cheel explains that he understands their request, but they showed up unannounced this morning, demanding to meet one of their soldiers, who just returned from vacation. Yu Taewon interrupts, asking if he realizes whose orders they are under. He politely requests Kim Min-cheel to cooperate, just this once. Kim Min-cheel tells them both the battalion and company commanders are currently absent, so this doesn't seem like the proper procedure. Yu Taewon asks if he needs an official notice, stating they can arrange that immediately if required. He assures him they'll leave quietly after a brief meeting and asks him to bring Kim Min-jun. Suddenly, Kim Min-jun arrives. Noticing the insignias on the officers' uniforms, he realizes they belong to the special unit that works directly under Hunter Corps headquarters. Yu Taewon introduces himself and shakes his hand, praising his incredible feat. He recounts how Kim Min-jun rescued so many hunters by bravely jumping into that fake dungeon. He adds that the Hunter Special Task Force needs capable people like him. Kim Min-jun asks if this is a scouting offer. Yu Taewon explains they're deployed in special situations, like high-risk dungeon raids, VIP protection, overseas missions, and more. He keeps talking about all the perks and benefits of being a Special Task Force hunter, but Kim Min-jun is lost in his own thoughts, thinking that none of it matters, unless they offer a big promotion. Then he's in. Yu Taewon says they also deal with crimes committed by civilian hunters who aren't affiliated with the military, so strong combat skills are crucial. He tells Kim Min-jun that his outstanding performance hasn't gone unnoticed by headquarters, which is why he's here, to offer him something he deserves, including a special promotion. Kim Min-jun gets excited, hearing the words special promotion. Yu Taewon explains that their unit doesn't accept regular soldiers. So, if Kim Min-jun joins the Hunter Special Task Force, headquarters will immediately promote him to Staff Sergeant. Jang Min-soo adds that the task force offers more chances for advancement than other corps, since they're deployed to places where achievements stack fast. Kim Min-jun thinks there's no reason to turn this down. Just then, Yu Taewon's device starts buzzing. He takes it out and places it on the table. Kim Min-jun asks if that's a phone, and Jang Min-soo tells him it's a special device issued to the task force. It's not a smartphone, but a secure communication tool, since most of what they handle is confidential. Kim Min-jun suddenly tenses up and asks if he'll be allowed to use the internet and computers as much as he wants. Yu Taewon tells him that security is top priority in the Special Task Force, so personal electronics and internet access, they're strictly forbidden in the barracks and even frowned upon during vacations. Jang Min-soo insists it's a small price to pay for serving the country at such a high level and receiving such exceptional treatment. Kim Min-jun is absolutely heartbroken to hear this. However, Kim Min-soo starts to grin mischievously. Yu Taewon then offers Kim Min-jun a card, explaining they don't extend this offer to just anyone. He urges Kim Min-jun to think it over carefully, but Kim Min-jun, surprisingly, rejects it. He declares he'll be staying with them instead. Both officers are utterly shocked by his response. Yu Taewon asks why he's turning it down, and Kim Min-jun tells them simply that if he joins the Special Task Force, he won't be able to play Dungeon Power Fighter. Jang Min-soo is absolutely furious and yells at him, demanding if he's really throwing away such an incredible opportunity. All for a game. Ho reminds Kim Min-jun that the generals held a special meeting just for this, and now he's rejecting it all because of Dungeon Power Fighter. He questions if Kim Min-jun is trying to be funny, but Kim Min-jun calmly responds that he isn't joking, and the game is an essential source of energy for him. Yu Taewon nods, claiming he understands his reasoning. then states they'll be heading out. Kim Min-shul quickly gets up and opens the door, eager to usher them out faster. Just as they step outside, Jang Min-soo turns back and snarkily says he's sure Kim Min-jun's accomplishments are totally exaggerated and that he's just making excuses because he's scared, afraid he wouldn't survive in the special forces. He adds that without lucky breaks like this, someone like Kim Min-jun would never pass the entrance test. That's when Kim Min-jun finally snaps, demanding how they can be so sure he wouldn't pass. Jang Min-soo walks back, standing face to face with him, and boldly asks if he wants him to prove it. Kim Min-shul tells Kim Min-jun to stop and asks Jang Min-soo what he's trying to pull. Yoo Tae-won puts a hand on Kim Min-shul's shoulder and calmly asks if they can use the training center for a while. Soon after, Kim Min-jun and Jang Min-soo face off in the training room. Jang Min-soo says, the entrance test, a freestyle duel against a senior special forces member. Kim Min-jun is even offered a chance to back out if he's not ready, however, but Kim Min-jun tells him he has no intention of joining the special forces, but if he wins, then Jang Min-soo will have to apologize to him politely. Jang Min-soo is absolutely pissed and shouts, how dare he step up with that joke of a weapon and talk to me like that. He vows to fix Kim Min-jun's attitude. Steps in to announce the fight will be 3 rounds, each lasting 3 minutes, and starts the match. As soon as it begins, Young Min-sho charges in, moving swiftly toward Kim Min-jun with an attack. But Kim Min-jun skillfully dodges it. Young Min-soo immediately follows up with a second strike that connects, sending Kim Min-jun flying into the wall. But instead of showing pain, Kim Min-jun just smirks. In a flashback, Kim Min-jun asks Kim Min-jun, what are you planning to do? And Min-jun casually replies that he plans to win. Of course, he then asks if something bad might happen if he actually does win. Kim Min-jun says it's possible, since that squad is known for having a huge ego, and he's worried they might do something reckless if their pride gets hurt. Kim Min-jun smirks and says, if that's the case, I'll just let him land 1 hit. Back in the present, Jang Min-soo walks away from Kim Min-jun, who's lying on the ground. Yoo Tae-won announces the spar is over and tells Kim Min-shul to take him to the medics. Kim Min-shul keeps a poker face, staying silent. Yoo Tae-won then approaches Kim Min-jun and tells him he should still be proud for managing to dodge his first ultimate attack. But from a Hunter Special Task Force's perspective, he's still not strong enough. Just before Yoo Tae-won can finish, Kim Min-jun gets up, smiling as he brushes off his uniform. Both Yoo Tae-won and Jang Min-soo, they're stunned to see him still standing. Jang Min-soo can't fathom how he's still on his feet, especially since the attack landed exactly where it was supposed to. Yoo Tae-won asks Kim Min-jun if he truly wants to continue, warning him that pushing himself too hard could cause serious injuries for both of them. But Kim Min-jun just shrugs it off and declares he wants to go again. Jang Min-soo scoffs, calling him arrogant, and vows to make him regret getting back up. Kim Min-jun, cloaking his whip in pure demonic energy, prepares to strike. Meanwhile, Jang Min-soo lunges in and unleashes a furious flurry of sword attacks. But Kim Min-jun deftly blocks every single one. Then, in one swift motion, he snatches the sword with his whip and tosses it aside, leaving Jang Min-soo utterly defenseless. After Kim Min-yun strikes Yang Min with a few brutal lashes from his whip, Jang Min-soo struggles to stay composed and even compliments Kim Min-jun, remarking on his skill with the whip, but confidently claims the attacks won't do much damage. Just then, the searing pain from the lashes begins to kick in, and he screams like a terrified little girl. Yoo Tae-won is absolutely stunned to see a big, muscular guy like Jang Min-soo brought to his knees. From just those hits, Kim Min-jun pulls the whip back, preparing to strike again. And Jang Min-soo, now utterly panicking, pleads for him to stop, but Kim Min-jun ignores him and lands a direct, brutal hit on his chest. The searing pain nearly knocks Jang Min-soo out cold. Kim Min-jun muses to himself that his attack was indeed high level, and while the Special Task Force is undoubtedly elite, it seems this is Jang Min-soo's first time getting hit by a whip infused with such potent demonic energy. He notes that even the most thick-skinned orc warriors would drop after a single strike from this thing. He raises the whip once more and tells Jang Min-soo He should stop strutting around like he's hot stuff. Just because he's decent in combat. Yutvong into the Eskim Min Yun to stop. But with a chilling, evil grin, Min Jun cracks the whip again. This time, landing it right on the ground between Jiang Min-su's legs. The mere thought of the impact sends Jiang Min-su reeling into unconsciousness. Yu Taiwan swiftly moves to catch him before he hits the ground. He's utterly baffled that the very same guy, who didn't even flinch, while taking a brutal beating from a horde of orcs, is now knocked out cold by fear alone. He can't help but wonder if a simple training whip could truly inflict such overwhelming damage. Turning his attention to Kim Min-jun, he declares that when a subordinate messes up, the responsibility ultimately falls on their superior. He offers a sincere apology on Young Min-su's behalf. Kim Min-jun admits to overstepping his authority and apologizes right back. Yu Taiwan hands him a card, telling him to reach out if he ever has a change of heart. Kim Min-jun scoffs at their offer, then sarcastically asks if they'd like his medics to treat them. Yu Taiwan declines, stating they need to depart immediately. Back in the present moment, Lee Jun-byun laughs, asking about Kim Min-jun's whereabouts. Kim Min-jun informs him that he's currently training on his own. Lee Yun-byun states he'll report directly to Division Commander Seo Kyung. That Sergeant Kim Min-jun has outright rejected the Special Task Force's offer. He adds that even though Kim Min-jun said no today, he's convinced they'll want him even more fiercely now. There's no way they'll just give up that easily. Kim Min-chul replies that if that's the case, they need to devise a plan to ensure Kim Min-jun stays exactly where he is. Colonel Lee Jun-byun simply smiles, saying, Division Commander Seo Kyung already anticipated this outcome, so there's absolutely nothing to worry about. Now, all they have to do is patiently wait and see what kind of dazzling offer the commander has prepared for Kim Min-jun. The very next day, Division Commander Seo Kyung erupts in booming laughter after Colonel Lee Jun-byun informs him that Kim Min-jun brazenly rejected the Special Task Force's proposal. He exclaims, "Those arrogant bastards must be absolutely seething right now." He then adds that, no matter what incredible privileges they throw his way, if Kim Min-jun truly decides to join them, absolutely no one can stop him. That's why he had been cautious about the situation. But now it has resolved itself. The commander agrees and says it's time for them to step up. Seo Kyung nods and says, it's the perfect moment. He makes a call and asks if the thing he mentioned is ready, and smirks confidently and tells them to bring all the related files over. Immediately meanwhile, back at the barracks, Lee Sung-ho announces to the squad that's starting today, the commander of the 2nd Platoon 2nd Squad will be Sergeant Kim Min-jun. Han Young asks if Sergeant Lee Sung-ho is getting promoted. He shakes his head and says he's planning to try out for the staff sergeant rank, since he has enough points for a promotion, which is why he's handing over his position to Kim Min-jun. He asks if anyone has any objections to this decision. The squad responds that they're fine with it, and agree that Kim Min-jun is the only one who could fill Sung-ho's shoes. Lee Dong-jin then says he has a question for Sergeant Kim Min-jun. He asks if the rumors are true. Was it really Kim Min-jun who cleared a fake dungeon all by himself? He adds that he was on vacation that day too. The rest of the squad joins in and says the entire Hunter community is buzzing about what happened. Kim Min-jun casually confirms that it was him. He just happened to be in Daejeon right when the anomaly occurred, and got swept into it. The whole squad is stunned that their sergeant is that powerful. Kim Gwang-sik asks if that's why he's being appointed as a captain, and wonders if he received any rewards on top of it. Kim Min-jun admits that he did get a few perks for clearing that dungeon. The squad gets all fired up, curious about what those perks might be. A few days later, at the Goblin Colony dungeon, some soldiers are fighting goblins, while Han Yong and Eyebrows talk about Kim Min-jun. Eyebrows asks if it's really true that Kim Min-jun received an offer from the Hunter Special Forces so quickly, and then rejected it. Han Yong confirms it, and adds that he even beat up a first-class sergeant. In a sparring match, Eyebrows finds it hard to believe, and says that people outside the military probably wouldn't buy into any of it. He asks if it's also true that the division commander appointed Kim Min-jun as their squad commander, and plans to promote him to staff sergeant within a year once he earns enough points. Han Yong nods and says that even Sergeant Lee Sung-ho reported the decision when he heard the news. Just then their conversation is cut off when an orc suddenly charges out of the woods roaring. But both soldiers keep straight faces, completely unfazed by the monster's appearance. The orc swings his club to attack them, but out of nowhere a glowing whip lashes across the air and smacks the orc right in the eyes. The monster drops his weapon and screeches in pain, holding his face as the whip retracts. The soldiers stare at the wounded beast, unfazed as it screams in agony. Kim Min-jun arrives at the battle, and it turns out he's the one who struck the monster with his newly acquired whip. Eyebrows comments that it's personal equipment given to Sergeant Kim Min-jun by the division commander. Han Young adds that even the platoon commander doesn't have personal gear yet, so Kim Min-jun is clearly being treated differently. Meanwhile, Kim Min-jun continues to whip goblins down like a ruthless master. Eyebrows asks why it had to be a whip, and Han Young explains that the division commander let him choose any weapon he wanted, and Kim Min-jun picked the whip. Eyebrows says it makes sense now why he turned down the Hunter's Special Task Force when he's being given this kind of treatment. Han Young agrees and adds that it's extremely rare for a sergeant to receive personal equipment. Division commander had to sign more than 10 documents just to make it happen while all this is going on. Kim Min-jun is deep in thought, realizing that this weapon is way better than he expected. Thanks to the Mana Stone, he doesn't even need to use his own demonic energy to make it powerful. He thinks that if this little guy stays with him, he'll climb the ranks way faster than a year. Next Saturday, at a Chunchin restaurant, Kim Min-jun sits at the table ready for dinner. Yin Seo is with him and asks if they should start eating. Kim Min-jun looks at her and asks why she's even asking him that, and more importantly, why she's having dinner with him in the first place. The old lady running the kitchen comes over and tells Yin Seo the food is ready. Yin Seo smiles, thanks the chef, and starts eating. She looks at Kim Min-jun and asks if he's not going to eat. She tells him not to worry. She's paying so he can eat as much as he wants. Kim Min-jun tells her that's not the issue. He asks how she knew he'd be out today, coming to Chunchin into this exact restaurant. Suddenly a thought hits him. He asks Yin Seo if it was Kim Gwang-shik, who told her his plans. She glances around nervously and says it's all just a coincidence. Kim Min-jun doesn't buy it, and his expression darkens like a villain in a drama. She quickly apologizes and admits that it was Gwang-shik, but begs him not to be mad at him, since she's the one who asked. Kim Min-jun, clearly pissed, says it's up to him to decide how mad to get, and mutters that this is all pretty strange. Yin Seo, confused, asks what he means. He suddenly asks her if she likes him. She's completely caught off guard, blushes hard, and tells him that's nonsense, asking why he's suddenly being so casual with her. Kim Min-jun grits his teeth, crosses his arms, and says she can talk casually too, since they're close in age. She says that might be true, but insists she doesn't like him or anything, and tells him not to get the wrong idea. He asks why she's eating dinner with him then, and adds that he's pretty sure she took a vacation today because she heard from Gwang-shik that he was going out. She admits it's true, but says there's another reason she's here. She brings up the previous incidents, the enclosed dungeon at the training center, the Red Boar Gate at the Watchin Public Welfare Office, and the recent fake dungeon. She says that wherever he goes, something always happens, so she was curious if anything would happen this time. Then she snaps back to reality, realizing how crazy it sounds, and gets super embarrassed that she actually said all that. Out loud, Kim Min-jun laughs nervously and says it's not like he's a walking disaster. Deep down, though, he's anxious, wondering if she's starting to figure out the truth about him. Kim Min-jun notices the badge on her chest and realizes she's been promoted to corporal. She casually mentions that she passed the promotion exam. Just last week, he congratulates her, saying she moved up the ranks pretty quickly. Not that he expected anything less from her. He asks if he's teasing her, considering he's already a sergeant, and questions why he keeps speaking to her so informally. He reminds her that he already told her she could drop the formalities too. She replies, fine, I will then. Meanwhile, Min-jun starts sensing something, a vision of a dungeon forming nearby. He's clearly annoyed that it's happening now, especially with Yin Seo around, since she's always sharp and observant. Internally, he reminds himself that the only reason he even took this time off was because his best subordinate tipped him off about a gate. Expected to open soon, he excuses himself saying he needs to use the restroom, then heads toward the park, where the gate is supposed to appear. As he looks around, he spots his top agent already waiting. He gives the guy credit for showing up, right on schedule, even after being split off from Lee Bongo. They both throw a thumbs up at each other, and Min Jun hands him a ball of demonic energy. He wonders where Lee Bongo went, since there's been no word from him in a while. Suddenly the gate begins to manifest in. June watches closely, relieved that the frigid weather has kept most people indoors, but still irritated that the gate opened in a residential zone. He tells himself he needs to wrap this up fast, for public safety and for his promotion. Just as he starts to move toward the gate, a monster begins to emerge. His phone buzzes, a military emergency alert about the dungeon. Min Jun thinks that if something shows up that he can't handle alone, he'll just buy time until reinforcements arrive. He steels himself for a fight. A hanker steps out of the portal, but something about this one feels off. Min Jun notes that it appears to be alone, and starts wondering how much demonic energy it's already absorbed. He eyes its blade-like arms, and mutters that they look dangerous, though they're worthless if they can't even reach him. He leaps back to dodge its first swing, and prepares to launch his demonic arrow skill. But before he can activate it, the hanker suddenly throws one of its blade arms straight at him to his surprise. The blade is attached to a chain. Min Jun grabs the chain midair and mocks the creature, asking what kind of lame trick this is. But the hanker yanks the chain, slinging Min Jun high into the air. While airborne, the monster launches its second blade. Min Jun barely dodges, and counters with a solid punch to the face, smashing the hanker to the ground. He looks back thinking it's done, but the beast gets up again, jaw shattered but still eager to fight, and someone shouts his name. It's Yin Seo, sprinting toward him with a road sign in hand. He's stunned to see her here. The hanker flings a blade in her direction, but Min Jun grabs the chain just in time and redirects it. Furious, he demands to know what she's doing here. She snaps back, and angry that he left her alone during dinner, and even angrier that he's fighting unarmed. She explains that she saw the emergency alert and came immediately. Then she tosses him the road sign. Min Jun catches it, channels his demonic energy into the makeshift weapon, and with a powerful swing, smashes it into the hanker's skull, killing it instantly as dust clouds the area. He takes the opportunity to absorb the monster's demonic energy. When the dust settles, he walks over to Yun Seo, who's stunned. He took down a high-threat monster by himself. Min Jun casually says someone gave him a hand, though in his head he thinks it would have been even easier if she hadn't shown up. Meanwhile, Yin Seo kneels by the corpse and observes that this one was an irregular type, pointing out the chains and detachable blades. She gets up and says they need to have a serious talk, but before they can, 5 more hankers crawl out of the gate. He quickly tells Min Jun they need to regroup and come back with backup. He agrees, telling her to go call in reinforcements and return, but Un Seo yells at him, furious that he even considered fighting. All of them alone, calling him completely insane, as the monsters unleash a bone-shaking roar. Min Jun grins and says let's get started. Charging into the fight, he thinks to himself, it's time to earn that staff sergeant rank. Meanwhile, deep within a forest, a cloaked figure steps out from behind the trees. She whispers a few incantations, and a hidden, underground passage opens beside a massive stone. She descends into a vast stone chamber, pulls back her hood, revealing herself to be a woman, and stand before a carving of Lumi Nuna. She speaks softly, telling Lord Minel to wait because she's coming for him. If you enjoyed the recap, don't forget to drop a like, and let me know in the comments what you think about this manhwa. I'm curious to hear your thoughts.